Someone posted a meme in the Discord. Someone posted a meme in the Discord that mentioned Linkin Park, and now what I've done is in my head. What, the jump scare in the Absolution short? I don't even know what you're talking about. I've mentioned before that I know Svelte. And like I've met, or rather, I know Svelte through the channel. But like Svelte was in chat one time, like when I was reviewing Harp DOS, and then basically I was just like, hey, my DMs are open, feel free to hit me up. And then we got chatting, and I've played Malagast with them. Like I've chatted with them non-Harp DOS stuff. So naturally I'm just like, hey, I'm covering Gut, or well, rather, when I was covering Gut, I was like, hey, just letting you know I'm covering Gut. I know you know the dev. I know you had like this rivalry thing, so feel free to let him know if you want. And then that ended up leading to Rowan coming by, the dev of Glory Unto Them. But then I'm like, yeah, this is my final Hunter's Archive. I'm covering the final like Harp DOS Virtue. Hey, Svelte, you want to make a cameo? Like, I'm uploading this video in like 18 hours. Do you want like a last minute cameo? And they're like, sure. So then I gave them a cameo. Yeah, they taught me how to play Malagast, yeah. Oh, it's Kane 1.4. So I heard 4.0 was out. I thought that was Games for Freaks 4. I did not realize that was also Kane 4 was out. That is different. That changes things. Do I change the stream from being talking about mechs to talking about Kane? Gosh, I need to grab a second chat real quick. No? You don't want me to talk about Kane? Of all things? You hate Kane? You think Kane sucks? You think Kane doesn't deserve to have any degree of fun? It's a question for an answer. Answer the question. This question shall answer. No, I'm just gonna say Arrow answers live. That's my Q&A. That's my Q&A name. Why are there so many of you? Why are you here? Or like, why would you waste your time on a Wednesday, presumably afternoon? For me, it's morning. And for me, it was Wednesday. Okay, so I'm seeing a lot of mechs can be both cool and scary. There's a reason I only gave you one option. I'm also seeing a lot of people saying, please do GFE. Well, yeah, people are also saying, please do GFE. Please do GFF. Talk about Kane. No, I like mechs more. Talk about mechs. Please talk about mechs. Please talk about Kane. Kane is cool, but I have mech autism. That's fair. That's fair. Do I need to change the poll? Do you need to change the poll to make it like, hey, are we doing Kane or are we doing mechs? Like the secret bonus answers, I can just do both. I have the time. This is gonna be like a 5-hour stream. I can just talk about both mechs and Kane. That is not an issue. Mechs in Kane? Mechs, Kane just came out though. Kane just came out with 1.4 with Games for Freaks 3, or is now free. Mechs and Kane? Okay, well, listen. You say you want mechs and Kane. We already have mechs and Kane, you goober. Hi, I'm Arrow. I'm a VTuber, I make TTRPGs. I talk about TTRPGs. I talk game dev. I talk writing. And right now, we're in a huge argument because I would put forward there's already mechs in Kane. I would posit that with the Harpocrates dossier, which is part of the extended universe and also is regarded as probably the most popular of Kane homebrew right now, I am of the opinion we already have mechs. Hello? mechs. What? There we are. I am of the opinion we already have mechs in Kane, i.e. chastity. In draft 1 of the thumbnail for today's stream, the top left was not armored core, the top left was chastity. However, I realized armored core was probably a better representation of like the whole scary to cool dichotomy than chastity was, even though it's not a TTRPG. Although, so yes, everyone's gonna say just play Lancer, just do Lancer. But like, what would you put in an armored core TTRPG? Because I feel as though, like, crazy enough, I feel like I would almost make an armored core TTRPG where like everyone's on ice, like a D&D or a Lancer style combat system, but everyone's on ice, so you can never move like one spot at a time. You always move like 10 spots, because it's to represent the fact that you're boosting and you're flying and you're jumping around, and your range, instead of being like melee and like 5 spaces away and like 10 spaces away, your range is like a shotgun, like a short-ranged weapon, is like 10 spaces away. And then like your long like bazooka or like your mid-range bazookas is like 20 spaces away. And then your long like sniper is like 30 spaces away. And so like as a movement on your turn, you can move like 10 spaces. The goal is that you're boosting around a whole bunch. And then maybe there'd be a difference where like if you got chicken legs, you can boost a little bit further. Or you can boost a little bit less, but you can like pivot your direction. Whereas if you're a tank, you can go like a full 20 spaces, but it can only be in one direction. You feel like Armored Core is the game to run in Mechton Zeta? People have mentioned that before. Also, hi. As I mentioned before, I'm Arrow. I'm TTRPG VTuber. Talk about TTRPGs. Whoa, crazy. Thank you. I know. It's very brave of me to do so, as my model breaks with all of the love and attention and applause you're giving me. I had internet issues yesterday. I don't know if that will happen again today. If it does, if I randomly cut out a stream, assume I died. Assume that the channel is up for grabs, and whoever solves my riddles 3 shall be entered into a raffle. And then should you win that raffle, you will have to take a blood oath, in which if you are not pure of heart, you will be slaughtered before a live studio audience, and the next name will be drawn. And if you win the raffle, then, and you successfully make the blood oath, then you become the new Arrow Rights, and my spirit inhabits your form, and our wills battle for dominance. And should I dominate you, which I know a lot of you want, I will then sublimate and subsume and overtake your consciousness and live on in a new physical form. However, should you be the dominant one, which again, knowing my audience, not gonna happen, then you become the new Arrow Rights. You bear the curse of VTubing. I'm so sorry I'm giving you double ADHD. How do you even fail blood oath? If you're not pure of heart, idiot, like what? I just said that. Okay, clearly you're not making it, because like, if you can't even pay attention to the blood oath, you're not gonna make the blood oath. I don't think any of us would get past the blood oath part. Okay, well, it's me. Hi, I'm Arrow. I keep saying hi, I'm Arrow. What do you think is pure of heart to me? Like, to me, let's not say like Christian idealization. Let's not say some sort of higher power signing to you. Like, me, to be like Arrow Rights pure of heart. What does that mean? Being pure of heart means a meal is rich in protein and low in fat. Well, okay. If my criterion is you take a blood oath, and you're rich in protein and low in fat, I feel as though you could like theoretically sue me for discriminatory business practices. So, okay, it's like, what is the regulatory body overseeing consciousness transfer via blood oath? Because I feel like if I say, oh, you have to be rich in fat, low in protein, or rich in protein, low in fat, like, that presumes that if you have like a BMI, if you have like a low enough level of gains, I can like discriminate against you, even though that is something that maybe you can't control. And that is something that's not okay. So like maybe I don't get like bonked by the government. Maybe I just get canceled on Twitter. Right? Another asexual blob such as yourself. I will say, another asexual blob such as myself, a lot of people who have never like heard of me before saw the recent girlfriend video. And multiple separate people immediately picked up that I'm ace. Which, like, a lot of people assumed I was repulsed. Which, if you don't know, in asexuality, it is a spectrum. Generally, on one end, there is repulsed, which is you find those sort of activities gross. And then on the other end, there is favorable, which is you might enjoy it, but you just don't really like seek it out. Like it's not really an interest for you. And then there's somewhere in the middle where you're just kind of indifferent. You have no strong feelings towards it one way or the other. Like there's different striations of it. And a lot of people immediately assumed that I'm repulsed. And that's not quite accurate. Although like, it's not entirely inaccurate, I guess. So, two things. Two things right now. First off, on YouTube streams, we have a Q&A channel. And my model keeps breaking. What the frick? I might have to whip out the Fugi. I might have to be a PNG tuber. I'm so sorry. Wait, is this because... No, it's not that. It's just broken. We have a Q&A channel. If you have a question that is not relevant to what we're talking about literally right now, throw it over there. I dedicate like the last hour, the last half hour to stream just answering questions. So if you want to ask me how my day's been, if you want to ask me how to get into VTubing, if you want to ask me how I run Kane, if you want to ask me what happened in my werewolf game most recently, if you want to ask me my thoughts on 11th edition 40k, like that's all stuff to go in the Q&A channel, unless we're talking about it right now. Other thing, you were here giving me your attention. You were watching me. You were being very kind and foolish, I might say, but still kind and naive. I like to reciprocate. I like to give you attention if you give me attention. So if you are in chat right now, or if you're a lurker, or if you're watching the VOD later, drop a hello, drop a hi. I will say hello back to you. And this is where we get like a wall of people saying hi, and then I spend like 3 straight minutes just saying names, trying not to forget names so that I say hi to the same person 7 times like a lunatic. I mean, even allo people are repulsed to kink that's way outside of their comfort zone. I mean, yeah. But like, I mean, with girl frame, I like to imagine that I didn't come off as if like it repulsed me. It just kind of made me uncomfy, right? There's a lot in there that made me uncomfy. Not necessarily that I was just like, ew, this is gross. If you like this, you're a horrible person, you know? Hello, Sweet Robot and Some Dude and Brawly and Witch and Man with Chainsaw and C and the rest of the Matrix. Monty, Shade, Real Ducat, Vozen, Gamma, Mizzle, Real Robot. We have multiple robots. B, Ormi, Origami, Rook, Elytron, Confused, Sergeant, Guard Painter, Street Sorcery, Personified Beehive, Clam, DP, Monty, Shade, Till, Auto. I'm scrolling at this point. Ari, I saw Alza earlier. Gato. I hope I got everyone who said hi. And if I didn't, just say hi. Matrix is a new one? Is that not what it is? Is that not what it is? Sherbu, hello. Hi, mech lover. Yeah, so let's talk mechs. Let's jump right into it. Let's talk mechs. Mechs. What is the conversation that I want to have right now? I want to have a conversation after I made a video about Girlframe, after 11 Dragon Kid made an even better video about Girlframe. Yes, I said it. I will be the first one to say it. I think 11 Dragon Kid's video is better than mine. Mechs have this weird dichotomy of being really cool and being really scary. And most media, I would say, goes pretty firmly one way or the other, and like has a single episode in the series, or has a single session in the TTRPG that goes full tilt other direction. So it's generally like 95% scary, 5% cool. It's 95% cool, 5% scary. And I'm kind of wondering why that is. Because, like, for instance, in Lancer, it's 95% cool. It's 95% this is awesome. This is a giant suit of armor that you have. This is a walking humanoid, like, tank that you're wearing that has, like, a laser beam on its back and, like, a chest pulser and also, like, a power glove that explodes when you punch people. And it's so cool. And then you have a mech that will grab you, say, cascade the enemies of the Godhead, and then explode. And you have the fear of this thing going to consume you and eradicate your soul from existence. And that's pretty scary, you know? However, in something like Girlfriend, it's like 95% scary. It's 95% like, oh, this is horrible. This is horrifying. And then it's 5% like, haha, big robot punch monster. So I'm just kind of wondering, like, I would say Armored Core is probably one of the best examples I can think of where it pretty consistently walks the line. And even then, it still is kind of like 70 cool, 30 scary. How's Arrow on topic? This should be impossible. I feel pressured by the extra eyes on me. I feel like I need to impress these people. And I feel like if I don't talk about the thing they came here for, they're going to leave. Don't worry, I'm on my best behavior right now. I'm going to be on topic for like another 5 more minutes, and then they're going to tune out because they get bored, and then I can go back to getting distracted. Ava feels very 50-50 to me. So my understanding of Ava is it's cool, it's cool, it's cool. Oh my gosh, that's so scary. And then it kind of like rides the line where it goes back and forth. Like, there's like one specific scene where it's like, one of them like literally crawls out and like tears itself out of one of the angels or something. I don't know. I haven't seen Ava. But my understanding of Ava is that it's like, it's cool, it's cool, it's cool. Oh my gosh, this is horrifying. And then it goes really deep into the horror for like a couple episodes. And then it kind of normalizes, but it still kind of goes up and down and up and down. Warhammer 40k Titans? I mean, I guess 40k Titans, like, the issue with 40k Titans is that, like, in 40k, I would argue everything sucks so much that you kind of have to ignore how much it all sucks. And then it becomes cool as a result of ignoring all the suck. So, like, 40k Titans suck like 110%. They are weapons of war that will, like, crush your consciousness. You need to be, like, as a princeps, like, physically, like, installed into them with an entire other crew of people. Your entire life will be a slave to the Imperium, doing nothing but leveling entire cities as you wage this weapon of war, this engine of God, cogs and bolts and ancient lore, that kind of deal. And then you just kind of have to, like, ignore how much that would actually really suck. And then it becomes really cool. But you kind of have to ignore that it's already like 110% suck. It's already 110% scary. Ava is Neon Genesis Evangelion, one of the first things to do scary mechs. For me, the scary of Ava is that the horrible awfulness of the body horror mechs mirror the moral corruption and awfulness exemplified by man. Yeah, so, key bit of context. I have not seen Ava. All I know is that it's amazing. And that there's monsters called angels. And also Shinji needs to get in the mech. Get in the mech, Shinji. Shinji, get in the mech. I think scary mechs are more Uncanny Valley. No, but that's what I'm saying is that, like, you have Uncanny Valley mechs. But you all, like for instance, Pacific Rim, very cool. Lancer, very cool. Most, like, heroic mech media, very cool. Girlframe, very scary. You have, what were we just talking about? 40k, very scary. Like, you have this pretty clear dividing line, and you have stuff that does ride the line. I just feel like it pretty solidly is like, it's like this most of the time. What about scary cool? No. So what I'm basically saying is, I think, like, Armored Core, mostly cool, kind of scary when you think about it. Like think about what it means to, like, be in a mech. You have to have, like, or at least early generations, you have to have, like, invasive coral surgery that you're, like, stuck in your mech, you're a sack of meat, and then you have to do surgery to reverse that and live a normal life. But there are people who just like hop in their mech. They have advanced like bionics or whatever that they plug in, and then they hop out, and then they're fine because like they're like a 7th gen, an 8th gen, a 9th gen. Yeah, AC has a lot of fridge horror. AC has a lot of, wow, cool mech. The horror of her situation, you know? Wow, cool robots. War is bad. I like Titanfall 2. Titanfall 2 is another one that I was thinking of. Titanfall 2, fully cool. Fully cool. Nothing scary about it. Yes, like BT is... Okay. Is BT sentient? I would argue BT, much like how when I made Synthop, is an AI, is the idea of an entity that is intelligent but not self-determining. It always follows the protocols, even like at the very end of the big self-sacrifice, spoilers, is like Protocol 3, protect the pilot. Unless you're Freud, then you're just built different. Okay, you want to talk about Freud? You want to talk about Freud? Freud, biggest disappointment of AC. Biggest disappointment of AC6. Full stop. He is S1. He's S1. He's V1. He shows up in one route for a single fight in which he off-screen kills a tertiary character and then loses to you in like 20 seconds. What I will say, he shuts up Snail, and that does give him points. He gets points because he also hates Snail. We hate Snail in this house. Like, we hate Iguazu affectionate. We hate Snail derogatory. You understand? Like, are you picking up what I'm putting down? Freud also hates Snail derogatory, so he does get points for that. But like, fighting him isn't interesting. When I think back on AC6, what are the fights I remember? Oh my gosh, like the final, like, spoilers for AC6. Spoilers for AC6. The final All Mind fight, the air fight. I'm thinking of when it was fighting all of Branch, the 3v1. Like Walter doesn't really come to mind. Honestly, crazy enough, Snail and Iguazu in the 3rd branch. I love 2v1s. I love 2v2s. I think like the Strider. I think climbing the wall with Rusty. I think all of like the very big set piece fights. But like, I don't think like Walter wasn't that interesting. Freud wasn't that interesting. Carla and Chatty was fine. Fighting Rusty in Fires of Raven. Who kills the AI mech that's with Carla? That's Freud. Freud kills Chatty. And like his introduction is like, you're with Chatty, and then he's like, I don't need to like waste my time on some AI slop. And then he like kills Chatty off screen. And it's like, quirks for blasphemies, more downtime activities, aesthetic. He did not add quirks for blasphemies. He did not add quirks for blasphemies. He did not add quirks for blasphemies. Do you want to know why I'm going to be tilted if he actually added quirks for blasphemies? Do you understand why why this might tilt me? I'm making Kane homebrew right now. I'm working on it on Fridays. I did some mining off stream. I made rules. Nascent blasphemies are mutations of existing powers altering how they operate. When gaining a nascent blasphemy, choose one of your powers to mutate. You lose that original power and cannot gain it again. You cannot mutate passive powers this way. Work with your admin to figure out how your power changes into a new distinct manifestation. Consider the following. You ask yourself this stuff. It changes aesthetically. You get strengths and weaknesses to enhance it. First, he takes downtime from me. Then he goes and changes blasphemy mutation on me? Never have I felt such insult since 11 Dragon Kid watched my girl frame video and then in the span of 72 hours put together an entire video simply to say, oh, I was working on this the whole time. I know what you are, 11 Dragon Kid. I know you're a thief. You're a content rogue. I just got through some Project Moon stuff and it's super influencing how I want to run Kane. Uh-oh, the Kane people are going insane. Well, okay, but like, I'm not in case it's not clear, I'm not actually upset at anyone. Like 11 Dragon Kid clearly didn't do that. And Tom Bloom, it's his game. Like, clearly he doesn't watch my stuff, I'm assuming. So like, we're fine there. But this is all actually to make high blasphemies. I have a system in place where you can make your own high blasphemy and become your own virtue. And that's what this is leading to. I made it so that it's not just like you get a high blasphemy and suddenly you're a virtue. I made it that you have to mutate one of your existing powers. And then from there, that has to evolve into an untempered high blasphemy. And then from there, it evolves into an unleashed blasphemy, which is the virtues have access to special high blasphemies that you don't. So for instance, Justice can use law in ways that you as a player character can't. And so the way I rationalize that is that they have something called an unleashed blasphemy, which is like their full power and only virtues can use. And you, by bonding to them, get a high blasphemy. So untempered high blasphemies is basically without a virtue giving it to you, you make your own exo-facing high blasphemy. And then from there, you can eventually upgrade it into being a full unleashed blasphemy, which is one of the requirements to become a virtue. This is a Lancer stream? Oh, yeah! They added wretched hosts from Glory onto them. This is something they released right when my friends and I started working on something too. That's so funny. How dare the developer develop their game? Oh, is this a Kane stream? So, anyone? I have a question. How many of you, is this your first stream here? How many of you have never been to this stream before? How many of you maybe saw a girlfriend video? Maybe saw some of my voiceovers? You're like, oh, this arrow person is live. Let me check him out. Let me see how this is going. If that's the case, I'm so sorry. I have a plan. And my plan is to just kind of go with the vibes. And if you ask anyone who's a regular, you can... People in chat understood I had ADHD before I did, before I got diagnosed. Okay, my model keeps breaking. This is so stupid. I will not stay on topic. I will pivot back and forth. So if you're here for like, imagine you're watching TV and you're sitting on the remote and it's constantly swapping the channel. And once every 5 minutes, it hits the same channel that you actually want to watch. But then for the rest of those 5 minutes, you have to wait to like watch a bunch of like discussions on games you don't know about. That's what this channel is. I'm so sorry. There is a plan. The plan is often deviated from. Hi Untune and hi Kodomancer and Mallow and Pumpkin and Ryuducat and Presbyopia and Overcharge and Confused and Toodles. I just want to say hi to everyone. Hi Dark. Well, you couldn't perhaps now reference the content of Games for 4. No. See, the issue is Games for Freaks 4 isn't going to be free until like 6 months from now. Probably, my guess would be Halloween, but Halloween is like 4.5 months from now at this point. What I do, for those of you who don't know, when Tom Bloom releases Games for Freaks, he makes the previous edition free. And so what I've been doing is that when he releases Games for Freaks Volume 2, I review Games for Freaks Volume 1 on stream first time reaction. Because at that point, 1, I can get it for free and I don't have to spend money on it, which is like a big thing for me. But 2, I can then also show it fully on stream without infringing on his like paywall. Because if I show Games for Freaks Volume 4 right now on stream, you could reasonably watch the stream and then not pay him money to see his product, which would be like content theft, right? So I wait until it's free so I can do a fresh reaction, give it my honest thoughts, immediate full stop. So like Perfect Sins and like whatever changes to Malagast have been going on in Games for Freaks Volume 3. I don't know what those are. All I know is like it happened. And I also know that like Track and Tongue and Mother are like in Games for Freaks Volume 3. I don't actually know what any of them do. So I'm excited to look at them. You're getting me interested in Kane? Awesome. Oh yeah, you're clearly ADHD 4K. As a fellow HD 4K person, I completely understand. Halloween objectively best holiday, but y'all aren't ready for that conversation. What do you mean you're not ready for that conversation? Okay, let me tell you one thing. Halloween, objectively, best like holiday. Christmas, subjectively, best holiday. Why? Christmas is tied to religion, and therefore some people might not celebrate it. So even though Christmas is awesome, a lot of people don't celebrate it, meaning it does not have the ability to be a contender. Something like 4th of July or Thanksgiving, those are American exclusive, therefore not the best holiday. Easter, still tied to religion. President's Day, Labor Day, Memorial Day, Veterans Day, like all American holidays. Halloween is transnational. Halloween transcends borders, age groups. Kids love it. College-age students love it. Like, old people love it. Like, middle-aged adults don't really love it because middle-aged adults don't love anything. I'm sorry, that's the truth of the world. Halloween is trans? I mean, like, how many trans people do you know who love Halloween? Like, Halloween is also the gay holiday. Every gay person... I'm queer. Every gay person I know, every trans person I know, every queer person I know loves Halloween because it gives them an opportunity to express themselves really however they want. Not to mention the pilgrimage that so many people make every Halloween or around Halloween to watch Rocky Horror. Even though I personally, I'm not a fan of Rocky. I've seen it once and it made me uncomfortable. Halloween was originally a Celtic holiday, Samhain. Yeah. And like a lot of holidays have been co-opted or changed or shifted over time. And I would say that Halloween as it exists now is basically not the same as it once was with the Celtic holiday. Nice save, thank you. Halloween in Japan is romantic. Really? I didn't know that. For instance, like, okay. Other holidays. Let's go through the other holidays. Valentine's Day. Cringe. Why? Because it's all about Saint Valentine. And Saint Valentine died. And we are promoting a toxic relationship dynamic where dying for someone or dying in name of something is the truest expression of love. That ain't true. That's not right. Not to mention, if you don't... Is there a holiday tier list? Holiday tier list. Holiday tier list. US, UK. Holiday tier list with 30 options. Sure. This one. Okay, so we already talked about a couple of these. So first off, Merry Christmas. I would say low S tier. Not the best. Definitely not the best. High up there, right? I think, what else did we talk about? We talked about Halloween. Top of S tier. We already talked about why. Is that it? Oh, Valentine's Day? I think Valentine's Day, D tier. That's my answer. But my unironic opinion is that I think Valentine's Day is like a D tier holiday. Because like, yes, if you are romantic with someone, you can have a Valentine's Day separation, except when are you going to get a reservation? Are you really going to buy like chocolates and roses or something that's going to be 4 times the normal price for the entire month leading up to it? Are you going to put in 0 effort the entire year? And then in the week before Valentine's Day, you put in a modicum of effort simply for the one day. You ignore their anniversary. You ignore their birthday. All you do is put in effort for the Valentine's Day because otherwise your failing relationship is going to break up. Hard F tier. See, that's the thing. Valentine's Day can be aspirational, though. I think that there's some truly F tier holidays. I think that there's some genuinely F tier holidays out there. Valentine's Day, you can have the aspiration of a cute date. If you are single around January, for instance, and you meet someone cute and you start chatting with them, you find out they're single. Maybe you start talking. Maybe you start like chatting with them. Maybe you're interested in them and you can ask them to do something around Valentine's Day and you can have a cute little date. Doesn't have to mean that you're dating. Doesn't have to mean that you're serious, but just like, hey, like we're going on a cute little date. It's cute, right? Like Valentine's has the aspiration of what it could be, where some of these don't have that, right? Buying Valentine's Day chocolates for the handler. No! Only not F tier because the Valentine's. Oh, true. In my Kane game. See, this is about Kane. We're talking about Kane right now because Valentine's is in my Kane game. April Fool's Day. I would say April Fool's Day is like B tier. Now, I know what you're going to say. I know you're going to say April Fool's Day is awesome. What are you talking about? It's so silly. It's so funny. It's so great. First off, what pranks do you do on April Fool's Day? What pranks do you do? Oh, I put someone's stapler in Jell-O. Oh, I freaking like moved everything on this person's desk 2 inches to the left. Listen, I'm not going to say those aren't effective. I'm going to say those are low tier. Those are office bits. That is not high tier prankage. Second of all, I learned this from Burger Creek, and I firmly agree with it. If I am to fool you, if I'm to make you the April Fool of this day, why would I do so on the one day you're expecting it? Hey, do you want some sugar? Wink. And you're like, no, you're just going to give me salt. And I'm going to be like, blast, foiled again. No, I'm going to do that on April 2nd. I'm going to do that on July 1st. I'm going to do that on October 23rd. Because you'll never expect it on the day where it's not April Fool's Day. It's F because no one knows what a prank is. That is also true. No one knows. Like, the pranks on April Fool's Day vary between, hey, I'm going to give you, like, I'm going to pull out your seat for you. And then you sit down, it's a whoopee cushion. It's like, ha ha, whoopee cushion. And then the other one is going to be, I'm going to, like, make you think your spouse is cheating on you. And I'm going to gaslight you into breaking up with them. And it's like, those two are not the same. Those two are not the same. I call everyone slightly alike names. Again, office bit. Office bit. Like if it's featured on The Office, it's not a good prank. It might be funny. That doesn't make it a good... good pranks have to have originality. Good pranks have to have soul behind them. April's Fools is a month-long holiday. Never start pranks on the 1st. Christmas and switch lovers... What? What? I go on the internet to see what jokes companies do that might put people in trouble. See, I feel like April Fool's is a great B tier holiday. April Fool's can be good, it can be bad. Most of the time, it's mid. I feel like most of the time, I could even throw it in C. Top of C tier. Why do we need April Fool's when in this day and age we're being made fools of every day? Exactly! You understand. Black Friday sale? F. F. It is a ploy by companies to overwork their workers, to overcharge you on stuff that they say are on sale. Like, unironically, if you look at something on Black Friday in like August, and then you look at it again on Black Friday, it will be the same price. It's just Black Friday will be like twice the standard listed price and then half off. Like, I have never worked Black Friday in retail. My heart goes out to those who have. I remember... Gather around. I remember back in the day, ye olden days, when Black Friday was Friday, and people would be aggressive, but they weren't throwing hands. I was there. I watched it. The news feeds, the Twitter uploads, the Facebook page posts. Yes, back with Facebook. The first time people were punching each other to get Tickle Me Elmos was when everything went wrong. And also Cyber Monday, exactly, like... it's Arrow story time. I bet Black Friday is a freaking heck for people working shops. Exactly! And like, I have never worked Black Friday retail. I am an empathetic enough person, despite my complete lack of empathy, that I can feel bad for them. Is that Christmas again? No, that's not Christmas again, because with Christmas, like, Christmas shopping is the consumerist framework around Christmas. Black Friday is consumerist through and through. Oh no, this is Christmas Eve. B. Like, Christmas Eve. Okay, also, can you even read this? Like, can you even see the little icons? I can't make it bigger. Every time I try to make it bigger, it just like, oh, I can do that actually. Christmas Eve, it's B. I like, personally, I have like a positive association with it because in my family, we would, so anyone who doesn't know, my birthday, it's around Christmas. So, Christmas, we would like big celebration in my household, even though we're not religious. Growing up, it was always like one of the big holidays in my house. And Christmas Eve, we would get together and we would all get to open one special present, like one extra present before like Christmas Eve. And what it always was, even though like technically speaking, it was a secret, like what it always was, it was always a special pair of pajamas that usually my mother picked out that she wanted to match with my siblings and I, right? So I have the nice feeling of just like with Christmas Eve, I have the association of like getting like a nice pair of pajamas, right? I know in Japan, apparently Christmas Eve is a more important holiday than Christmas. And then it's really big for couples. And like, it's a big romantic thing where you meet up with your partner Christmas Eve and then your Christmas Day is kind of like business as usual. But that being said, you don't really do much Christmas Eve. So I think it's like perfectly B tier. I think Christmas Eve is inoffensive. Did Little Arrow ever get the nativity treatment? I don't think I did, but I did get born and I was put in a stocking. And my mother still has the stocking I was put in as a newborn. Christmas Eve is a separate holiday from Christmas. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like Christmas Eve should be subsumed into Christmas. But as it stands by itself, I think it's like B tier. I think it's like inoffensive. I think it's like the upper echelon of mid. Christmas Eve is fine because like that's when I got to be with family I actually like it. You're naming your Lancer pilot Black Friday. Do they have lightning powers? Why are we putting babies? No, so stockings, like a Christmas stocking. So if I turn off AI images, so like this. Like I was put as a baby in one of these, like in this thing, and like it was large enough that it could fit a baby in it. And then my mother was given the stocking that I was like put in as a baby. Black Friday sounds like an excellent legendary handler name. Honestly, like as a handler, call sign for your handler, and they treat everything extremely like they treat it like it's Black Friday, and they're also very transactional. That would be pretty good. Glory to the newborn. Oh my gosh. Cinco de Mayo. I have no connection to Cinco de Mayo. I don't engage with it. I am not of the culture that it's part of. I also don't do the thing that a lot of Americans do, which is like, oh, it's a holiday. It's an excuse to get together and start drinking, because I don't drink. B? Like I'm thinking like top of B? Anyone have any strong opinions on Cinco de Mayo? I don't. I am good to put Cinco de Mayo literally anywhere but S and F, because with S, I feel like I have to have a personal connection and investment in it. And because like I'm the gatekeeper of S tier. And then with F, like it's not trash. Like I don't have a strong enough opinion on it to call it trash. I mean, I need an unrated category. Oh no, like y'all can contribute. This is our list. Need somewhere between C and D. It's kind of weird low-key to do with any of your children or pets. What, put in a stocking? Moms just were weird in the 80s through the 2000s. I mean, moms are still weird now. Have you ever spoken with a mother? Wait, isn't that an AC6 character? Like, they aren't called Black Friday, but you can just describe them perfectly. Are you talking about Handler Walter? Handler Walter is more like... I don't know. Everyone that I've seen play AC6, and like me playing AC6 as well, everyone just kind of calls him Dad at one point. I do love how across games, whether it's like AC6 or Persona 5 or even Persona 4, like if you have an older male character who's in a position of authority above you, and they tell you what to do all the time, at some point the player is just going to start calling them dad. It's very funny to me. And it's like a speed run. It's like, how fast can you get the player calling this character dad? I want to make baby Jesus art. Guard, if you send it to me by the end of stream on Discord, I will post it. I will like I will show it on stream. Arrow's the Messiah. They're not the Messiah. Who's mad at a war criminal? Yeah, that's right, you are. Putting children in stockings like a sacrificial ritual. Well, maybe I was a sacrifice, huh? Happy Columbus Day. Are we counting this as Columbus Day or Indigenous Peoples Day? Because I don't see Indigenous Peoples Day here. Because Indigenous Peoples Day, pretty pog. I would say B tier. I would say like, I don't really have much of a connection to it. I don't think it's something that you necessarily do a lot for, but it is very important to recognize and like give Indigenous people their laurels, because we already took everything else from them, right? Like at the very least, work towards acknowledgement, education, and reparation, right? In the -3 of Christmas, Arrow manifested in the world. There's so many of these. How do you make streaming so easy? What do you mean? I don't even know what? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm actually a little bit confused by that. Anyway, I'm gonna say F tier. I'm gonna say controversial take. Okay, controversial take. You tell me if this is very unwoke of me. Bottom of D tier, because it's brought up by Indigenous Peoples Day. It being Columbus Day brings it down to F. I don't think it's as bad as Black Friday, because Indigenous Peoples Day kind of like is the life preserver, buoying it at the very top of F into the bottom of D, but it doesn't actually go any further than that. I feel like it's a lot we can actually do to participate in either way, which kind of doubts playing it as a holiday. Yeah, and like, for instance, Christmas. I, as someone that is not Christian, was not grown in a Christian family, I have always celebrated Christmas as a cultural holiday. And I feel like a lot of holidays are like that. Well, there's other holidays. For instance, I'll skip ahead to Martin Luther King Jr. Day. This has never been a like cultural event. This has always been like a political one almost for me. And it's been like a recognition of the struggles of, I guess, BIPOC Americans, but particularly Black Americans. And like, again, I would say like A tier. A tier. Because like, I mean, Martin Luther King, Jr., very pog. From a purely selfish angle, there's the idea of it benefits you by not having work or school, but also like, again, it's a very important thing to recognize, particularly given that Martin Luther King Jr. was like 70 years ago, not like hundreds of years ago. These only valid because Indigenous Peoples Day isn't on this list. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is like, if Indigenous Peoples Day was on this list, I would say probably like, what the frick? I would say top of F. But like, I think bottom of D to compensate for the lack of Indigenous Peoples Day. Earth Day. I hate the environment, C. like, okay. Am I of the opinion? I'm genuinely thinking C. Because Earth Day. Yeah, let's save the environment. For one day, we're gonna buy a bunch of merchandise that involves plastic and like do a bunch of arts and crafts with kids where we produce a bunch of paper waste. And then we move on with our lives and we stop caring about the environment. Like, is that too cynical of me? Is that too cynical of me to be like, hey, Earth Day is super just like, it makes people that don't try feel like they're trying? In the same way that like, I guess actually that'd be like Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day is, if you don't care about romance, you really care about Valentine's Day. If you really care about romance, you might still care about Valentine's Day, but maybe not. Maybe you're in a relationship that doesn't really track Valentine's Days or anniversaries. Like, you're more about like, oh, let's live in the moment. I feel like Earth Day is the thing where if you don't care about the environment, you're like, oh yeah, for Earth Day, I didn't use any plastic this day. And then the next day you go back to like plastic on plastic. Earth Day is like putting a bandage on a shotgun wound. I don't even think it's like that. I think it's like someone chopped off your arm and someone puts a cotton swab there for like 10 minutes. And then after the 10 minutes, they take the cotton swab away and then go back to stabbing you, right? I love buying Save the Earth Day t-shirts made in sweatshops. Oh my gosh. Earth Day is just a day. I don't even think we get a day off. Yeah, we don't. And that's the sort of thing where it's like, I think it's fair to incorporate the kind of like, oh, do you get a day off? Is this a religious exemption for some people? Is this something where there's generally discounts associated with it on a consumerist angle? Like, that's all fair to consider. But like, the core of it is not that great. Also, like, looking this over, am I the only one who thinks some of these images are like AI generated? Like first, particularly like this freaking, like this Christmas Eve one. Am I the only one who thinks this might be like AI generated? Maybe that's just me, and maybe I'm just like crazy. Easter. See? Okay, so again, non-religious. Grew up with Easter, again, as a cultural holiday. My extended family celebrates Easter. And when I was, like, for Easter this year, I was with a bunch of family, and they have little kids. So we put on an egg hunt for them. And not only was that really fun to participate in, that was also really cute to see how excited they got over it. It's AI, you can tell by the angle. That's what I was thinking, the angles of the windows. So like, this sucks that I'm pretty sure all of these images are probably AI generated, or at least some of them are. But like, that's not holiday tier list fault. Now in this house, Christmas Eve is definitely the AI generated. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Easter egg hunts and chocolate, also stuffed bunnies. I think it's B, even if, I mean, that's the thing, like, I don't have any connection to it. Like from a spiritual angle, but culturally, I grew up with egg hunts. And like, I just ran it for like second cousins, children of my cousins. Yeah, lower B. Cinco de Drinko looks AI. Yeah, like with the sombrero. Yeah. Vote. Is this a holiday? American, like voting day. I mean, like, lower A. Voting is really important. Make sure you're registered to vote if you're 18 or older in the US. Girlfriend Easter egg hunt invention. No. Easter egg should just be the bun day where everyone gets to be pet a bunny. I feel like that's just a petting zoo. Oh, that is true. You don't get the day off. Okay, I'm gonna put. Okay, personally, I'm gonna put Easter above Cinco de Mayo. Sorry to all the Cinco de Mayo fans out there. I'm gonna put voting above that because unironically, the fact that you don't get the day off to vote means that a lot of people can't vote or are really rushed to vote. And also, for the past couple years, I've had multiple issues with voting. Not in terms of like my issue is like I have beef with the voting system, which I mean, like, it's got its problems. I more mean like literally like I'll go to the polls and I'll have some sort of like issue with my address or something. And I fixed it 3 years ago and it's still not fixed kind of deal. A lot of people, specifically in marginalized communities and impoverished communities, no, exactly. And a lot of the people that need to be able to vote, to make their voice heard, are unable to. Democracy? Who needs that when you can have Yuri mechs? Father's Day. Okay. The platonic ideal, I think, is like lower A or maybe B tier. This says a lot about society. I'm gonna put it below April Fool's Day. And I understand that's a me thing. I understand that's a my relationship with my Father Day. However, with Father's Day coming up in like 4 days, I am reminded of my relationship with my father and the fact that I don't have a very strong culture of Happy Father's Day. Your aunt got taken off the voting registry because they mixed her up with a dead person. Oh my gosh. Is voting day even a holiday? It's like a tax day where it's just a day. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was just a day. I don't know why it's listed as a holiday. Yeah. A lot of people's relationships are a lot with their father. And like, yes, yes, a lot of people have daddy issues. A lot of people have strained relationships with their fathers. I don't think that means that if you are a father or if you have a good relationship with your father, that doesn't mean you can't enjoy Father's Day, right? I know a lot of people who have good relationships with their fathers and they like will unironically get their father like a world's best dad like mug, or they'll go out fishing, or they'll like take him out to a movie or something. And I'm very happy for those people, even if I'm not really one of them, right? My parents just asked us not to do Mother's and Father's Day. Hey, would your opinion change if you somehow had a child with someone you didn't know about because of weird sitcom contrived circumstances? Listen, if I somehow had a child with someone due to weird sitcom contrived circumstances, knock on wood to hope that hasn't happened, because that would horrify me. I mean, like, I'm not getting Father's Day gifts. I'd probably have a much happier relationship with my father if he weren't a carpenter ant in human form. Groundhog Day. D. The groundhog's wrong most of the time. The groundhog is wrong more often than not. How can I put faith in a holiday when my Messiah is falsifiable? You are not but a mortal masquerading as the divine. Your shadow is no mere specter of the past, present, nor future. It is simply a harbinger of your own inadequacy. You disgust me in your deception. And yet, you yourself are the mastermind behind Bill Murray's torment in the classic comedy feature film, Groundhog Day. You are evil. You are disgusting. And I reject you. He's trying his best. He's trying his best to bring about the downfall of modern civilization. And at this point, I can't blame him for that. However, he needs to do better or stop trying. He's been at this for far too long. Hey, skeleton. The groundhog has no discernment with whatever ritual humans came up with. Yes, and this is a false prophet. Our Messiah is lying, and we are blind sheep following it like lemmings off a cliff. The common era only reproduces by mitosis. I wish. Do I wish? I don't think I wish that. Hanukkah? Okay. Okay. Hanukkah? Lower B. Why? Because, from my understanding, Hanukkah is not actually one of the big Jewish holidays. It's just that it often falls alongside Christmas. And so it got kind of like swallowed by consumerism into the Jewish Christmas. Despite the fact that it like is one of like the mid-tier in terms of importance. You're saying 8 Crazy Nights kind of slapped. I mean, like, it did. Like, and the thing is, like, I have no beef with Hanukkah, right? And if you're Jewish in chat or you like have a connection to Hanukkah, please like give me a more informed opinion. But my understanding is that like Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah, those are like the big ones, and people always ignore those in favor of like Hanukkah. And I feel as though if Hanukkah was less like culturally pushed and other more important Jewish holidays were put forward, I feel like I would have a more favorable opinion of Hanukkah. Because like at the end of the day, it is a time of like remembrance. Like I grew up in an area with a lot of Jewish people around me, and I had Jewish friends growing up, and I know Jewish people now. So like I have always had this like ancillary to my life. And so I understand that it's like both a like time of remembrance and like it's very important culturally, but at the same time it's also like a time for like kids to get gifts and whatever. I think that it's overblown though, right? We're saying St. Patty's Day is coming up. 4th of July, American Independence Day. We're not going from the American perspective. So my first thought, can we broaden 4th of July to be like just Independence Days of all nations? So like July 1st for Canada, for instance, like just all the various like Independence Days people have. And if you're like from one of the main offenders of colonization, For instance, I don't think the UK has an Independence Day. You can just like cry about it with the tears of your ancestors' sins, right? Independence is kind of like base as heck, right? So if we generalize it to like general Independence Day, whether you're Canada or Mexico or the US or like anywhere else, because I actually don't know. Like, I assume most countries that have been under like British imperial rule or like left the French Empire or whatever, they all have an Independence Day of some kind. I would say independence pretty pog, right? If there's a Kane Yuri recap the next 3 hours, please ask them to send a timestamp. There will not be a Kane Yuri recap because unfortunately my player was not available yesterday, but we will be playing tomorrow, so there might be one Friday. Yeah, or left the USSR, exactly. So I think independence pretty pog. Is independence more pog than Martin Luther King Jr.? I feel like that's a question that'll get canceled if I say either way, really. So I'm just not going to broach that question. Kwanzaa. I know nothing about Kwanzaa. I am of the opinion, you tell me if I'm wrong, Kwanzaa, same deal as Hanukkah. Propped up purely because, it's like Christmas, right? I suppose the UK could celebrate its independence from like the Romans. Your mileage may vary based on the politics. That is also very true, Guard. That is very true, Guard. My understanding, Kwanzaa, very much like Hanukkah. Thank you for the super chat. Maybe unrelated, ran short intermittent D&D campaign and scared players with 2 mech fights, including 9-ball. Oh my gosh. Took too much of marathon to catch before took another legendary action. Oh my goodness gracious. Also, same kind. Yeah, like, my understanding is that it is not a super important holiday, but because of its proximity to Christmas, it got bumped up. I don't know anything about it. I'm just going to throw it like B. B is mid. I don't really have much of a connection to it. I'm going to move on. As someone who celebrates it, it depends on the relationship you have with their family. Okay. Happy Labor Day. Yeah, this is like also AI generated. Labor Day. I mean, like, we love workers. We love workers being recognized. We don't love workers being paid lip service to for a single day and then exploited the day before, the day after, and all 364 days otherwise. So I'm going to say this is kind of like Earth Day, but I'm going to say it's like low C because at least Labor Day you get off, right? At least Labor Day you don't work. Whereas with oh yeah, this is super AI. Like look at the different balloons, like the American flag balloons. They're all like different freaking like star patterns. I don't know if you can actually see this, but like, boo. Labor Day is better because you get a day off. Exactly. Yeah, this tier list does suck. Like, I kind of want to swap, but at this point we're already so far in. Just clicking on another one. What is Sweetest Day? Why is Super Bowl a holiday in these things? What the frick? Okay, fine. This one, at least this one doesn't have any AI. So top 3, clearly Halloween. Where is Christmas? Christmas? This doesn't have... Oh, Merry Christmas. Man, these are not very good. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Black Friday, the worst. Valentine's Day, okay. Independence Day is amazing. Happy Father's Day, I said was like, okay. Easter, I said was good, great. Hanukkah, good, great. Thanksgiving, Mother's Day. Okay, so we have 4 more, right? Minor pivot after I got fed up with how terrible the other list was. This list only has the D tier ones in our goat. No, there's a couple fine ones. Like, I'm not gonna call like Hanukkah D tier. Is there a non-binary date? That's not a holiday, you goof. So Thanksgiving, top of okay for me. If you are not American or Canadian, do Mexican? Is there a Mexican Thanksgiving? Because I understand that, like, Thanksgiving, as most people conceptualize it, is the American Thanksgiving. But I also know that Canada has a Thanksgiving, and I don't know if Mexico or other Latin American countries, or even South American countries, also have a Thanksgiving. Because obviously, it is the interplay between colonizers, pilgrims, and indigenous people, right? What it represents? I remember learning about Thanksgiving in school, and I learned that it was a good thing. And then I learned about all the bad things. And it makes me think that maybe it wasn't such a good thing. Turkey and after dinner food, coma is great. I'm not a big fan of turkey, though. My issue with Thanksgiving, I'm not the biggest fan of turkey. So when I have Thanksgiving, I'll have a little bit of turkey. I'll have like a little bit of mashed potatoes. I'll have like some bread. And like some sweet potatoes. And that's it. And I don't even eat that much. And then Thanksgiving, I will say, my family, we did literally like invite like extended family over, or like any of you have people, they're not blood related, they're family kind of deal. Like they're not family friends, like they're just your family. So we invited some of them over, and we would just like all say what we're thankful for that year. And I mean, it's nice enough. It's good food. It's an excuse to meet family, but it's also you have to meet family. Right. Easter is anchored in a religion I have a bad relationship with, puppeteered by socioeconomic system. Oh, it's basically Halloween, but not horror themed. We make chariots, make parades in the room, throw confetti at each other. That's crazy. Ham is better. Ham is better. I've never had a Thanksgiving ham because in the US, to have anything other than a turkey on Thanksgiving is anathema. Happy Mother's Day. I have a better relationship with my mother. But like ultimately, I'm gonna say it's about the same as Father's Day. It's like a recognition of your mother. It's a recognition of your father. It's a recognition of a parent. If you have a bad relationship with them, you're not gonna enjoy it. If you have a good relationship with them, it probably doesn't matter because you're already doing stuff with them anyway. My family goes overboard for Thanksgiving. The house gets full of people and they fatten us up and it's really loud, which I don't super enjoy. Yeah, I will say, as I have like moved across the country from a lot of my family, as I am now alone effectively for the first time, like I'm out of state of anyone else in my family, the closest people are like 8 hours away. I definitely appreciated, even though it was very inconvenient to like go out earlier this year to see family, to like celebrate birthdays and like see a bunch of my extended family and also my family from back home who also went, like it was nice. And I think the further distance you have from them, the more you appreciate big family gatherings, but it is still a lot, right? New Year's. Top of A. Generally, New Year's, like the week between like the 25th and like the 2nd of like December to January is not real. Does not count. Nothing happens. And so New Year, like I would almost go so far as to say like if it's top 3, bottom of top 3. However, I'm going to say amazing because New Year's, it itself is not that great. It itself is like fine. The fact that it's surrounded by this like moat of inactivity, of relaxation, of generally not having to do much work. Even if you still have work, it's generally not going to be the same level as like the middle of September. How do you afford the travel expenses? I don't. What it is that it's like when my family all gets together and my mother will hit me up and she's like, hey, I want to fly all of us out to meet our family. Would you be willing? Like, could you make time for that? And then I have to schedule out the time for that because it's like she's willing to fly me out if it's like once a year, maybe twice a year, right? So this was before the Spirit thing. This was before the airlines collapsed and prices went up $1,000 per ticket. So who knows if that's going to happen going forward? But like, at least for me, it was a situation where like, because it had been like a year since I saw anyone, she was like, I will buy your ticket. Please just come over. And I'm like, you got it. Between Christmas and New Year's, there's a filler arc. Exactly. St. Patrick's Day. Okay. I'm going to say something crazy. I'm going to say something absolutely insane. Bottom of okay. Bottom of D tier. Why? 1, I don't drink. 2, I'm not Irish. And this is just literally a cultural appropriation. 3, St. Patrick, unless I'm mistaken, he was famous for getting all of the snakes out of Ireland. The snakes. That's analogous. I think is that he was getting out the Catholics, or he was a Catholic getting out the Protestants. Anyway, it was a matter of like driving out people from their homes, right? Yeah, St. Patrick's Day in the States is Cinco de Mayo for pale people. Oh my gosh. So like, one of the most dangerous days to be on the road, I think it's New Year's and St. Patrick's Day, because everyone's drinking and no one thinks that they had too much, right? Everyone thinks that they're fine. He was converting Ireland to Catholicism. Yeah, sorry, it was pagans. So he was driving out the pagans, and those were the snakes he was driving out. So like, it's icky on the back end, it's icky on the front end. I don't participate in it. It's dangerous. Many people lose their lives as a result from alcohol poisoning, as well as car crashes from drunk driving. Terrible holiday. Yeah, snakes weren't snakes. St. Patrick's is A, if you're young and drink, D, for anything else. Yeah. I'd even say, like, if you're young and you're drinking, you go out to an Irish pub, it's packed 3 times its maximum capacity, all of the drinks are twice the price, and you get, like, sloppy drunk, and then you stumble out into the street, pass out, and then wake up. Like, that doesn't sound A to me. That sounds, like, okay at best. Also normalizes casual pinching of... I forgot about the green thing, yeah. Of course, they never told us that. That's the thing! People don't like talking about bad history. So, this is my list. Top 3. Top 2. Amazing. This being standard Independence. If it's 4th of July, I would say it's like good, great. I think it's like there for good, great. But as it stands, I would say amazing for just Independence Days. I have positive associations with Easter. Hanukkah, that is one where I think it would be higher if it was not put forward as Jewish Christmas, but because it is, my understanding is that that's kind of like taking the spotlight away from other more like culturally relevant and religiously significant holidays. Thanksgiving, Mother's Day, Father's Day, Valentine's Day, Patrick's Day, Black Friday, the worst. The Ghost of St. Patrick's Day, yeah. What was I doing? Oh, right. I was talking about mechs. Is anyone here still, like, is anyone even here for the mechs still? Does anyone even care about the mechs? Are we looking to talk about mechs more, or are we talking about, like, games for freaks? Because I could download, let me, real quick. Games for Freaks, issue 3. Let me download this. Yeah, Games for Freaks Volume 4 is out. So today, we're going to be looking over Games for Freaks Volume 3, and we're also going to talk about mechs. We kind of already did talk about mechs. Also, I need to remember to, let's skip, let's skip the very first one. Let's skip the first page of that, because I can't show that. Let's grab Games for Freaks Volume 3. Okay. What was that noise? I might be hearing things, maybe. Or you could be listening to the music in the background, which this is mostly atmospheric. It came back to the original thingy. Yeah, you're right. I don't think that we should do that. I think that we should go for Games for Freaks Volume 3. Oh. Expected you, that vulgar wretch, Charlotte? None such. I am Gideon, the Black, also called the Accursed. I am a necromancer by covenant and sacrifice, by the dark blood of Gore Mungor, the corpse that was. This foolery will cease. Turn him into a marketable mascot now! Huh? Let's get to it. Arrow casually squeaking and mewling. Wait, I didn't squeak. I didn't squeak. Mine eyes, 'tis too bright. Oh my gosh. Art and layout by Tom Bloom. Do not reproduce without permission. I missed Halloween with this release. Please forgive me. Yeah, because this came out like 6 months ago. Oh my gosh. People made like Hellmonth minis. People keep shooting over incredibly sick stuff they made. This is the place for it. If you got something to submit, shoot it over or on the Chasm Discord. Here's music that he's been listening to. Here's a bunch of Hellmonth art. Fascinating. Miniature facsimiles of the major houses. Why does he have like the handsome Squidward face? Oh yeah, so if you don't know, I make noises. In case you weren't aware, I make noises, and there is a little bit of a culture here where people try to make me squeak, because when I make noise, I tend to squeak. And if I laugh, I tend to squeak when I laugh. So there you go. You know, after the girlfriend video, I realized I could watch an entire compilation of you not anticipating hanky-panky jokes that were telegraphed from last week. That's like over an hour long. Okay, again, I have an open policy when it comes to clipping stuff on stream. I encourage you to clip it and ship it. And if you make a channel where you're clipping stuff of me, I will shout you out and I will like at you and I will like repost your stuff because I think that that is cool and fun and whatever. It also takes work off of my plate. So if you want to do that, you can do that. Try to as if you don't just do it on your own. Hey, who doesn't make noises? I mean, presumably people that like are mute. I mean, presumably. I know not what hell you have cast me into, but I shall surely endure. So Seer, we got some sins from Cain. Do you see this freaking like? I assume this is a centipede, where it's literally based off of a virus. That's wild to me. What the frick? Oh, hi Svel. Hi Svel. Temerity office merch. Oh my gosh. Better a rising ape than a falling angel. 97th anti-psyker. What is... Okay, wait. What is this a reference to? This looks like a reference to something. Like being stuffed in a box and like in that position. I recognize this. I don't know what it is. Gaslight Gatekeep Squeak Boss. You know it. Oh, see, this is so cool. Oh, more cosplay. I love seeing the cosplay in this. Oh my gosh. People are so talented. People are so talented. This is someone's carcass faction. This is someone's little carcass faction. That's so cute. Is it CSM? Is this CSM? This can't be Chainsaw Man. I think Chainsaw Man would have referenced this, if anything. Talking Heads vibes? My rat-coded VTuber? Oh my gosh. I'm not a rat! Hey, the virtues! Okay. Okay, so like hope and charity and justice and prudence and faith. Oh, wait! This was faith. I assumed that this was, from Malagast. The accusers? Not the accusers. Oh my gosh, they made Fortitude like a muscle dude with like the mom tattoo. That's hilarious. Okay, so yet another faction. Yet another Igori. Is this the peak of which Charlotte oft spoke upon? Its powers mighty indeed. I shall further ruminate upon it. Oh my gosh, someone made like cards and handouts for all of them, tokens. What's yours is mine, as above, so below. This is all so cool. This is all so cool. If only I had the ability to do art. Okay, so, or are you backcoded? I can see me being backcoded. I mean, I'm mostly black and gold. Like, how many of you don't know that I have a vampire outfit? Like, for Halloween one year, I put on a vampire outfit, and now at any time I can swap over to a vampire outfit, and I have little fangs, and I go, you know? Arrow bats? Ah! Wait. Can I squeak? I don't know if I can do a squeak on command. Oh, like Denji and Power in the box? Oh. So you say you make noises, but you're nothing on a certain down bad lesbian I follow. She screeches like a seagull. Well, yes, because I'm not down bad. I am not simply squeaking and screeching to my heart's content. All I am doing is speaking, and I happen to make noises. So Malagast. So, who here knows nothing about Malagast Magna Gothica? Who here is completely non-knowledgeable in Malagast Magna Gothica? These are special haunts. These are your sit reps. These are your map layouts. These are your objectives. Really? There's a soccer? Oh my gosh. Capture the Skull Harvest. Me, I have no clue. Okay, so Malagast Magna Gothica. Made by Tom Bloom. This is all by Tom Bloom. He made Kane. He made Malagast Magna Gothica. He's also working on other projects. He was part of the team. He was half the team that made Lancer. And so Malagast Magna Gothica is a gothic, I guess, gore punk war game. It is a skirmish war game where you have a necromancer that is your main unit, and you have, I think it's 5 other units that you have as your little thralls that come with you. And so, for instance, you might have Carcass, which is all about bones and guns. So like this would be your necromancer and these would be your various units, and people are drawing fan art of it. Or you have Helminth, which is all about like worms that evolve over time. So this might be your army. You might have a necromancer, and then you might have like 2 knights and some pages. And so like you can go through and have these various characters in a skirmish war game. And think like 40k, but you only have like 6 minis. Think 40k Kill Team. Think Trench Crusade. That's the kind of thing we're going for. And in this, Games for Freaks Volume 3 is giving you extra special hunts. These are other goals that you can have instead of just kill the enemy. Right? And so I'm not going to look at these because while I have played Malagast now, these don't really interest me as much. I would be much more interested in choosing a special hunt once I hop down to play and being like, oh my gosh, the Soul Drinker's Chamber. That's crazy, you know, as opposed to just like coming up with it or reading through all of them now. Oh my gosh, that's a ton. That's incredible. Skulls. So like game modes, yeah, these are different game modes you can play. Imagine playing, because remember, this is a war game. It's not a TTRPG. Malagast Magna Gothica, not a TTRPG. So there are defined rules. It only goes for 5 rounds. It's more like a board game than anything. And so these are extra different game modes that you have access to. A lot of them are still kill the enemy. A lot of them are still do like take out the enemy necromancer, and that's how you win the game. However, a lot of them also are like capture the point. A lot of them are also like steal their skull. A lot of them are also activate 3 nodes and leave, right? Yeah, like 40k, but with 10 models total. Hi, I'm studying for my test tomorrow. Do you want to help me figure out vibrations for continuous systems? No. But best of luck. It reminds you of Rexifer's Freak Show. I wonder if it's because it's called Games for Freaks. Maybe that's why. That might be why. Okay, so ancient necromancer skulls are high demand in Anzamezron, not in least of which because of the power they contain. Necromancers are inured against death due to the pacts with devils or greater powers from hell or other forces, and so are vastly less affected by degradation or repeated resurrection, known as the Black Stain. It takes a long time for a full, titled necromancer to lose their minds and bodies to the stain. Even so, there are those that have been in the city for thousands of years and are now, literally, merely a fraction of themselves. Barely a glimmer of consciousness is left in their skulls, but the crystallized power they contain is highly valued by demons and other practitioners of the dark arts. Alternatively, they are used as balls in several popular sports leagues. This is hilarious. So you can play Skull Soccer. So you're not trying to kill each other, you're trying to score goals, which is very funny to me. And I imagine you can kill them in order to score goals. Capture the Skull, where you have to run in and you have to drop it in your own starting objective. And Skull Harvest, and you have to run over to their objective. Nice. That sounds incredibly silly. And there's more reinforcement. How much did he do in Games for Freaks Volume 3? What the frick? Yep, like the Tarso Ghoul, the Peon, the Famine Demon. The following units can be taken in addition to any core Malagast rulebook. The Peon is a new thrall for Helminth. The Tarsalgol and Famine Demon are mercenaries. A single unit slot can be of any type, can be a mercenary, so 1 unit or 2 units in case of thralls. Any faction can take mercenaries. However, unlike core factions, mercenaries cannot be upgraded by dark powers. So these are generic units that any faction can take, right? These are generic units, whereas Helminth, the Peon, is a standard unit that Helminth can take. And then Archive 1998. New agendas, new blasphemies, mother, and perfect sins. Holy frick. Oh no. This doesn't look very good. This looks very bad, in fact. This looks something I don't want. A doll. Broken and cradle. The following agendas can be taken by any XO. The broken agenda is a new way to end a character story. It might not be the best way. The doll. Give up something. Willingly do something painful. Flop. Once a hunt, you can throw yourself to the ground. While in this state, human sins and exos will treat you as if you were dead, severely ill, or unconscious. It may distract them, and they won't immediately target you in a combat, and they won't target you in a conflict scene. You immediately end this effect by doing anything that would require an action roll, or it ends as the end of the scene. It only ever works on the same target. It only works once on the same target ever. Oh wow. Soft. You become minus 1d for hard actions, even if they later become easy, but always gain plus 1d for straight rolls. So in Kane, you have a pool of dice to roll a number of d6s, usually between 1 and 3, and then if their roll is hard, it requires all 6s. But if it's normal, then it's a 4 or higher. So if I roll 3d6 and the roll is hard, and I get a 1, a 3, and a 6, I got a single success. If it's normal and I got a 1 and 3 and 6, I still only got 1 success. However, this changes that. Pincushion. XOs in short range from you can always take injuries or afflictions in your place. If they do, they gain 1 XP, but no more than once a mission. Tag along. When you participate in teamwork, the leader of the role always takes 2 non-lethal stress, but always gains plus 1d. Daydream. At the start of any conflict scene, you may erase up to 4 stress. If you do, roll a maximum of 1 die on actions for the rest of the scene. It's so weird. It's so creepy. Cradle. Protect your ward from the consequences of their actions. Let your ward suffer. I'm getting weird toxic Yuri vibes between the doll and Cradle already. When you choose this agenda, have one of its powers or have its bolded item, choose another character as your ward. You can switch your ward between hunts. Matrophagy. Your ward can deal 3 non-lethal damage but irreducible stress to you in place of a psyche burst as long as they are in short range of you. Coddle. Once a conflict scene, you may take the defend or aid action for free, targeting only your ward. This doesn't take your action for the round. Fragile. You gain plus 1 max stress, but can no longer clear stress by any means other than taking an injury. Oof. Sin Eater. Once a hunt, when you give your ward a warm gesture, a smile, a hug, a pat on the head, you can transfer any amount of stress and up to 1 affliction or hook from them to you. This could cause an injury or kill you. Offering. As long as you're in short range from your ward, you can gain plus 1d3 sin, or 1d3 plus 1 sin to prevent any injury to your ward, or 1d6 plus 2 to prevent instant death. Each can trigger separately only once a hunt. Your ward instead remains at 1 stress below max. Describe how you avert disaster. I don't like either of these. Not from I think that it doesn't work mechanically or flavorfully. I don't like them. I don't want them in my game. Tom Bloom totally played Girlfriend before writing this. No, actually. He wrote this and published it like 6 months, or probably like 7 months ago. He missed Halloween and it was like in November. And he tweeted like the day I made the Girlfriend video, just read through Girlfriend. So he didn't like, he may have been aware of Girlfriend, but he only read Girlfriend like within the past like week. At least as far as his Blue Sky tweet went. Broken. Kill or kill. Ripped at the seams. After pressure increases during mission, mark off 1d3 sin boxes. When you sin overflow, you can always choose between losing and keeping control. Retire your XO after the current mission is over. Face executioner exile. There's nothing left for you here. Oh. Oh. Okay. Notably, that doesn't say anything about like, oh, you can choose this in the middle of a mission. It's entirely, you start a mission, broken. You go in and you're like, I'm gonna die. This is my last mission. I'm done with this. That's rad as heck. That is rad as heck. Okay. Tongue. Your word is law. Root in language center of the brain, suggesting connections to recorded manifestations of ecstatic speech and divine language. Manifesting tongue blasphemies requires special speech therapy conditioning and restraint system 25 in order with Castle code in order to avoid accidental exposure. You may be required to maintain silence for long periods of time. Your tongue may also turn pitch or ink black or become forked. This is normal. The word. Your powers have no effect if you can't speak or if sound is somehow suppressed. For instance, if you have a smother user that uses the ability to remove all sound. Using the same power from this blasphemy more than once before resting has ramping effects, which are not optional. Second time, +1 cat, 1 irreducible stress. Third time, +2 cat, +1 D, take 3 irreducible stress. Anyone in short range from you takes a deafened affliction for the rest of the hunt. Oh geez. Fourth time, power always resolves a cat 7. And do not roll. Afterwards, suffer instant death as your body is ripped apart by forces beyond comprehension, which cannot be ignored. Anyone in short range of you is permanently deafened. So, forked tongue Yuri, that sounds like... Stop. No. I'm not going to think about that. I'm not going to go where my brain thought. I'm not going to go, like, Yuri has taken me places that I would not go with a gun, but I'm not going there on stream in front of a live studio audience. Not when my branding is at risk. Narrate. Effect. Pick up a cat-sized group of humans or exos in range, which could include yourself, an object or location in range, and a verb. Then narrate a sentence using the following structure. He, she, they, was, were, verbing the noun. He was opening the door. She was falling in the air. He was driving the car. They were lying on the floor. Which, very important to note, you can do minor grammatical changes to make it fit, such as lying on the floor, as opposed to just verbing the floor. Roll Psyche for its effects and only spend a Psyche burst on a success. After the sentence finishes, and if the roll is successful, it becomes true, including moving any affected people where they need to be as if they were always there. This does not adjust human memory, nor can it create anything, change anyone, or directly harm anyone. It can still easily harm someone indirectly, as you can see from the examples. Right, so if I say, like, he was lying on the floor, and there is a car driving by, I can say he was lying on the floor, he suddenly hits the deck and gets run over. I didn't deal damage to him, but he still took damage, because car. Step into the Yuri light. Yuri at risk. I was going to talk about how you could have 2 characters, one of whom has the tongue blasphemy and is the cradle, and then they have a doll, and then they have Yuri, and imagine what you could do with a forked tongue. Like, that's not where we need to take this now. I'm moving away from that. I'm moving back from the sussy angle. I'm going into say-so. I'm retreating back into my say-so corner. Die. Instant curse. Effect. You say die and instantly kill all humans in an area up to cat size centered on you. This is not optional. You don't get to choose who to kill or spare, and you don't require a roll to do so. If you use this power at least once to kill one person, at the end of the hunt, permanently fill a sin box. If you use it if you used it at least once to kill more than one person, fill in 1d3 sin boxes. This feels a little bit harsh, but also I guess like Toadspawn, cultists, even infested technically, are like pseudo-humans, so... Snap, click, pop. You say the snap, click, or pop and produce any effect that would normally produce from one of those sounds. For example, you could use click to open a locked door, push a button, or type on a keyboard. You could use snap to break an arm or a weapon. You could use pop to blow a car tire or shoot a gun someone else is holding. If necessary, roll Psyche for effects that would be risky, unclear, or inflict harm, and only spend a burst on a success. Otherwise, this power is always successful. When you or an ally next acts to gain advantage, gain +1d. I mean, this one like is really cool. Because snap, click, and pop are so specific, yet so actionable, so broad. Silence. You say silence and choose an area up to cat size with its center at a point in range. Everything in the area completely stops producing sound. Anything mundane that would be a loud noise as part of anything mundane that would make a loud noise as part of the normal function completely stops functioning, such as vehicles, engines, creaky door hinges, guns, explosions, fireworks. Your powers from this blasphemy or any other blasphemy or psychic effect that would create a loud area do not work inside it. Gain +1d, it can easily affect roll parameters. Not what I was expecting. I was expecting the silence spell from D&D. I say silence, it becomes silent. This more so is silence, reality rewrites to make it silent. And it maintains silence, which is interesting. It affects you, interestingly enough. Bang. You say, bang! This causes a massive influx of force affecting... Okay, this one is just Makima. This one is just Makima. Up to a cat 1/2 area with its center in range, typically manifests as an extreme pressure wave. It affects everything except you. Roll Psyche for its effects and only spend on success. Gain +1d if it's quiet or subdued. And gain 1d if you're in favorable acoustics like a canyon, performative venue, theater, or stadium. Hello, Kiki. Yo, Inuyashika, or Inuyashiki? Flavor text, ha ha ha. The tongue flavor text is about to go the way of D&D tieflings in that canon description is very specific and tame relative to what fan base. I mean, like, okay. Tongue flavor text. Your tongue might become pitch or ink black or become forked. That's all it says. However, if you want a tongue that's prehensile and is like 6 inches longer than normal, I would say sure, but you can't use that mechanically, right? Does that make sense? So I would say, sure, if you want your tongue to become bright blue and like thorned and it has like spikes on it or barbs on it, that's cool, sure. You can't like damage someone by licking them, right? That's not going to be something where I'm going to treat it like a sin mark. I would say as a mouth sin mark, you could have something where your tongue extends up to like 3 meters long and you can like grab stuff with it prehensilely. I would say that if you want your tongue to be something where you have like a second like tongue and you can like lick twice at once or whatever, that would be a sin mark you could do. But like, I feel like people get very in their own head. People get kind of uppity about like, oh, I want my tiefling to have a tail and also like curved ram horns. And also I want my tiefling to have like coal black skin and burning red eyes. And like, when I stand in shadow, I have this like, smoothness to me, but when I step out in the light, it becomes really cracked and like dry as if I'm like being overheated by the light. Sure. It's a TTRPG. Go for it. I don't really care. That's on you. And I feel like a lot of people get uppity about that. Let people have fun. That implies that you can use a forked tongue mechanically. No. So like, if I have a forked tongue, I think, personally, I should get like there's even like a little fang here. Although that's just a canine. That's just a canine, never mind. If I have a forked tongue and I stick out my tongue at you, I might be able to intimidate or creep you out. Or I might be able to convince you I'm just a weird cosplayer. I stick my tongue out at you, it's pitch black. I convince you that I'm in like really weird cosplay or like I'm a monster actor or something, which is why I'm dressed up like this weird nun with a gun, right? I'm this priest with a glaive. And then I have this like forked tongue. And then as an admin, I would be like considering giving you a mechanical bonus for that. That said, that's not like mechanically based. And like Flux has this too, where Flux has a situation where your temporal instability, it changes your appearance. And I have let my player, Celerity, go kind of crazy with it. Temporal instability. Your body is different. For the remainder of the mission, pick one you have change in Dyson. After the mission, you have time to train and get used to it, reverting this effect, though keeping any physical changes. Or your face looks a little different, these changes are permanent. When my player got this, they were like, I want piranha teeth. I want my teeth to be replaced by like fanged, like needle-like teeth. And I'm like, sure. And that has not come up mechanically. That is yet to come up in that it's actually faces mechanics for their actions, because that's not what it's intended to be. What it's intended to be is I thought that would be cool. And so I said, sure, right? Just a cane 9. Oh, shush your face. That doesn't deserve a laugh track. I'm gonna step away for like 30 seconds. Give me uno momento. You're real funny, ain't you? Real funny. Although, I will say, I do genuinely find it very funny how people panic whenever I leave. And I get a mixture of Arrow has abandoned us, much like people crying out that their divine savior has abandoned them. I also get people like, oh, dad's out for milk again. Listen, then for Father's Day, am I getting anything? I didn't get anything for Mother's Day from you. Track. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Playlist. Passive. You have a powerful cursed object, which is the focus of your powers. It's a music player. Typically, a tape player or CD player with attached headphones. It doesn't take KP, and you can supernaturally form and reform it in your hand at will. Make a real playlist of 6 songs at the start of each hunt. Some of your powers key off this playlist. Any music you play from it can be heard diegetically in the game, if you so choose. It appears to come from either a visible location in short range, your player, or nowhere in particular, like a soundtrack. You can turn it off or on at will. Gosh. Okay, so this is the passive? I guess the passive is manifesting the CD player, but like, as funny as this is, as cool as this is, this doesn't actually give you anything as a passive. Devil arrow reappearing in a puff of sulfur and brimstone. Yeah, and? I mean, it smells nice. You heck with this? Yeah, I do too. So I was looking at the keys. When did you leave? Don't worry about it. Replay. Whole mission. Charm sword. Short. Without spending a Psyche Burst as a passive, you or an ally in short range from you performs a course of activity that takes no longer than 10 seconds, which you record on your player. Oh, understood. I get it. It records you or your ally at the moment of the recording, including dress, speech, and objects held or worn, but nothing else around them. You can keep 3 recordings this way. Active, you can play a recording by spending a Psyche Burst. Yep. This immediate playback replays a psychic double of the recording. This double is physically intangible, looks and sounds believable, can inflict harm, and can interact with the physical world. Though it demanifests after 10 seconds and cannot interact in any way that was not previously recorded. For example, can't respond to any speech, move through a wall. It can't respond to speech. Or sorry, it can't move through a wall. Or open a door if it was not recorded previously. Oh, because it's physical. So basically, my question with this is, I have a recording. person is here. They like swing their arms out and then they step forward 5 feet and then they do a little spin, right? And then I play it, but there's a wall here. So if I play the recording, do they swing their arms out and then step forward and get stuck on the wall and do a little spin against the wall? Or do they walk through the wall and then do a little spin on this side? I mean, it's kind of Moody Blues. You're not going to lie. This power is just Moody Blues. However, Moody Blues is more so entirely recording. And I don't actually think Moody Blues is interactable. Do they interact with Moody Blues ever? While Moody Blues is doing a recording? Because obviously Moody Blues can go back further than 10 seconds. Moody Blues can like give you information from like years and years ago, like what they were doing on the island, for instance. This is more of I store an action, I redo an action. Echo Night and Kane, but hyper literal, yeah. You can record your friend bashing something with a crowbar and pull that swing out when you... No, that's exactly what I was thinking. You can do that. You can also have your friend go, hey, idiot, over here. Neener, 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 and then like turn around and run away. And then the hound might run after them. Because if that friend is the grudge target, or for instance, you have the host, or you have a grudge target from the hound, or you have a random cowering, crying civilian that the infested think is a real tasty target. Like, it's not just combat abilities you can do this with. It's also way more shenaniganery. So what you're saying is we need to get Arrow some hardware for Father's Day? Oh my gosh. Diegetic soundtrack that your player manages for you. Masterful stroke of genius. Yeah, so I've heard about this. I heard about Tongue. I heard about this. I've heard about Mother. And I just like, I didn't know specifics. Like now I want in my Kane game Bond, one of the NPC XOs, to have track because it would fit her. Because she is constantly like playing CDs. She's constantly like back at base. She has CDs like early to mid 2000s like punk, like Green Day, Linkin Park, Avenged Sevenfold. Why am I not remembering their name? It's not Rise Against, is it? No, Rise Against is Savior. And she said, I don't hate you, boy, just want to save you, boy. Who am I thinking of? You're gonna go far, kid. Americana. Too fly to be fly for a white guy. Why am I not thinking of their name? Hello, Consola. Why do you want me to do the distraction dance? Just trust me on this. It'll help out later. Offspring. Thank you. We need to unite fathers and mothers into Parents' Day. This is what we need to like reach across the aisle. Vibe. Effect. Or sorry, wait, I didn't finish reading replay. What am I talking about? This double is physically tangible and demanifest after 10 seconds. Wait, no, I did read it. Roll psyche if effects are unclear or if they'll deal damage or something. Breaking Benjamin. But like, I was thinking Offspring. I was listening to a good bit of Offspring last year. Just like, because why not, you know? I for those of you who don't know, I love metal. And I want to go to a metal show. So yeah, I enjoy metal. I enjoy punk. I enjoy 90s, 2000s rock and punk. I never really got into grunge, I will say. Grunge is a little bit before my time, but like 70s, 80s, a little bit into the 90s, but mostly 70s, 80s. That one's before my time. That one I never really got into. I don't dislike it, but just I never really got into them. Are Dead Kennedys rock or are they punk? I feel like they're like punk rock. I think a combination of both is best. AC6 has a good balance of it with armored cores, weapons, combats. Yeah, so my thing with AC6 is that they're cool mechs, and it's scary when you think about the lore. It's creepy when you think about the lore of AC6, but mechanically, cool mech. Mechanically, For 90% of the game, it's look at this cool mech, look at how I'm making my cool mechs do stuff. It's really fun, it's really cool. The background of like C4621 with like the coral treatment, 4th generation, with Iguazu, with Sula, with all of the surgeries that you have to go through to become an AC pilot is horrifying. But it's not really like addressed. Eric doesn't remember September then? You're right, I forgot about September. Earth, Wind, and Fire, I believe. Echo Knight Light. Well, so it's less Echo Knight and it's more Pokeball, right? It's less Echo Knight and it's more like, hey, Mizzle, like, I want you to hit the distraction dance for me and then turn around and run as fast as you can after 3 seconds. So then you hit the distraction dance and you turn around and you sprint. And then I'm like, hey, cut a left, and then you cut a left. And then like I Pokeball that out later. It's illusion magic is what it is. Boost. You can activate the power once a scene before yourself or any ally uses blasphemy and makes a psyche roll. Pick a track from your playlist. Record the first 3 digits of the track length, like 3, 3, 5, zeros do not count. So a 10, 35 track would be a 1, 3, 5. For each die rolled, the action gains +1 additional cat for every die rolled that matches a number. No Psyche Burst. So that's what this little symbol does. This little X, no Psyche Burst. Once per scene, make a Psyche roll. If you match any numbers, you get +1 cat for each one rolled. Max cat 7. Also, I'm assuming all of like the inner furnace, like overpowered like agenda sorcerer strats, like the wellspring of magic or whatever, that should all be cat 7. Like the game pretty consistently is just like, hey, this can only become cat 7 across multiple things. In my game would probably rule it's max cat 7. Check out Sound and Fury by Sturgill Simpson, rock opera album that really just makes your ears bleed in a good way. Also had 3 Japanese animation studios animate it. The main like animated album I think of is Daft Punk, where I don't remember which album it is, but Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger. Like with the alien like rock band that like infiltrates Earth. Like I found the entire album animated and I haven't watched it yet and I want to. That actually might be fun to do on Discord. That might be fun to do as like a Discord stream. Because like choral treatment is intended to fade into the background. I mean, my issue with, this is just, it fades into the background to show how awful everything is. When everything is awful, I ignore the awfulness, I habituate to it, and everything becomes cool. That's what I do with 40k. That's why I don't think 40k Titans are scary. 40k Titans, on like an objective, conceptual level, horrifying. You are locked into this thing as a princeps with an entire crew manning this beast of war that can level cities, is sent by God, the God Emperor, and has the power to destroy, basically single-handedly, an entire planet. And you are just trapped in this thing, sent to go slaughter millions. That is horrifying. However, it's like low tier in terms of bad stuff, in like what goes on in 40k. Like the Drukhari are way worse. A lot of chaos nonsense, a lot worse. But like the Tyranids, horrifying. Eldritch monstrosities that sweep across your world, devour you like locusts, and then move on to the next planet. Not that bad. Not that scary. They're pretty cool. You're right. Yeah, they're too big to properly conceive of. 99% sure that Sturgill Simpson was inspired by Interstellar 5555. Got it. Understood. Yeah, so the thing with this is that my issue with Boost, this is really good. My issue with it incentivizes Yeah, it gains +1 action additional cap for every die rolled that matches a number according to it. My issue with this is I roll Psyche. I want a song that has like 1, 2, 3. I want a song that has 3, 4, 5. I want a song that has 3 different numbers. So I'm not going to include in my track a 4-minute, 45-second long song because mechanically that is less advantageous than if I had a 3-minute 45 song. Does that make sense? Like, I understand what's like the fantasy going on here, but like as someone that struggles to not min-max when it's something so what? Now I'm yawning. What's wrong with all of you? I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even realize I said it incentivizes and then I yawned. What? I'm confused. I was complaining and now I got distracted. Title. Oh my gosh, my voice. Title. You play a track, manifest a short range from your psychic manifestation based on any part of the title, up to cat size and magnitude. The effect can create a psychic copy of any object, a psychic copy of any human or animal, a brief burst of energy, weather, or physical force, named in the title. It lasts until you roll for its effects, until you use its power again, or until the scene passes, then it dissipates. Anything created is tangible but has an aura of otherworldly wrongness to it, to regular humans, who will catch on under close inspection. It can cause tangible harm or force and interact with the physical world, but is no way obligated to follow your instructions if it can act independently. If the use of this power would cause harm, roll Psyche, only manifesting on a success, otherwise it always takes effect. So like, I'm trying to think like what would be good here. My first thought is like Knights of Sidonia, because like I can summon knights would be really cool. Okay, like, listen, harder, better, faster, stronger. I manifest like stronger. I manifest faster. I manifest harder. Like I feel as though that would be pretty good actually. Get lucky. I manifest lucky. Like obviously it doesn't say like a property, but like I feel as though that would be applicable. Down with the sickness, I manifest sickness. That could work. Actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf. I manifest cannibal. And then it's just like it's a steeple, right, that pops up. You can summon Sparkle Mountain by Andrew Huang. Duran Duran Invisible. I summon Invisible. Party in the I was gonna say Party in the USA summons the entire contiguous United States of America. Like any object, I would say that the US is an object. Supermassive black hole. Oh no. Oh no. Let's move off of this. Shuffle. You may choose any number of objects. The B's are filled in. You may choose any number of objects, vehicles, and people in the area. Anything swapped may have... What? Anything swapped may have a size up to a half cat. You may instantly swap their positions and momentum. You must swap things of appropriately the same size and mass. If attempting otherwise or attempting harm, roll Psyche and only spend on success, gain +1d. Consola is running. Ryudukat is standing still. I shuffle Consola and Ryudukat. Now Ryudukat, you suddenly go flying as if you were sprinting, and Consola, you like break. You like just stop moving, even though you're trying to run. Interesting. Summon Albuquerque. Vibe. When a scene starts, you may use the power to play a track from your playlist. Decide if it's melancholy, chill, or angsty. Gain a bonus on the track's types for the rest of the scene. Your ally erases 1 stress when they fail a roll. After your ally gains a hook, injury, or affliction, they gain +1d. At the end of the scene, everyone in short range erases 1 stress if there's no risky or hard rolls made this scene. When a scene starts, so based on the track, when I think about this is that chill is not that good. Everyone in short range of you at the end of the scene erases one stress if there's no risky or hard rolls made that scene. If it's a conflict scene, you're not going to have that, so you don't want to play chill. I'm surprised there's no like action oriented. I'm surprised there's no combat one. I assume because it's vibe, it's like we're vibing here. My issue with this, and again, this is like nitpicky. I use vibe, I make a melancholic song. Okay, hey Mallow, climb up this wall. Okay, you made it, so hop back down, climb up again. Okay, you failed this time, you erase one stress. Okay, now climb up the wall again. Okay, well you failed again, so you erase another stress. Like, that's because it lasts for the scene, there's no reason you can't do that. And that's something where like, as an admin, I would not allow that. But like, as a player, that's my first thought. As a player, I'm like, how can I break this? Oh, I can just put on something melancholic, spam a single roll until I continually fail. Does that make sense? Female to male bottom surgery be like gain plus 1D. I cast Field of Verdun, enjoy walking the barrage goober. The looser leftover cursed objects created by this power are curated in Temerity Archive 52. The collection is quite extensive and has a fairly rabid following among certain subsections of Kane's staff. Yeah, chill only activates once is my issue, at the end of the scene. And also, it's only if there was no risky or hard rolls made. So it's like, yay? But generally, a chill song can usually also be melancholic. I don't know about you. Some of the chillest songs make me feel the most melancholic. Because when I feel melancholy, I feel this feeling of emptiness. I feel like this void inside of me that I want to fill. And chill vibes make me yearn. Chill vibes make me want. And so that leads to melancholy a lot of the time. So I could pretty reasonably argue any chill song is a melancholic song. And so why would I ever not just do melancholic and then purposely like, oh, I have one conditioning. Let me try and climb up this building. Oh, I failed. I recover stress. Awesome. It's not even risky. It's just hard. So I have to like roll a 1 through a 5 and then I recover stress. Hey, Kaylee. Always a delight. Well, always a delight to have folks come on in. Lo-fi beats to study how to fight sins too. Oh, right. It was wire. I thought mother was a blasphemy. They're like veins, if you really think about it. You can even hear its heartbeat. Fact. No, it's real. Wire has only been discovered by Kane in the last 2 years, but the organization understands it fairly well. Users may develop the ability to hear phone lines and electrical signals. You will eventually be able to ignore the sound. Involuntary body modification through this power is common. Do not be alarmed. It will return to normal in 1 to 2 hours. Main artery. You have a cell phone with better features such as wireless internet access. It doesn't take KP. You can produce or remove it at will, forming it from psychic energy, even if you lose it. Okay, okay. I am not locked into my phone like that. This also sounds very useful. You know, like it sounds, I'm not that guy, right? I'm not that guy, pal. I'm not that guy. That being said, you know, you feel? Ari, you might need to talk to a therapist about that. About what? Being not that guy, pal? You just noticed the keys jangling in the background? Yeah, the keys. Okay, I can remove the keys. People get really mad when I take away the keys. Like I had it on my Go XLR for a long time to remove the keys. Like, if people are gonna keep talking about them, I can just remove them. Where are they? There you go. Yeah, if they're distracting, I'll just remove them. Every time I remove the keys, people get upset. Like they yell at me. They get really like whiny. I get really like they start acting weird about it. The melancholy thing is just classic DM problem of players going, can I retake my roll till 20? But in reverse, the answer is no. You keep succeeding whatever you're trying to do. That's the thing. Like, I feel like it's reasonable if I have like a 0 conditioning. I want to climb this building. I fail, so I recover stress. Can we have a lava lamp, pretty please? I've already given you a lava lamp. I think the keys just show who your audience is. The keys have been a thing for like a year. Yeah, the keys have been a thing, like part of stream for like a year. No more keys. Can I remove the keys again? I mean, I can delete them from OBS. If you'd like, I can make it that I... See, like right now, I can turn them on and off whenever I want. I could delete them. I could remove them from my OBS, from the scene, so that you never get keys again. Is that what you want? You mainly listen to the stream while working, so you hardly ever notice the keys. I mean, I am a yapper. That does make sense. Why would I do that? Because I like tormenting you. I don't think people understand how much joy I get from your suffering. I'm a tease. That increase suffering. Terminal. Effect. You manifest a computer terminal that emerges harmlessly, but somewhat disturbingly, from your body, usually your chest or back. While manifesting this terminal, activities are hard if you're moving or under duress, but you can otherwise act normally, including typing or interfacing from yourself. The terminal has a fast connection to the internet and is powered regardless of location. Any other character interacting with you can use your relevant skills to gather information using you. The first time in a scene someone gathers information, gain +1D. You end this power within a few moments, concentration, retracting the terminal. Nice. Or slowly fade the keys into the background. That'd be really funny. If you are going to delete them, you need to replace them with something else. But what will happen to that screen space? It's empty space. It's behind my chair. I can just move my chair up if you want. I can take I can like scooch myself up if you would prefer. Is that what you're looking for? Is that what you want from me? You're so needy. Like, why am I doing this for you? Why do I give you nice things? Wait, I thought you had a computer just now. Deck. Send deck pics. You flip a keyboard out from any object, construction, vehicle, or human or XO. The keyboard lasts until you produce a new one or until the end of the scene. While the keyboard is out and you're able to type on it, when gathering information on your subject, you can interact with them as if they're a computer, roll psyche, or the interfacing skill, first time +1D. I can flip it out from even impossible surfaces. It may be made from unusable materials, but it does not harm the person it's produced from, although it is hard to type on if they're unwilling or while they're moving. Okay. This is much more computer-oriented than I imagined. I assumed it was going to be about phones, calling, like landlines kind of deal. Disc. Whitesnake? You touch an adjacent willing human or XO, or an object, vehicle, or construction of cat size, and store them as a CD, spinning a psyche burst. You can keep a number of CDs equal to cat +1. They reset between missions and the contents are freed. A person stored is in a stasis of some sort and has no awareness for sensation and cannot take harm or be affected in any way. Though hooks, talismans, and afflictions on exos within can continue to build up, affecting them instantly on release if fold. Putting a stored CD into a CD disk drive lets you read information about its captive like a text document. When you activate the CD again, or if it is broken before them, they reappear in such a space within short range, regardless of if there's room of it or not. Roll psyche. Huh. Windows 95 flavored Outlook Express, yeah. So is it weird that my first thought for this, because in the setting doc that I have, I went in and said like, hey, crowd freezing isn't really real. But what it is that tension users have been keeping them in stasis, like virtues, between deployments for generations now. And recently in modern times, Flux has been put forward to take over tension's role. What if Wire is like the most efficient way? I want to say it was part of part 6's stand. That's why I said Whitesnake. As soon as I saw it, I said, Whitesnake? Because Whitesnake is the main villain, no spoilers, the main villain's first stand, Whitesnake. Right. I personally want people to be scared of how cool they think my mech is. That's fair. Like, The thing with the cool, scary dichotomy is I feel like you can walk the line. I feel like most media doesn't, though. No! Don't turn me into a marketable CD! No! I don't have a CD asset, otherwise I would have replaced that with my... Like, that would have been good, you know? If I was prepared, if I was a good streamer, if I was intelligent, if I was on my game, I would have been able to just like, you know? Darn, I hardly knew you. Exactly. So, effect, you instantly transpose your physical form and a group of up to cat-sized willing humans or exos in short range from you into a psychic electric charge, travel rapidly through a phone line or network computer, appearing instantly to the other side. However, you must be able to clearly see your destination, or else know the phone number of the target you want to reach, or the network address of the computer on the other side. You can use this power without knowing your destination, but where you end up is entirely up to the admin. So first off, Mario Odyssey, Cappy, throw it on a little like electrical line across the way, right? Secondly, admin, I want to use Surge to go into this phone line. And I'm going to go out the other end. And the admin says, are you sure? And then I say yes. And then the admin says, okay, you have wound up in a random town out in the middle of the Canadian wilderness. And I say, how the frick did that happen? And then my admin says, because that's how landlines work. That's how computer networks work. If you were prepared, you wouldn't be my Oshi. Exos are people used as cannon fodder? Yes. So what are exos? Power armor-sized robots? House size? Okay, so exos. This is Kane. We're not talking about robots right now. Right now we're talking about the TTRPG Kane, which is made by Tom Bloom, the same guy who was one of the two guys that made Lancer, the mech TTRPG. Kane, you play as exos or exorcists who have psychic powers and fight manifestations of trauma that humans make called sins. And they use their psychic powers to fight the sins and basically wipe away the stain of humanity. And right now, we are looking at a supplement for Kane, which is giving more psychic powers that you have access to. So for instance, this blasphemy, this psychic power is called Wire. It's all about like phone lines, electrical lines, modern technology interfacing. And one of the powers you have access to is Call. Effect. You call any human, Sin, or XO. Only spend a psychic burst if they pick up. If they didn't have a phone on them, this power manifests one when they pick up, and a new number for them, which you don't know unless they tell you. The phone is a little odd and disintegrates into psychic energy when you rest. So I can call anyone, and if they don't have a phone, they get one. And it's a little odd, and just goes away when I rest. So I can call people, I can travel through electrical lines, I can manifest keyboards on objects to learn research about them, I can make a terminal on myself. Arrow CD is one of those left and right ear songs over stimming videos. Oh my gosh. Mother. Okay. She won't get out of my head! OS Director Alhambra is making a firm recommendation to implement Doctrine 8 given operation conditions. Request denied. Hop effectiveness of Mother's infected assets outweigh her potential risk, despite the house's increased antipathy towards her. We will continue to collect and train them when possible, and dispatch instant execution when unable to safely recover assets. As above, so below. Lower first. Oh, that's why... That's why in Glory Unto Them, lower fourth was referenced to. I didn't realize that this was like... Oh, interesting. That's cool. So in Kane, in lore, Kane is run by the board, and it has the upper four and the lower four. The lower four are all XOs, the upper four are all humans. The upper four are all human beings that don't have psychic powers. Lower first, I presume, is the most powerful of the lower board, which theoretically is the single most powerful XO in all of Kane. Unless you assume that virtues are more powerful than board members. Wait, they don't have a phone unless you call them? You can't call them unless they tell you their number? So what this is, I call, like, Alkavi. Alkavi doesn't have their phone on them. So they manifest a really weird psychic phone that's in their pocket. They pick it up. They go, hello? And then I go like, hi, Alkavi. And then we're talking. And then if they hang up on me, I don't know that phone's number. But they know their number, and they can tell me their number. So for instance, if I call you and I'm just like, Alkavi, don't hang up. Your life is in danger. I need 2 things from you. I need the number on this phone, and I also need you to tell me how good you are at evading the police. And you're like, what? And then like I tell you all this stuff, and then I can call you normally later, right? I can call you normally independent of the call power because I have a phone on me. The passive of Wire is I always have a cell phone. I can manifest my own cell phone. So I can always call Alkavi if they give me their number. 1 second, getting a phone call, BRB. I actually just got a phone call like literally 3 minutes ago, and I hung up on him because I'm on stream. My friend keeps calling me whenever I'm on stream. Completely incidentally. Passive. When you sin overflow, you may gain a mother's mark instead of a regular sin mark, and roll 2d6, picking the lowest if you choose to keep control. Mother's mark. A mother's mark does not lower sin overflow cap, but still counts as a sin mark in all other aspects. It has no other gameplay effects. Roll 1d6 for its aspect. You can gain the same mark more than once. New eye in the center of the forehead, looks around on its own. You cannot see through it. It is not yours. Oh. Large patch of skin or hair loses all color, then gains banded stripes. New pupil in the eye. New tongue. Not gonna say it. New limb, elongated and double jointed. Spiraling patterns, warping the skin and muscle. Patterns change and shift over time. If you lose control and have at least 1 mother's mark, you become subsumed into mother, becoming a mother's favorite instead of an imago. This is not a kind fate. Oh. Okay. Unravel. You unravel your skin, muscle, and organs into a pulsing mass. You can reform body parts such as hands, mouths, eyes, or teeth anywhere in this mass at will. While in this form, you cannot use or benefit from your own psyche powers other than this one, but psychic powers can still affect you. You can spread through spaces as small as a sink pipe, spread out your total mass over an area equal to cat, or compact your mass into a tight shape around the size of tight luggage. Roll psyche for any effects you use this form while active. Humans are typically terrified, and the next action taken gets +1d. When you rest, you reform into any area that has enough space for you. If there's no room, you instead reform when there is space. Okay. That's wacked. Wicked? Wacky. Crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a rubber room with Mother. Mother makes me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. Carrion? Hello? A little bit carrion, yeah. Double jointed, huh? Yeah. Gosh, Wire seems so fun. It does. As someone who thinks party-wide telepathy is almost oppressively overpowered for coordination, the phone power is just that, but even longer range and targeted. I mean, not really. It's like, it's a phone call. Like, to say that's overpowered is to say like, oh yeah, comms between mech pilots is overpowered, which I don't really think it is. Willingly turning yourself into a gibbering mouther is filthy. It is kind of nasty, I will say. Polyp. The entire hunt. And it doesn't take a power. It doesn't take a psyche burst. You harmlessly but gruesomely remove and place either or both of your eyes or your mouth, or any combination of your eyes and mouth on a human, exo, sin, or flat surface you can touch. For unwilling or unaware targets, roll psyche. You can see and speak normally from your eye and mouth, but they disappear on your face for the duration. You take any stress from your eye or mouth would take as a consequence of your actions, and they return to your face when you end this power or after they take harm. Additionally, any number of times while active, you can take 1 sin to use a blasphemy power from an eye or mouth in cat +2 range as if you were there. Spending a psyche burst is normal. Gain +1d if doing so would grant you an advantage. That's freaky. I love it. Not. Oh, I didn't realize that we were furries. Passive, so no psyche burst, entire hunt. When you gain any amount of stress, you can capture its negative energy without spending a psyche burst, appearing as a raised knot in the skin. Reduce stress suffered by 2 for each knot gained. You can capture up to 3 knots. At the end of any scene in which you have 1 or more knots, roll 1d6. When a knot bursts, ugh. You take 2 irreducible stress. On a 1, take 1d3 sin and burst. On a 2 to 5, take 1 sin and burst. On a 6, take no sin. So what it is, you're delaying the onset of stress gained at the cost of very likely taking sin and then taking the stress later. So much delicious body horror. I will say I love this. I love this as a blasphemy because I hate it, right? Something I learned in making Xeneolithic. If you don't know, I made a TTRPG called Xeneolithic. It is a Stone Age civilization builder where you don't play a single creature. You build an entire species of like an alien species in an alien world where nothing is tied to the real world. Everything is as weird and wacky as possible because magic exists, but it's fading. So you're trying to evolve your species to survive in a world where there is no magic. And so I went crazy. I went wild. I went as insane as possible. And anytime anything went, oh, that's disgusting, I knew I had to include it. And so that's what I'm feeling with this. I'm like, oh, I hate this. This is amazing, right? Coil. Your limbs peel apart its flesh and skin, then lashes at a target in short range like a whip, dealing harm or pulling them some distance. Oh, so we doing Thorn Whip now. We got D&D cantrips now, just made of flesh. Gain +1d if you have 3 or fewer sin boxes remaining. Oh my gosh. Gain +2 cat in range and have potency if you have sin overflowed this mission. Okay. I see the vision. The only thing about this is that if you have 3 or fewer sin boxes remaining, that goes against the synergy of Mother's Embrace. If you get a Mother's Mark, it does not lower sin overflow cap. Unless I'm misunderstanding this. Flesh Whip, yes. Colony, gain 1d3 sin, then you or an ally in range gains a fleshy shield that absorbs 2 stress from external harm. If a character already has such a shield, increase it by +2, but they also gain 1d3 sin. So you can double up the shield, I guess. Oh, because it doesn't take a Psyche Burst. A lot of these don't take Psyche Bursts. Only Coil. Only Coil takes a Psyche Burst. Everything else just gains sin. That's kind of crazy. It's kind of cracked. Oh, also Unravel. What game is this? This is Cain. Cain. And then we are looking at a supplement, a free official supplement for Cain. You're assuming sin points are bad? Okay, so Cain, you have basically 2 health trackers. You have stress, which is your health, and you have sin. Consider it mana, is what I'll say. If you're here from the girl frame video, sin is void, right? If you know girl frame, sin is void. I liken void to sin from Cain, but the reverse is also true. It is generally the more sin you get, you're good up until you hit a threshold. And then once you hit that inflection point, you have to make a roll. And if you fail the roll, you turn into a sin. You turn into an imago. You turn into a monster that your other players have to kill, and you lose your character. If you make the roll, you get a sin mark. Your sin mark gives you like acid spittle, gives you like a third eye on the back of your head, gives you a extra set of arms. Like it gives you some weird mutation to your physical body that you can then use for benefits. But going forward, every time you make a successful roll, all of your future rolls are harder. So if I max out my sin, I go back down to 0 sin. And then I get more and more sin, and then I max out my sin, and I go back down to sin. And I go up and down. And I go up and down. And I go up and down. And so like the idea being is that every time you get sin, you roll to resist. It's really easy to resist at first. It gets harder and harder and harder and harder. So the more sin you get, the more dangerous you're playing. Stress is just health. Stress is just like, you get it all back at the end of your mission. You lose some, you gain some, it's whatever. So can I become the sin of sloth and procrastinate even more than I do? You can. However, they're not based off the 7 deadly sins. They're based off of traumas inflicted upon you. So for instance, the ogre would be the closest to the sin of sloth, because the ogre manifests if you are someone that is in despair. If you're someone who thinks life is no longer worth living, if you're someone who your partners broke up with you and you lost your job and you're being evicted from your house and the world is against you and you don't have family you can rely on, and like the one friend that you have is really busy right now so they can't be there for you, you go into this depressive spiral. And if you have grace, if you have this like natural aptitude for sin, you might manifest an ogre. And then you manifest this ogre, and the ogre basically is a creature manifested of all of your trauma of being rejected and depressed and despairing and thinking the world isn't worth living. And the ogre will take you and basically like pull you into the shadows and be like, don't worry, the world, it's not worth living. Just sit in the shadows. It's okay. Like nothing's wrong with that. Just sit here and let the world rot and despair around you. Like, it's not worth living anyway, so clearly it's not worth saving. Just like sit here and feel sorry for yourself. And the ogre will like trap you and basically like coddle you and say like, no, you should be wallowing in your self-pity. You should be going into your worst impulses. You should be depressed and sad and self-isolating, as the ogre passively inflicts that same feeling on everyone else in the local area. So the idea with the ogre is that if I'm super depressed and I manifest an ogre, the ogre will say like, just bed rot, lie in bed. It's not worth going to work. You're going to get fired anyway. And then I get fired because I'm not showing up to work. And then the ogre says, see, you got fired. Work isn't even worth it. Just stay here. Just lie in bed. Don't eat any food. Don't talk to any of your friends. Just lie in bed, like, and just like wallow in self-pity. Meanwhile, like the idol is the exact opposite. The idol is that you feel like you're not loved. You feel like no one cares about you. You feel like you're missing out on your dreams and your opportunities and your goals in life. And so the idol manifests and says, oh, you want to be a famous singer? Yeah, sure, I can make you a famous singer. Let's go. And they use their psychic powers to make you a supernatural famous singer that mind controls everyone that listens to you. So everyone loves you. Everyone gives you their attention. Everyone, they put you center stage and you are their star. But no one actually cares about you. Everyone just cares about the fact that they're mind controlled to love what you are, you know? So the whole idea is that an idol will make a cult surrounded around you. And the cult will adore you, and the cult will shower you with praise and affection. And like, maybe if you're not romantically successful, everyone will be throwing themselves at you as a potential partner. Maybe if you really wanted to be famous, you'll have like TV crews like lining up to get interviews with you. If you're like love going to the club, you might have like VIP access to every club in the local city. But no one cares about you. They only care about the fact that they are enamored by you, right? It's kind of like they don't see you, they see what you bring. And so like, even though the ogre wants to like enable you and make you feel better, even though the idol wants to get you what you're missing out on, it never ends up being the actual thing that would help you. It's always toxic. It is always bad. Right? So like, that's the kind of thing with sin. And the thing with sin points, when you gain sin as an XO, if you get too much, you hit sin overflow and you have to make that roll. And if you succeed, cool. Now, if I'm an XO, if I'm an exorcist, if I have psychic powers, if I'm fighting sins and I'm fighting an idol and I get too much sin, I have to like ask myself, how do I feel? What do I want? What if I was to manifest sin? Which sin would I manifest? And so I might say like, hey, my XO, they're super depressed. They hate their life. They hate throwing themselves fighting sins for a war that they don't think is ever going to be won. They've seen their friends die. They don't think life is worth living. So even if I succeed the role for like 2 seconds, for like 2 seconds, my XO turned into an ogre. And then they managed to pull it back. However, for those 2 seconds, like their skin was stretched out and became leathery and became rough, and they lost all sensation as like their nerves like gave out. And so now they look like someone that used to be 300 pounds and is now 120 pounds, right? They look like someone that lost a copious amount of weight and just has sloughs of skin hanging off of them as their sin mark, right? And so now, anytime in the future, whenever they make that roll again, because they get too much sin again, it's harder because they already nearly turned into an ogre once. And then they keep going and they keep going and they keep going. And then if they fail, they literally actually just turn into an ogre. Now, it's a little bit more complicated, but that's the long and short. Do sins maintain the marks and benefits from the pre-sin, or is it separate? It's a separate stat block. And so, as a human, you have no psychic powers. Humans have no psychic powers. So if a human is destitute and has no money, and they came from money, they gambled it all, they lost all of it, and now they are starving, and they just like, they're living paycheck to paycheck, and they just want to go back to how things were, they might manifest a toad. A toad is all about like material wealth. And the toad might literally be like, oh, you really desire to like live in a mansion. That's like your biggest dream in life. Okay. And the toad will go out and like eat and consume and like swallow whole an entire mansion, come back to its host and spit it up. And so now the host has a mansion. But the host didn't just want a mansion. The host also wanted a 6-car garage. So the toad goes out and swallows whole and steals from a physical location in actual space a real life 6-car garage and comes back and spits it up. And then, well, I mean, they also wanted like a staff of servants. That would be really nice. So they go out and start swallowing up and stealing people to be servants and bringing them back. And like it grows and grows and grows. And a normal human will like be a normal human. And then their toad be like that. So for instance, one of the example toads looks like this. This is the standard human. This is the toad. You have a standard person that has no psychic powers, and then you have a toad that goes around eating stuff. Right? And so as an XO, that's different. As an XO, it's not, oh, I manifest a toad that does stuff for me. It is, I turn into a toad. And that is called a perfect sin, which is actually, like, later in this document. I have not read what a perfect sin does yet. So I'm going to get to that. That toad looks friend-shaped. Yeah, that toad is friend-shaped. That toad is chill. Mother's treasures. Use these foes if you want to fight Mother. Mother is a recurring problem in current and abandoned temerity facilities. Several reactions from fighting Mother can infect XOs with her. Gaining her this way doesn't lower sin cap, doesn't immediately grant power, and doesn't raise XP cap like gaining new blasphemy normally would. Otherwise, treat her like a normal blasphemy and gain her passive. What? This is... Oh! Those are titty trees. No, those are wings. Never mind. No, false alarm. I thought that was chest up, not chest down. My mistake. Mother's Sweet. So this is stat block for a sin. Execution Talisman 2. Solo. 6 for a swarm. Cat 0 to 4. Relatively weak. Result of colonization of the graceless. Act in perfect synchronicity around other parts of Mother. Inflict harm with, these are just various weapons I have. If, when I, on my turn, roll 1d6 as a risk die, because my action is risky because I'm fighting these things, if I roll a 1, it deals 3 stress and 1 sin to me. On a 2 or 3, it deals 2 stress, and on a 4+, it also deals 2 stress. Weird. Or threat, 1 to 2, join, swarm only, erase up to 4 slashes on execution talisman if successful, then become a mother's deer, replacing all reactions. Or threat on a 1 to 2, colonize, jab with a sharp spine, if successful, kills self, but then deals 5 stress to its target and infects that exorcist with mother. A mother's deer, solo is an execution talisman 4, a duo is 8, cat 1 to 4, high priority target for execution, result of multiple graceless subjects fusing, very slow but methodical, barely flinches when struck, has no individual sense of preservation. Armored, takes -1 slash from direct attacks of equal or lower category unless armor is dealt through with setup or circumstances, by fighting weak point, cracking with overwhelming force, etc. Inflict harm with, again, just various weapons it has access to. 4 stress and smashed rib affliction. Any physical exertion is hard. 3 stress or 2 stress. And it can also colonize, infect you with mother. Note, archetypal horn structures L. Interesting. And then this is a mother's favorite. So normally, when you succumb to sin as an XO, you become an imago. But what this mentioned is if you succumb to sin and go into sin overflow while you have a mother's mark, you instead become a mother's favorite. 8 plus pressure plus cat for solo. 3 types observed. First, the result of latent fusion of many other fused parts of mother, even the graceless, can created a gestalt grace. The second, result of colonization of a graceless individual of high willpower, granting the mother's grace wholesale. The third, result of colonization of individual with high concentration of grace, typically an XO. So, mother knows best. Any XO that becomes a mother's favorite can suggest to the GM what their reaction should be, then the GM ignores this and does what mother would do. Mother wants to survive, feed, and multiply. That is hilarious. Armored, takes -1 slash from everything unless set up. Reactions. So, again, just deals damage. 5 stress and +2 sin. 3 stress and +1 sin, or 2 stress. Reinforce armor, so these are just complications it can do. A complication of 1 to 3. Nest once per scene. It releases a vaporized form of mother into the air. Coral polyps start growing all over all surfaces. Start a 6 talisman. So talismans are clocks. Talismans are when it is just a number of slashes that you can get successes towards in order to fill up. Start a 6 slash talisman to deal with the complication, and a 6 talisman to track actions to deal with it. Slash complication once after each player turn. At 4 plus slashes, all XOs take 1 non-lethal stress after taking actions if they have to breathe. When it fills up, all XOs take 1d3 sin, 3 irreducible stress, and this effect ends as polyps explode. So it basically seeds the entire area. You can deal with the talisman, or if you just let it ride, you take a bunch of stress and sin. Or threat, true colonize, jab with a sharp spine, if successful, deal 5 stress and infect that target. Jeez. If you want to run a mother's favorite as a hunt target, run it as a reskinned centipede or ogre, choosing 1 for the base and picking domains from either. Also use the above harm reactions, threat, and complication. Okay, so I was informed mother as a sin mimics and hides and pretends to be a centipede or ogre. That is not what this is. What this is that it's if you want to run a mother's favorite, simply reskin the mechanics of a centipede or ogre, which is a very different way of framing it. People were lying to me. Vaporized form of mother. Listen. We chillin'. So, perfect sins. This is what I've been waiting for like 7 months now. And it's kind of perfect that it dropped today, because tomorrow my player is going to be encountering a perfect sin. Like literally tomorrow in my next session, which was supposed to be yesterday and got kicked, they're going to encounter a perfect sin. Perfect sins are special grade hardened targets, widely feared even by experienced XOs. They are thankfully very rare and manifest in 2 ways. 2 ways! The first and more common is when a sin host is able to partially manifest but suppress their sin for many months or many years, running it both barely detectable by Cain and also preventing it from majorly interfering with their everyday life. Mundane humans may sense that an inflicted host is struggling somehow, physically or spiritually. They may seem off or unwell. The nascent sin swells and festers, growing hardened and calcified like a scab over a wound. When it eventually breaks through the host's willpower and fully manifests, it is more vicious, more extreme in its appetites, and vastly more powerful. The second way Perfect Sin manifests is when an imago that used to be an exo is allowed to escape and evolve, unlocking its full power. Perfect Sin emergences are classified by Kane as special grade high priority events, usually named calamities, and only experienced exos are dispatched to deal with them. They only manifest a cat 3 up and can manifest up to category 6. They are notably more human-like in aspect and speech than most sins, and capable of utilizing weaponry formed from their bodies, as well as tremendous psychic abilities. In game terms, Perfect Sins are intended as a significant challenge for experienced players that have powerful or capable high-category XOs, and they up the difficulty and attrition of the game significantly. They have the normal types and forms, but are vastly more powerful than regular sins. Using Perfect Sins. Perfect Sins are for your group to use when the tension of the game has lowered due to player ability. They make an excellent primary antagonist to finish a campaign, or they can also be used for any XO that turns imago and is allowed to flee and become a full sin. That happened in my game. In my game, one of the NPCs, they allowed them to imago, run away, and now my player character is running off to go deal with a perfect sin. Yeah, sins beget sins, trauma begets trauma, exactly. You'll notice category 6 sins are above the baseline ability of even the most senior XOs. Against cat 6 sins, abide by general cat rules. All actions are hard, risky, or maybe impossible without setup or circumstances. Jeez. Perfect sins abide by the following rules. Their execution talisman is 12 base. Okay. So normally a sin is 8 plus pressure plus cat. Pressure increases as the mission progresses. Basically, it's a ticking clock. Every scene increments tension. When tension increments 3 times, it increases pressure. So every 3 scenes, pressure goes up by 1. Pressure, a bad thing happens, and it's harder to kill the sin. Right? Cat is what their level is, basically. Cat is how strong you are as a character. So as an XO, if I'm cat 4, a perfect sin at 0 pressure will have a execution talisman of 20. Oh my gosh. Perfect sins can be category 3 plus only and can be category 6. Okay. All traces created by the sin have their execution talisman increased by +2. Okay. All perfect sins have stronger severe attack and improved abilities noted in their entry in the following pages. Each perfect sin starts with one of the following complications active and activates another for free when it takes your reaction at 50%. Oh my gosh. These complications don't count against the maximum and don't have a reaction to activate. Each has a 6 talisman to clear. EK armor. This explains all the perfect sin stuff. Got it. I was confused when I read gut. Malice, annihilation, EK stress. What are these things? This makes a lot of sense. -1 / taken from harm without teamwork or setup. First reaction taken a round rolls 3d6 for risk, picking the lowest. So when I take an action, if it's risky, I roll 1d6. And as you saw, Mother, and like Mother's favorite, if I roll a 1, it deals 5 stress and 2 sin. If I roll 2 or 3 on my sin, on my risk die, it's 3 stress and 1 sin. If I roll 3d6, take the lowest. If I roll 3d6, take the lowest, I'm probably going to get a 3 or lower. That's crazy. That's crazy. Each perfect sin starts with a complication. Stress dealt cannot be reduced. Oh my gosh. That's okay. Misery. Exos cannot roll more than 3 dice on any action. That's not that bad. So in rolling, you have a die pool. Generally, your die pool is going to be between 0 and 3. If you roll 0, you roll 2 dice, take the lower one. And you cannot increase above 3 normally outside of setup and teamwork, right? So generally, I'll roll to shoot a sin. I roll 2 dice. I have someone setting me up, so it's 3 dice. Misery doesn't sound that bad. Now, that does mean I can't do Divine Agony effectively. That does mean that if I use special psychic powers, I quote-unquote waste them, but not that bad. Annihilation. Start a 6 talisman. Slash it once after the Exo's act. The sin regains its severe attack when the talisman fills the 6. Wait. Start a 6 talisman. Slash it once again after the Exo's act. It regains its severe attack when it fills. If it wasn't used, it may... Severe attack. Severe attack. A severe attack is a big, giant, scary, like ultra finisher attack that the Sin can do once per hunt. Normally, most Sins can only do a severe attack once per hunt. And I'm going to show you, because I like the Ogre. I like the Ogre. I was talking about the Ogre. I'll show you the Ogre. The Ogre severe attack is Pulverize. An Ogre can use this ability on a 1 on the risk roll. So I have to roll 1. If I roll risk die, I have to roll 1. Striking out with overwhelming fury, overwhelming and crushing force, a flurry of limbs, a torrent of darkness, an elephant-like foot, a cavernous jaw. This can only be used once per hunt. Target an XO. Any other XO may decide to fly to their aid. Any that don't cannot participate. Start with a pool of 6d6. Then remove 1 die for each of the following. If the answer is no, you or someone aiding you can attempt a single action to rectify it. So, I use my Ogre. I use the severe attack on Dark. Dark is another person aiding you. They can describe how. So let's say I'm targeting Dark. Alkavi and Gato, you fly to Dark's aid. Yes, Alkavi and Dark and Gato are aiding Dark. I remove 1 die. I'm at 5d6 now. Can you grab onto something nearby? Let's say no. How can one of the 3 of you, Gato or Alkavi or Dark, make it so that you can grab onto something? Let's say Gato uses Vector to push something in the way so you can grab onto something. You grab onto my big powerful arms, exactly. You grab onto Alkavi's big powerful arms, cool. We're at 4d6. Do you have a source of bright light or heat? Let's say yes, you have a torch. You have a flashlight. 3d6. Is the Ogre distracted, hindered, or under duress in some way? Let's say no, its full attention is on you. How do you try to distract it? Let's say you bring up the name of its host's dead lover. And the Ogre, being tied to the host, flinches and recoils at like being mentioned, like the psychic damage, basically. Yes, roll 2d6. Now you might notice, if we answered no to all of these, that'd be 66. Then roll the dice. The XO and any aiding XO takes 1 stress for every die rolled, no matter the result. I roll 2d6. All 3 of you each take 2 stress. That's 2 damage. You have 6 health. And then once you take 6 health, you lose all of your health and go to 5 max health. And once you take 5 stress, you go down to 4 max health. And then once you take 4 stress, you die. So effectively, you have 15 health total. No, I'm not there yet. So 2 stress minimum, potentially 6 stress, which is enough to inflict an injury outright. If at least 1 comes up, which again, let's say 2d6, which is still pretty good odds to get a 1. The target XO takes an injury, which again, like when you hit full stress, you take an injury and reduce your stress cap. And the mangled limbs affliction. All physical activity is hard unless set up by an ally or participating teamwork. If 2 or more 1s come up, remember, minimum 2d6. This is always a possibility. It's just a 1 in 36 chance at minimum dice. The XO has 1 or more of their limbs torn off. Roll 1d3 to determine if it's an arm, a leg, or both legs. Roll 1d6 to determine left or right. They take an injury, pass out, and then all physical activity is hard for them without teamwork. After the mission is over, they can readjust to their disability and it doesn't have a mechanical impact, but they still are missing an arm or legs or something. This is a severe attack. Now imagine you're fighting a perfect ogre and it does this twice in a fight. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Insane stuff. Speaking of perfect ogres, only the dead receive flowers. Perfect ogre. You see it too. For me, it's always like this. Suffocate Exos cannot rest inside the miasma. It has this like aura, this Silent Hill fog surrounding the ogre. They cannot rest for any reason, nor can they use any kit with the consumable tag inside. Eesh. Perfect decay. Any stress taken from the ogre or its traces, it has little like minions that it can send out traces. On a 1 to 3 reaction, grants the rotting affliction. Ugh. The rotting affliction is black rot has taken in the body. Take 1 stress each time pressure fills up. If this inflicts an injury, inflicts instant death. Sun Killer. The perfect ogre deals +1 stress with reactions to exorcist with an injury. As you can see, a lot of like kicking you when you're down with the ogre. A lot of like, oh, I'm just going to give you an injury. And then now that you have an injury, I'm going to kick you even harder. Field of the Limbless. Pulverize rips off a limb for each one rolled instead of just a single limb if 2 or more ones are rolled. If an exo has 3 or more limbs ripped off, they also suffer instant death. Jeez. Oh my gosh. I don't remember. Do they get all of these abilities if you pick it? I think they get all of these abilities. Have stronger severe attack and improved abilities. Yeah, it says nothing about choose one. What it gets is that they choose one of EXR or EK armor, EK stress field, misery, malice, annihilation. Where like, for instance, I feel the perfect ogre, misery, and malice, or maybe misery and EK armor would be very thematic. Like definitely misery with the ogre, right? Okay, so it's perfect sin's very simple mechanically because all of like the base mechanics are in the actual sin itself, right? The sin has like a miasma, the sin has stumblers, the sin has domains and all of that. But like the perfect sin is like a template you add on top. Remember, Cat 4, pressure 0, 20 execution talisman. Holy frick. Holy frick. Perfect Hound. Perfect Hound. I alone will stand before God. Jeez. When will your bloodlust be sated, XO? Perfect Reflex. The Hound takes 2 free reactions at the start of the first round of any conflict. Oh no. So, reactions. When I take an action, I roll the risk die. Off of that risk die, the Hound gets to take an action. The Hound does not have a turn in combat. There is no initiative in that classical sense. It is not I take a turn, then they take a turn. It is always on my turn, I take an action, and if I'm fighting the Hound, I roll the risk die, and the Hound does something off of that risk die. The Hound gets 2 actions first turn. Jeez. Berserk. At 50% talisman or less, deal +1 stress with all reactions, and may also use a threat to inflict instant death with... Again, Cat 4, pressure 0, 20. 50% or less is going to be a 10 execution talisman. A perfect Hound can inflict instant death on you when it has more slashes remaining than a Cat 1 sin. A Cat 1 sin has 8 plus Cat plus pressure execution talisman. So it'd be 8 plus 1 plus 0. So 9 total. A threat is an action that it says, I'm going to do this. Take an action to stop me or it goes through. Instant death is instant death. Jeez. Perfect Body. When exos rest, the Hound heals to full. Ooh. That's bad. Normally, it heals like 1d3 plus 3 or something. It heals like 1d3 plus 1. So if you fight a Hound, you deal some slashes to it, it retreats, you retreat, you rest up, it heals like 1d3 plus 1. No. Oh my gosh. Blood-sated Sword Soul. I like the flow of that. Tom Bloom is very good with names. Every exo flying to the aid of another exo targeted by apoplexy takes +1 stress and a flay scar. All humans in cat-size areas centered on the Hound are instantly slaughtered. This is not as bad as I was worried. So, apoplexy. apoplexy of the hound. Do you have a sword? Are you calm, collected? It's same format. Leaps on someone, people can come to their aid. Do you have a sword? Are you calm, collected, and focused? Do you have a shield? Is it distracted? And then everyone takes 1 stress for every die rolled. And for every die rolled, everyone deals an additional 2 stress and cuts away some of your skin, giving you a permanent flay scar. It's your face and ears or your scalp or your back. Like, it flays skin off of you. All this does is if you're helping the XO being targeted, you take +1 stress and you get flayed, which I think is cool. I don't think it's nearly as bad mechanically, like from a scary perspective, as Field of the Limbless. Field of the Limbless rips off a limb, which incapacitates and like knocks out a character for a scene, and also can kill you. The Perfect Hound is not that bad. The Perfect Idol. Yeah, the ogre just punches your limbs off. The Hound says, "You better keep hunting me. It only gets worse if you stop." Yeah. Has Jack gotten thirsty for the Perfect Hound yet? I just got back. I did a smasher pass of all of the different sins from the core book. And I think I mentioned all of the different perfect sins back when they first got announced. I saw the art of them. I did not look at the mechanics. Very briefly, Perfect Ogre, aesthetically, smash. I know they ain't showering. I know they ain't taking care of themselves, so I'm gonna have to pass. Like the Perfect Ogre is a perfect example of someone that like could be a 10, but they're so just like they don't know how to take care of themselves. They just don't take care of themselves. No arrow, Perfect Ogre smashes you. Okay, and I'd be down, but they have to shower. I have to make sure that they're clean. I have to make sure that they like take care of themselves, that they smell nice. Like, I'm not gonna like hanky panky with a perfect sin that I feel gross with, right? Like a buff, right? No, I don't get roach. I don't get roach from this. I get like spiky. If you're not gonna play, pass the ball for that ogre twin. Listen, y'all are good. Head on in. The Perfect Hound. I mean, like, it's just a woman. It's just a woman who hates me. And not only that, do you see these arms? Do you see these arms? Do you see this, like, audacious side? Do you see, like, the shaved on the sides top hair? They also do got some booty going on. They do got some booty. Listen, I'm here for a fun time, not a long time. Absolutely smash. However, I think with the Perfect Hound, it would be more of like a, we both get a hammer and we're like smashing each other with hammers. And I would die, right? I would not be able to take on a perfect sin. I think it would be fun. Same thing with the Perfect Ogre. Like, it wants to smash me. It wants to smash me like through my chest and punch off my limbs. And like, no, thank you. If you showered, sure. But as it stands, no. Right? Just a woman who hates me. Listen. All of my friends, well, not all of my friends, all of my male F-boy friends, the one thing that they want in life is a woman that hates them. And I never got it. But like, I'm always down to learn. Yeah, smasher bass, but literally smashing with a meat tenderizer. That's the thing. Like I would not smash or be smashed by this Perfect Ogre with a meat tenderizer. In like we're in a fighting ring and like both of our kidneys are on the line, and this is this underground fighting ring that we're in, and we're like whacking each other with hammers. I would not do that with the ogre, not because I'm scared, but because I don't want to die to someone that is like, oh, stinky. Like, take a shower, dude. This, like, if I got smashed to death by a hammer by the Perfect Hound, like, I'm not a simp. I wouldn't thank them. But I certainly would, like, have a nice view as I'm going out. Okay, so, Perfect Idol. This is what my player is going to face tomorrow. Poor things, needless suffering, too much thinking. Mock, the idol's base execution talisman is 6 instead of 10, which I thought was a huge lowering. I was like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. Now that I know that it's 2 times pressure and also 2 times cat, Snake was going to be a cat 2, but since minimum cat 3, I'm going to bump them up to cat 3. Makes perfect sense. They were cat 2 anyway. Bump up when you perfect sin is totally reasonable. 6 plus 6 plus pressure, which I think is going to be 5 when they reach there. That's going to be a 22 execution talisman. Yeah, that's not that bad at all. However, at the start of the hunt, the idol may ask the following trauma questions to any XO. During a conflict scene, the idol may use the answer to counter an XO's action, reducing slashes taken by 1d3 and inflicting the same amount of stress on the triggering one. Each answer can only be used once. Are you human? When did you realize you're a tool? What precious thing can be lost forever? I will say, I did know these. I looked up the perfect idol without knowing anything about, like I looked up the perfect idol because it was released for free. Like just this little card without knowing anything else about perfect sins. So I know the mechanics of the perfect idol because I talked about it on stream a couple months ago. We did agree these trauma questions don't really have sauce. And that's not a fault of Tom Bloom. That's not a fault of the perfect idol. That is just the fact of these aren't specific to your game, right? These are specific to Kane. They're not specific to your game. So in my game, I'm going to be asking other questions. I'm probably going to come up with questions on the fly related to the Valentines, related to Snake, related to Site Epsilon, and just see what happens. Why'd you have to say that quote like that? I listened to too much You listen to too much hypno to react normally to that kind of reading? What? When I made a Changing the Lost character, I hyper-focused on the fairest. Never got to play, but idol's already up my alley. Yes. Perfect Dream. When the XOs rest, 2 XOs of the idol's choice gain an idol affliction. Eep. Perfect Divinity. Divine Agony cannot be invoked against the idol. Sure. I feel like Divine Agony does not come up that much. If anyone plays Kane, you tell me how often it comes up in your game. I feel like Divine Agony does not come up that much. That's why, even though it features in my supplement that I'm working on, it's not ever a main draw. In the game I run, it doesn't come up too much. In Glory Unto Them, it came up more than I expected. It doesn't come up much in Harp TOS. For real, self-report. I think that was a self-report. Yeah. Because I'm assuming, my assumption is when you say I listen to too much hypno, that's like hypno ASMR, like getting hypnotized. Like, I guess thumbs up. Good for you. I guess like if I just do like the very neutral affect of like poor things, needless suffering, too much thinking, like that's hypno ASMR, I guess. I don't know. I've been very open about this. I don't listen to ASMR. I'm not about ASMR. So I often will accidentally do stuff that is reminiscent of ASMR. Ritual of Flesh. Marriage can target and fuse 3 XOs and inflicts 1d3 sin on each. Marriage is the idol severe attack. And this is, again, 66. Target 1 person. Others can fly to their aid. Are you far from the idol? Do you have love in your life? Does someone aiding about you care about you and is distracted? And then if at least 1 comes up, they must answer the question, who among their allies do they desire the most? And then, if at least one comes up, they have to answer that question. If it's nobody or myself, they take an injury because they're selfish and they're a narcissist or whatever. But if they choose another ally, it forcibly fuses them together. And so if Mizzle chooses and says skeleton is the one I desire the most, Mizzle and skeleton will be physically fused together and like joined at the hip and the shoulder, and you cannot be separated until Kane takes a bucksaw to you after the mission is done and saws you apart. Or when you rest, your fellow XOs can take like a bucksaw to you and saw you apart. And you have a little mixture of like, you take each other's agenda items. And also with the idol, you know, my first thought was sure. Then I thought to myself, that's a lot of heads. That's a lot of faces. Most of them would be judging me. I don't know if I feel comfortable with that. Also, like the strings and the puppeteer motif, that's like fine. Like, I do like the fit. They are rocking the kind of like flowing drapery fit. I'm gonna say I would not smash with a hammer, because I feel like if I hit one of the faces, all of the other ones would react, and I would feel bad. That's my answer. Perfect centipede. Like just look at this. This is just a Kamen Rider villain. This is just a Power Rangers villain. It's also got hips for days and is caked up like no one's business, but we're not going to talk about that. Too loud, too loud, too loud! Perfect venom. Exos get a single dose of centipede anti-venom for the entire hunt. Oh no. Oh no. Is that a baby mecha? No, 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 no. Unclear what this is. We have put forward it might be a baby. I think it's just organs. Centipedes are considered the worst sin to fight, baseline, because a centipede has a venom that can infect you and basically turn you into a zombie. And so when fighting a centipede, you're basically in a zombie survival game. You're equipped with anti-venom that all of you get one, and you can spend that anti-venom to reduce the symptoms on yourself or on a human, and then you kill the centipede, and then the venom goes away. Exos get a single dose of it for the entire hunt. Imagine you have 5 Exos, and you go and you fight a zombie virus, and you have one temporary antidote between the 5 of you. Those are Konami orbs if I ever saw them. Dead Century World. All Exos present take 1 non-lethal stress at the end of every conflict scene round. No. So combat rounds. You know what that is. Turns. I take my turn. Mizzle takes a turn. Milo takes a turn. Kali takes a turn. Round is after all of us are done. Next round, I take a turn. Mizzle takes a turn. Milo takes a turn. Kali takes a turn. 1 stress every round. This thing has like 20 slashes on its execution talisman. Let's say, perfect world, you're dealing 3 slashes every single action. I take an action, Mizzle takes an action, Malo takes an action, Kali takes an action. That's 12 in a perfect world where we're all perfectly dealing like 3 slashes. That would be 12. That's like halfway. And now assume the much more realistic angle of, on average, per turn, you're dealing like 1 slash. Between the 5 of us, that would take 4 rounds. Mass manufacturing perfect antidote must be really hard and in massive demand. Yeah, at least it's non-lethal. So non-lethal does not mean it cannot inflict an injury. Non-lethal means it can't kill you. Non-lethal means that if I take my 6 stress and I go back down to 0 and I have an injury, and I take 5 stress and I take another injury and I go back down to 0, and I take 4 stress and I take another injury, it can't kill me. The centipede sure can. Okay, perfect massacre. Depopulation of the area increases to 40% per population tick. Spillover of 100% represents casualties outside of the area. Eternal hatred. Vitriol targets a second exo. Exorcists flying to the aid must choose which to aid, excluding the targeted exorcists. Okay, what is a centipede? A centipede, as was mentioned in chat, born pure unfiltered, unadulterated hatred. You hate the world, you hate yourself, you hate your boss, you hate your friends, you hate your family. You want to escape from a world that you hate. And so in order to escape from the world must be destroyed. A meteor strikes the world and takes out everyone in the world. A virus spreads across the world, spreading via infection, and it's a zombie plague. Climate change eradicates the biosphere and everyone dies horribly. These are things a centipede tries to do. And as pressure increases, remember, every single scene, tension increases by 1. At the end of the scene, at the end of 3 tension increments, pressure increases. Every time pressure increments, 10% of the local population is infected and transforms. So, at 3 ticks, 30%. And if pressure ever reaches maximum, it jumps up to 90%. So if you're in, like, downtown Manhattan, and the investigation area is downtown Manhattan, you might get to the point where 90% of downtown Manhattan is turned into centipede infected. They become zombies. Or if it's a perfect centipede and it's in downtown Manhattan, maxing out pressure 6 times 40, 240% of the population, 140% is spilling over into nearby areas. That would be like half of the boroughs of New York City. Gone. Infested. Turned into zombies. Like that. Vitriol. The severe attack. As with all of them, 6d6, choose an XO, people can fly to their aid. But this makes it so you choose 2, and you can only help one of them. Can you move quickly and unencumbered? Is someone aiding you able to push or grab you? Can you forgive the centipede's host? Because remember, the centipede hates you, hates himself, hates the world, hates everything. Can you forgive that? Is the centipede distracted, hindered, or under duress? Then roll. The centipede shoots a pressurized stream of mutagenic venom at a target XO, dissolving all obstacles and flesh in the way in incredible force. The XO and any aiding take 1 stress for every die rolled. At least 1/1, the target XO suffers an injury and rolls on the table for a permanent scar. If 2 or more 1s come up, the target XO must either instantly die, suffer sin overflow to stop dying, which remember, sin overflow, that's where you roll and you might get a sin mark because you might almost turn into a sin, suffers an injury and rolls 3 times on the table instead for permanent scars. What is the table, you might ask? Oh, sorry, your eye is fused shut. You have a massive burn scar over both of your arms. Your skin is bleached. Your fingers are melted together. This targets 2 of them. This target, if it's a party, if it's a XO group of Dark and B and Alkavi and Overcharge, the perfect centipede using Vitriol targets B and Malo. Dark and Alkavi and Overcharge, you gotta choose which one you want to help. Because one of them might just actually unironically straight up die. Incredible. Also, so this is like insectoid. It's not bug coded to me. Does that make sense? Like it has the insect head, but also has like the skull face. Like I'd smash this with a hammer. I'd whack it with a hammer and then like become like a pile of mutagenic sludge as it uses vitriol on me. This one is like the hardest pass out of all of them. Like this is such a loser design. This is easily my least favorite design of the perfect sins because yes, it is humanoid. It's just a guy. He's just a guy. So Arrow, how is Snake looking now that you have Games for Freaks Volume 3? A little bit worse. Not gonna lie, it's a little bit tougher. I'm gonna inform my player and they're gonna be like, huh? What do you mean what do you mean Snake's Cat 3? What do you mean Snake has an execution talisman of, 20? Perfect Lord is guy with a hat, which like makes sense. I'm just not a fan of it. I think it's a little dorky. Where the others are like really good. Like for instance, the Perfect Toad, I love this. The Perfect Toad, despite not being all that impressive, may actually be one of my favorite Perfect Sin designs. The centipede has got to be number one, though. The centipede has got to be my favorite perfect sin design. When I think of how cool perfect sins are, I think of this one. The perfect idol, I think is cool. I think it's fine. The perfect hound, I mean, like, yes, it's just like attractive lady with spikes. I think that's a little missed opportunity for a hound of all things, but I still like it. I still think it's a good design. And then the perfect ogre, I really like the perfect ogre. I would say I would go centipede, then toad, then ogre, then hound, then idol, then lord in terms of like art, right? Arrow confirmed monster kisser. I mean, like, I don't consider myself a monster lover. However, if my lover was to be a monster, like, I wouldn't be upset by it. I've made that very clear. Listen, I'm pan. Parts, not parts. If this ogre knew how to take a shower, maybe I could fix them. But they don't. And they can't. So I won't, you know? Ogre's a hottie? I mean, ogre is like... Ogre is, if you're attracted to men, you're probably attracted to the ogre. I'm pan. I'm open to it. Ogre could woo me. But again, needs to shower. The spikes are not a deal breaker. Funny enough, the spike's not a deal breaker. Similarly, the spines on the perfect hound, not a deal breaker for me. The constant bleeding might be. Well, actually, that's just a lot of women and a lot of AFAB individuals deal with constant bleeding anyway. So I guess it's not a deal breaker. Yeah, I'll just deal with that. It's his pretty blue eyes. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like the pretty blue eyes, like you can get lost in them. They're very soulful. Like perf ogre plus shower could get it. Yes, exactly. Like if the perfect ogre took a shower, could absolutely get it. Similarly, I think the perfect idol, entirely context dependent. I feel like the perfect idol is the sort of person that if you meet in their element, if you meet at a club or a gala or like a wedding or an event or something, they are slaying the outfit. They are killing it. That said, I feel like if I ran into them at like the grocery store and they were wearing this, I would not be like, hey, that's awesome. I would be like, that's kind of weird. I'm not going to lie. The centipede just has so much aura. Like, I can't say anything bad about the centipede because it's too cool. Wait, if we're here, did I miss Arrow's reaction to her? You did. You missed my reaction to Mother. Open the gates and I will reveal to you the kingdom. So, perfect kingdom, resting anywhere causes you to enter or exit the Lord's kingdom, its choice. That's pretty useful, actually. Immutable control. When the Lord creates a complication, it can inflict 2 stress on an XO, and the complication takes plus 2 more slashes to deal with. This includes the free complications. Oh my gosh, from being a perfect sin. So the stuff like armor, like the complications of like having extra armor that reduces incoming slashes, or the extra annihilation that gives it an extra ability to give it another severe attack. 8 slashes, not 6. But it still takes like a 6 slash countdown for annihilation. That's kind of cracked. Perfect purity. Exos gain +1 sin when gaining sin in the kingdom. That adds up quick. Particularly because immaculate prosecution, judgment allows no other exorcist to aid. Oh. That might be... I think double vitriol is the single most devastating. This is scary. So, the Lord. The Lord's severe attack is judgment. What is judgment? Judgment, choose one character, roll 66. However, it may take the form of a verbal argument from any aiding XO because this is a judgment. It is a divine chains binding you, and it begins a summary trial of your sins and your character. And so what the Lord does is you have to answer in a verbal art. You have to argue in court to this Lord. Are you innocent of crimes? I still don't understand this. Are you a liar or cheat? I believe that it should be, are you not a liar or a cheat? Or are you innocent of lying and cheating? Have you lived a life by your ideals? And is it hindered or distracted or whatever? And then everyone takes one stress, and for every one that comes up, take 1d6 sin. This can occur multiple times. Now, if you're in the kingdom, gain +1 sin while gaining sin. So 1d6 plus 1, maybe 2d6 plus 1, or 3d6 plus 1. You have a maximum of 10 sin. Like maximum of 10 sin. Very likely, if you're fighting a perfect, lord, you have sin overflowed at least once. Maybe you fought Mother and reduced your overcap that way. Like, you're probably at 8. Maybe you're at 6 sin overflow cap. This means with judgment, there's very likely it does its severe attack on you, instantly turning you into a sin. I think it's 3d6 plus 1. Anytime you gain sin, it's gain +1, and this is one instance of multiple d6s. I think it's all one die pool, right? Lord is all the good red flags. I mean, Lord is boring. Yes, it's got the halo, and just got like this weird, it does give me Pontifex coupled with Knights Templar, which I think is what it's going for. It's just not that interesting to me. I would not smash this with a hammer. The perfect toad, however, absolutely. Immediate hammer right to the back of the dome. Nice toys. I think I'll take them. Perfect larceny. Give me one moment, please. Nice VTuber. I think I'll take them. And suddenly I disappeared. I'm back now. Sorry, I had to smash the toad with a hammer. Perfect larceny. The toad steals 1d3 resting dice from the exos when they rest and may roll and spend them to heal. That is hilarious. So, resting. We are left alone to our business. What do we do? Era got stolen by the perfect toad. See? Thank you, Sana. Oh, I just realized Perfect Lord's severe attack is just Star Trek's Q prosecuting the players. Arrow smashed the hammer so hard they clipped in the toad's hammer space. Basically, yeah. So, when you rest, you roll 2d3. Yes, you roll 2d3. And I roll 2d3. I can use that to recover health and stress. I can use that to reduce hooks, which are basically long-lasting, building-up consequences. And I can regain Psyche Bursts. That's how I spend my supernatural powers. The toad can just steal them from me and then use it to heal itself, which is hilarious. I do like also that all of them sans the centipede get something that interacts with resting, and so all of them get something that interacts with resting. All of them get something that interacts with their severe attack, and then they get 2 other things, which I think is really neat, because I feel like resting is generally not screwed with outside of the idol has 1 domain that screws with resting. And that's, I think, about it. Get a new trick. Once around, as a 1-3 reaction in a conflict scene, the toad may steal an exo's psychic blasphemy power. That power may not be used this scene again without first taking 1d3 plus 1 sin each time. Every round, there is a 50-50 chance it steals one of your powers. And you have to gain 1d3 plus 1 sin each time. Remember, 10 max, you're probably going to be 6 or 8, depending on how many times you've sin overfilled previously. If 4 people are fighting this thing, it might take 6 rounds to get it from 20 down to 0. What happens when it steals blast? It can just do that. There's nothing saying that you can't do that. Like an Exo's blasphemy power could theoretically be like, oh, I'm going to take call from your wire blasphemy. But like, what if I just take blast? Blast is the generic blasphemy that every single Exo gets. And it is straight up, I roll, I do psychic damage to you. Middle fingers in the air, screw you, bro. And I can just steal that from you. I mean, doesn't Venom mess with resting? So Venom doesn't really I mean, it does kind of. Venom is an item you can use. It's not actually something you have to do during a rest. What I will say is that the centipede bite hook does, it counts as a hook, so you can remove it by resting. But like, listen, the centipede does not need more resting screwing with you. It's already rough enough as is with just all the infested. Perfect Spawn, Toad Spawn are sins and deal +1 stress. Okay, Toad Spawn, the Toad has like a PMC or security or Illuminati that all work for it. Like it just pays them actual real life money, and they're now considered sins instead of humans and deal +1 stress on all reactions. That will add up. Shadow of the True Self. Grand Finesse's Shadow Execution Talisman gains +cat and +pressure length. Oh no. And it now becomes a combatant as a binder. Ah! It can react alongside the sin once a round for free like a trace. Okay. Toad. Grand Finesse. 66. Target someone. People fly to their aid. You know the drill by now. Are you accepting of your powers? If yes, remove a die. Are your allies close enough to touch your skin to skin? If yes, remove a die. Are you willing to part with your kit, your items, your gear, your weapons? If yes, the Toad is distracted by stealing every item of gear from you currently have ticked and fill up your KP. You don't have any items, and you lose all future items for the rest of the hunt. Is the Toad hindered, distracted, or under duress? Then roll. Deals 1 stress for every die rolled. If at least 1/1 comes up, the Toad steals the ability to use psychic powers from a targeted XO, and they coalesce into a shadow that runs away with an execution talisman of 4. And if it's 2 or more, it's an execution talisman of 7 instead. You add cat, you add pressure. Now, I don't know if this is +cat from the XO or +cat from the sin, but imagine you're cat 5 and we're at pressure 3. You have to deal with 0 psychic abilities, 12 slashes to your own psychic, like, shadow that is now fighting you and using your powers against you. Brother. They bled you dry, the pandemonium is nigh. And then that's it. This was incredible. I was like, this is actually absolutely way more content than I was expecting. I was expecting way less. I was just expecting perfect sins, and then like I was expecting like a little bit of information on the perfect sins and like the 3 blasphemies, and that would be it. And that's basically what we got. But like we also got some more agendas. We got the mother stats. Like we got like Games for Freaks 3. We were eating good. I'm sad to have missed it for so long. I imagine it's the Sins Cat. I imagine it's Sins Cat as well. But I would also like, it would make sense, right? Because it's stealing your psychic power to use your cat. By the way, important note, John Kane did buff the Perfect Sins Talisman. What do you mean buffed it? What do you mean buffed it? What do you mean it's buffed? How is 12 plus twice pressure plus twice cat not buffed enough? I think I'm into Kane now. Kane is amazing. And like unironically, what I'm currently considering, my next long form, I don't know what I want to do, because I could do a Kane video. I could do a perfect draw video. Or I could talk of one of my own TTRPGs again. I could make a video about the Neolithic now that it's been some time. I need to... I'm going to do that right now before I forget. I'm going to go into Arrow TTRPGs. I'm going to ping, and I'm going to ping Arrow Playtest and be like, reminder that I'm looking for playtesters for the Neolithic. I said I'd spam ya. Consider this spam. Post a game in looking for games if you are interested. Interested? Pinging people on Discord while on stream. I know, cringe. What about Kane X Perfect Draw campaign? Listen, I think what I might do is, because like as much fun as I had reviewing Girlframe, I do really respect Quinn from Quinn's Quest. And I do feel like the Quinn's Quest guarantee of like, hey, I've played all of these games before I'm reviewing them is really valuable. And I would love to be able to do that. The issue is I don't play enough games consistently to be able to commit to that. So like I can review Kane pretty substantially. Not necessarily because I've played a ton of it, but most of it's been non-combat. Most of it has not been on a hunt. I've actually run shockingly few hunts over the past like 8 months. Lancer, I've run once. I would want to run more Lancer before I made a review of it. Like Perfect Draw, I have people who I've been talking about, and I have expressed an interest in running for them or having them run for me. I want to run a Perfect Lord BBG and secretly have the BBG do research on the players the entire campaign to just body the PCs verbally. Oh my gosh. No, that's the buff version. It was less before. Oh, okay. Got it. Understood. So 12 plus twice pressure, twice cat is the buff version. From what I see so far, Kane sounds fun. Gonna look it up more and maybe ask my table. So Kane is horror battle manga with strong investigation elements. I highly recommend it. I have talked about it nonstop for like 8 months now, 10 months now. Perfect Sins? I think you mean Perfect Draw. Okay, no, that did not deserve a laugh track. Stop that. I'm shutting you down, Wire user. Okay, so it's been 3.5 hours. We surprisingly immediately talked about the stream topic. We also talked about Games for Freaks Volume 3, which I really wanted to cover. I might just hop in questions. Right now. I just joined her. We talked about mechs or Kane. We just wrapped up Kane. We talked about mechs like 3 hours ago. Favorite mech franchise? I'm a BattleTech nerd. Okay, so franchise. Strictly speaking, I've mostly been engaging mecha-wise with Lancer recently. Like for the past like year and a half, I've been like consistently talking Lancer on the channel, like every 2 weeks. And for a while it was once every week. I have been talking Lancer, maybe a year and a half. It's been a minute. It's been a while. My favorite anime that is a mecha anime is Code Geass. And when I first watched it, I didn't really process it as a mecha anime. I was focusing it more on like the political drama and the superpowers, the Geass powers. But rewatching it, I was like, yeah, this is like 50% mecha. Like 50% of the show is mech battles. And I did not realize that when I first watched it back in like the late 2000s, early 2010s. I also enjoyed 86. I watched it with Rory, friend of the channel. He loves 86 and he showed it to me and I watched it like completely blind. I enjoyed it. I wouldn't say it's one of my favorites, but like I enjoyed it. Raw! Scream if you love Code Geass. Listen, everyone hates Code Geass. Everyone hates it because they call it trash. And do you want to know what my answer to that is? Yes. Code Geass is trash. It involves a bunch of needless fan service. It involves a lot of stupid decisions that work out because the main character is just that smart. But like, it's so choony. It's so fun. It is like it is such a fun show to watch. And I don't care that there's a full series reboot after season 1. I don't care that there's a lot of cringe that goes on. I don't care that in like, okay, part of why I like it so much, season 1, certain characters, Suzaku, I really didn't like. They got really way better in season 2. Suzaku sucks in season 1. He is the most inconsistent, nonsensical, like makes no good decision character in season 1. In season 2, he is like cold as ice, brother. He will knock you flat on your butt and like kick your throat in. And I love that for him. I think that's a really cool character arc to go through, from being the golden boy that always follows the rules even though it doesn't make sense to being like Arsenal. There's certain other characters, Colin, who were really good in season 1 and then really bad in season 2 because they didn't get to do anything. Colin is one of the most interesting characters in season 1. Ace pilot of the Black Knights. Half Japanese, half Britannian, could reasonably choose either side and is choosing to represent her Japanese heritage because not only does she think it's the right thing to do, but also she has seen the mistreatment of others, of Elefins, of the Japanese, and she like wants to assist, not just by the fact that, oh no, I might be found out one day. It's like, no, I want to help. And so I'm going to help the one way I know how, which is piloting a mech suit. And then season 2, she spends the entire time locked up in like confinement and does nothing the entire series, like the entire season. Sucks. Nunnally, I mean, she was an object, right? In season 1, Nunnally was an object. She was a bag of cash. She was a heart, like a flash drive that had the nuclear codes. She was a painting that reminded you of your mother. She was just an object. Season 2, for like half of it, she is still just an object. And then in like the final like 10 episodes, she actually becomes a really interesting character. Right? I've defended Code Geass tooth and nail entirely out of personal love for the show, even if my standards is slop. Listen, I don't think it's slop. I do think it's not as smart as it thinks it is. Right? I think that Code Geass is not as good as it thinks it is. It's not as smart as it thinks it is. It's not as like high stakes or tense or makes you care about the characters as much as you think as it thinks it does. But it is very fun, and I did really care about Lelouch at the end of the series. And I think what they did at the end of the series was really interesting, despite the fact it's super unrealistic. And I have still, to this day, I have not watched the movies. But I know I am vindicated. I watched season 2, R2, Code Geass. And I was there when people online were theorizing the final series, the final scene of the entire series. C2, on the back of that cart, she's like hugging the plush or whatever. She's staring up in the sky. She's talking to Lelouch. And there's this like 2 second like shot where the guy driving the cart has a hat covering his face. And like his face is like shrouded in darkness, right? You can't see his face. And he has like a shawl covering part of his face. And C2 is talking to Lelouch. And people were theorizing that this was Lelouch, and that because his father had Geass and then gave it up for Code and then became immune to Geass, and then he grabbed Lelouch, and then Lelouch banished his father, and then his father got banished while touching Lelouch, so he gave his code to Lelouch. So Lelouch had both the code and Geass, and then using his Geass, he changed the world, and then he died, and then his dying, he used his code to reincarnate when Suzaku killed him. He came back, was with C2. I was there, and I know I'm justified. He comes back in the movies. I don't know if that's what actually happened, but I know I was there. I was there 15 years ago or longer at this rate. It's a guilty pleasure for you? It's not even a guilty pleasure for me. It's just a pleasure for me. I don't feel guilty about it at all. If people say it sucks, I say, yeah, it sucks. I think if you get in the mech should be cool, but it should be scary if you go against it. That's fair. Ari, you sound like a crazy person right now. This is what happens when I start ranting, when I start rambling, when I start like, all right, ramblers, let's get rambling. That's what happens when I start talking about something that, like, Clickios was never a hyperfixation of mine, but like, I just enjoy it. Fair. Normalize liking things that suck. Like, I don't need to feel guilty about it. I just need to enjoy it. I can recognize that it's not like the greatest quality. Like Code Geass thinks it's Death Note, but it isn't Death Note. Obviously, outside of all of the stuff that it's not Death Note, the clear differences between them. But like, intellectually, it's not Death Note for two reasons. One, Light is shown time and time again, even though he's really, really smart, he is not that smart. He, like, even though he's top of like the Japanese nationals, and also he's a super genius, and also he's a great detective, and also all these other things, his ego gets in his way more often than not. Anytime Light screws up, there's like a 70% chance it was his fault because his ego can allow it. Lelouch doesn't really have that. Lelouch is competitive. He doesn't really have an ego in the same way Light does. So Light having a fatal flaw that is so crippling to him, and his God complex is so crippling to him, that it kind of makes it more excusable to have like cheats in his intelligence. Whereas the other thing is that L is literally the same as Light in terms of intelligence. And when I say that, I mean Light and L both make impossible deductions using information that is entirely unreasonable to grab, and are just considered the smartest guy in the room because anytime they say anything, the world shifts to conform to that. Like, the plot shifts around Light and L's plans. But that's interesting because you have, on one side you have Light, on the other side you have L, and both of them are doing this. With Lelouch, it's really just Lelouch. The entire world is like conforming to his plans, which, like, occasionally Cornelia outplays him, Schneisel outplays him, his father outplays him, but more often than not, it's just Lelouch being really, really smart and no one else being able to compete. And that's why one of my favorite scenes in the entire show is when they're fighting the Chinese forces, and like Callan gets captured. They're in the floodplains of China, and Lelouch is like, I actually accounted for this. I flooded the river before we even got here, so that meant that the river flooded and pushed away all of your mechs, and now we're fine and we can just go around you. And then it turns out that the area they're fighting in, the floodplains, is reclaimed farmland. It's reclaimed farmland that, because of the corruption and bureaucratic like intricacies of the Chinese Federation, Lelouch had no way of knowing that. So even though he's like, oh, there's an area over here, we can flood the nearby river, like hit them all with river, he doesn't know that by doing that, he basically softened the silt of the earth and made it so that none of his mechs could move. And so the Chinese are just like, you might be smart, but you have no way of knowing the Chinese land like we do. Like, we will always outplay you because China herself is on our side. And so it's the kind of deal where it's, even though he's really smart, that was straight up just like, he was wrong. He just made a mistake. He just did not account for that, and he got punished for it severely. He lost his ace. He lost Colin. He lost that fight. He had to retreat. He had to leverage their culture against them by hiding in the Tomb of the Thousand Emperors. And like, that's really cool. I really like that. for multiple reasons. One, because it gives the Chinese Federation a dub. It gives a third party a dub. I love in fiction where a third party shows up and gets a dub, because most often you have Force A fighting Force B, and generally it'll be like Force A is the protagonist, so they win like 70% of the time. Force B is the antagonist, so they win like 30% of the time. And then if Force C shows up, they just show up to lose. I love it when a tertiary force shows up, wins. Right? But also, like, it makes Lelouch lose. Lelouch loses, like, genuinely. And that's really compelling. That's really interesting. And I just love the idea of, like, literally, you're fighting on someone else's home turf, and their home turf was a legitimate, actual tactical advantage. I think that's awesome. Lelouch kind of expects people to act a certain way and assumes he can work around their agency when it's shown time and time again to not be the case. That is fair. That is fair. But I'm saying he's also like a tactical genius that micromanages his entire force and always wins. Like, unless he's fighting Cornelia. Unless he's fighting Schneisel. He micromanages literally all of his troops. No one has any autonomy. Toto does not have any autonomy. Autonomy. Even Colin is just like listens to what he tells her to do. Light ego is the biggest reason why Columbo would catch him. 100%. Are you worried at all with the views that you gotten from the girlfriend video so far, considering the goal you set at the end of the video? So I am worried about the views from the girlfriend video, not because of the goal. Because, like, I've gotten a long form video, like my false Hydra video that I made like around a year ago at this point. Also, or my long form video got like 100K views. It's still getting views today. It has like 120K right now. And I got like a couple thousand subscribers from that. Awesome. Fantastic. Wonderful. I don't think girlfriend video is going to give me 50,000 subscribers. And while yes, I do have 6 months, it has taken me 2.5 years to get to the point where I am now. So while yes, the vast majority, like 30,000 of my subscribers came in the last 6 months. Even if we continue that trend, that's another 30,000. That's only 70,000. I don't think we're hitting 100K, even with the girlfriend video. I'm not concerned about that. And I will be concerned about that if we get closer, at a time closer. That's when I'll like actually like face the music and I'll be like, hey, what am I doing here? Because I don't have a problem running girlfriend, though I do know that the concern that I do have is a lot of my audience is a bunch of new people. Particularly people that come in and they keep asking me about girlfriend. And they start talking about mexploitation. And they treat the space as if it's a space for trans women in particular. And this is not everyone. This is not even most people. This is like a very small minority of people. But I've had a couple people over the course of like the last like 5 days who just start treating the space as if it's their space. No. This is a space where trans women are welcome, just as trans men are welcome, just as cis men are welcome, just as cis women are welcome, just as non-binary people are welcome. Like, this is a space that is PG-13. So none of this. This is a space where it's variety TTRPGs, so I'm probably not going to talk about girlfriend much more. Like yeah, I'll talk about it on stream when I'm talking about mechs, but I do have some new people that come in here assuming, oh yeah, this is just what we do here, and that's not what it is. And so I've basically been like putting out fires on the back end and have been trying to curate the community in a minor and unobtrusive way while still retaining the vibe, because we have a community. If you want to be a part of the community, I would love for you to join the community, but I'm not going to sit here and like let you try to turn the community into something it's not, right? Even if I very much appreciate your viewership and your attention and your comments, I'm not going to let you take a PG-13 variety TTRPG space open to everyone and turn it into yet another mexploitation trans femme girl frame circle. And there's nothing wrong with that. You can have those spaces. That's just not this space, right? But I assume it raises exponentially. I mean, it does, but I also don't assume exponential. I operate off the assumption of linear minimalist growth. And this is really for my own psychological safety, for my own not getting my hopes up too high. I keep my expectations low. I assume that, let's say I do that. Let's say my growth is like that. I assume at all times my growth is going to be like this. It doesn't matter if my growth like plateaus. It doesn't matter if my growth goes up like that. I assume it's going to be like my slope is like, I don't know, 1. My slope is like 0.75. My slope is a very narrow, acute angle that is slowly rising over time at a consistent rate. Because then what happens is that if I plan for my growth to be like this, and then this happens, that's awesome. But then if this happens, that's much less devastating to me, right? And also what I will say is that most of my growth has been like this. So like this is the first like goblin deposit voiceover that I did. This is my favorite ship dynamic voiceover I did. This is the girlfriend video I did. Like I have specific videos I can point to and I'm like, this got 1 million video views. This got 3,000 subscribers from it. This got X, Y, or Z. And I can point to those. And like between them, it's still pretty consistent growth. Between them, it's still like, it's not like it just keeps going up and up and up. It's more like, right? And I think that's okay. That's a good mental model to have. I mean, it's kind of necessary. In a field as volatile as content creation, if I plan for constant growth, and not just constant growth, but also constant like upward trajectory, I will fall into the same trap that a lot of businesses fall into, where it's not just, oh, we grew 4% last quarter. Now we have to grow 5%. We grew 5% last quarter. Now I have to grow 6%. Oh, we grew 11% this quarter. Clearly, that means we can grow 11% again. No, that's not how growth works. Growth is not consistent and is not exponential. It fluctuates, goes up, it goes down. Sometimes you lose subscribers. Sometimes subscribers slow down. So I'm not planning on actually hitting, I'm not planning on actually hitting 100K subscribers by the end of the year. I don't think we're actually going to hit 100K subscribers by the end of the year. That's just my opinion. And if we do, I will be thrilled. I'll be humbled. I'll be honored. And frankly, I'm going to see where we're at, right? If I'm at the point where I can find like 18 plus content creators who are chill and like YouTubers who are chill, I would probably like privately like chat with them and probably play a different TTRPG with them for a couple sessions and just like get to know them and like make sure that like I'm vibing with them and that nothing untoward is going on. And then yeah, like I'd run a game. I would run a game of Girlfriend. But like there's a real world where we hit like 80,000 subscribers and it looks like we're gonna hit 100K. And I say like, hey, I know this is a funny joke. I just can't do this. Sorry. And like that's probably not gonna be comfort. It probably might not be comfort. It might be. Like I don't know how I'm gonna feel when it's actually like reasonable. I think I would probably be fine running this game. The issue is logistically actually posting it anywhere. I'm going to force 50,000 to sub for the bit. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so many businesses, especially right now, are following the model and their stock prices drop because they bet expectations. Exactly. And like consumers, investors, businesses, they all think growth, 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 growth. When actually, growth is a lot like this. Right? I mean, like, it's also like how stocks work, right? And so the actual growth curve is like this. That's amazing. That's great growth. However, you're going to have massive layoffs right around here. You're going to get a CEO bonus right around here. You're going to have really internal investigations right there. And then like, oof, like right here, entire departments slashed. Right here, oh, they got to save the company. They're going to cut costs and they're going to like degrade their quality, shrinkflation. Oh, look, completely unrelated market events changed it for the better. Let's just keep the shrinkflation and keep it going upwards. And that's how a lot of businesses operate, right? If you got to opt out, I support that. No questions asked. And that's the hope. And obviously, like, I would do something to replace it. Like if we actually unironically hit 100K by the end of the year, I would like replace it with something maybe not equally crazy, but like still crazy. You're glad this is not a space that specific. Definitely feels a lot more fun to stay around. Yeah, the goal is to have this be a space that is tolerant to everyone but jerks. And that's why on the girlfriend video, like I was like chiding people, multiple different comments. I had to edit my pinned comment to say this. Like if someone says like, hey, like, oh, I'm a straight cis guy, but this sounds really interesting. Like, stop saying, oh, welcome to the trans club. Like, you're just an egg. Like, no, this isn't egg IRL. This isn't a trans femme subreddit. Like, let people express their feelings without being questioned. You went your entire life being questioned about your gender identity. And now your first instinct when someone else is expressing anything related to gender is to question them on their gender identity. That's being silly. Egg in this context is a term used by generally trans women, but also just trans people in general, to indicate someone who is very clearly trans, but has not accepted that themselves. And as you might imagine, that's not really something someone identifies as. That is something someone might identify as a joke, but like most of the time it is trans people putting that label on cis people or cis identifying people, I guess cis people, and then like maybe 50% of the time, they're right. 50% of the time, you have a person who is like, oh yeah, I'm not trans. And then people are like, haha, egg. And then 2 years later, they realize that they are trans. But how do you think it feels to be someone who's like, oh yeah, I'm not trans. And then you have a bunch of trans people say, oh no, you are. I know you better than you do. That probably makes you not want to interact with those people because you're uncomfortable. And then, you're not interacting with trans people. You're going to be slower to realize true things about yourself. What a concept. Giving people space to explore themselves open and honestly allows them to take it at their own pace. They're going to be happier and they're probably going to be safer about it. Wait, Kane 1.4? Yeah, Kane 1.4 apparently dropped. I don't know what changed about it though. You have a trans friend and we've never heard of this? Yeah, it's I mean, in all honesty, it is something used by the perpetually online. And I try really hard not to make sweeping assessments about any one community or whatever, which is why I say it's a couple silly individuals. But generally, there are spaces, particularly online spaces, whether it's 4chan or Discord or Reddit, where it is perpetually online, usually trans women that usually are white and sapphic and in like the 18 to 25 range. And they make their entire personality, oh, you're trans. It's so cool that you're trans. I'm going to say that you're trans. I'm going to talk about how much I hate men and how much I hated being a man. I'm going to say how much I love women, how sapphic and how lesbian I am. And those are small pockets. Those are not even a vocal minority, but that is like notable in how frequent they show up. And they're really annoying. And that doesn't say anything about trans women as a whole, trans spaces online as a whole, like transbians, sapphic spaces, any of that. None of that's tied to it. But like there are multiple instances across the internet in various forums where people's entire personality is being annoying about it. And that's not cool. And that's not what this space is, right? Now, obviously, if you're trans, like you're welcome here, of course. I'm non-binary. Like, just to make that clear, in case anyone was worried that you might not be welcome here. If you're a jerk, you're not welcome here. Otherwise, you're fine. Also, I tend to only use egg to refer to myself pre-stream and say, hey, yeah, and then, like, that's a cute way of doing it. It's like, oh yeah, back when I was an egg, I liked, for instance, for me, example, when I was an egg, I would go on addicting games, and I would play the girl games. when I was growing up, I would play Flash games, and I mostly played strategy games. Those are some of my favorites. But I would also like check out the girl games, and they were mostly like dress up games or like, I guess like not a dating sim, but like, there's multiple games where it's like, because like there's a whole girl section, right? Because early internet. And I would play the girl games, and like I enjoyed them. But I also felt like this weird like shame about that because I grew up socialized. So there was this weird like shame regarding that, and I enjoyed it. And it was never really something that like was core to my personality, and I don't think I would enjoy them now. I think I enjoyed them because it allowed me to express femininity. Right? So that's a situation where I can say like purely just like wholesomely, like, oh yeah, back when I was an egg, blah, 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 blah. Gosh, I was genuinely surprised to find trans women communities who were definitely misandrist. I genuinely was taken aback. Yeah, I don't get it. Like, at least for me, I am someone who, being a map, but a non-binary, I'm an NB. I have a lot of sympathy towards men. And I recognize that a lot of the struggles that men go through are legitimate. Now, when you get into stuff like, oh, men's rights or whatever, or like men's mental health, the only people I ever hear actually talk about that are people who, when you say like, oh yeah, man, women really have it rough because, and they shut down the conversation and say, what about men's mental health? There's a male loneliness epidemic. Think about the men. And it's like, okay, well, we weren't talking about men. Men do have a loneliness epidemic, and that does lead to things like fiscal irresponsibility, whether it's in like physical proximity or it's like with e-girls online and like simp culture, as well as the undue burden that is put on men in relationships to be the provider in all things. That is not fair. No, that is not okay. But we weren't talking about that. We're talking about the fact that women don't get paid as much for the same amount of work. Those are two separate things, and both can suck equally. The fact that you're trying to shut down conversations about issues regarding women in favor of talking about issues regarding men indicates you don't actually care about helping men, you care about hurting women, right? I think that subculture is aroused from simply being positive about expressing femininity, which isn't allowed in masculine spaces, and then people escalate. Yeah, and like, few things are as wholesome as someone who is trans, like a trans adult, experiencing childlike joy from something of their preferred like gender expression. Like a trans woman going skirt goes mini, or a trans man being like, I have actual pockets. Like, that's so wholesome. That's so sweet. And at some point we lost the plot. At some point, the like online trans spaces, and like obviously in-person trans spaces, this is a perpetually online thing. A lot of trans online spaces and most offline spaces are perfectly super sweet and supportive. Even like to non-trans people, so many trans spaces I know of are also like cis inclusive, because if you're an ally and you're not a jerk, welcome on in. But like at a certain point we lost the plot. Being trans is about euphoria, not dysphoria. Like if you are someone who raised as a woman and you prefer to express yourself masculinely, and maybe you prefer to dress in oh my gosh. Yeah, my nose. It's getting all of my nose is stuffy. If you're a woman and you prefer to dress in masculine clothes, and maybe you have a more masculine name, like a nickname you prefer to go by, and then someone accidentally he/hims you, and you're just like, actually, I really like that. And then you don't have any dysphoria. You don't care about being a woman or anything. Nothing issue that way. There's nothing wrong with just like exploring masculinity. And then maybe you realize that you're trans. Maybe you're just a tomboy. Maybe like you're non-binary, androgynous, like whatever it ends up being. And that's okay. That's fun. Euphoria and dysphoria. Yeah, I stole that from online. I don't know where online. I did not come up with that. I found that online somewhere. But like, yeah, the trans experience is about euphoria, not dysphoria. And I feel like so many people And again, this is just perpetually online spaces, not even a vocal minority, literally just pockets of like jerks who happen to also be trans, right? Really focus on the dysphoria, and they focus on the suck. And they try to push that suck on everyone else. And then they say, well, if your life doesn't suck and if you're not experiencing this and like your mental state is better than mine, then you're not actually like trans, you're faking it. A lot of these spaces, unfortunately, or at least some of these spaces I've heard, are really hostile to AFAB non-binary individuals in particular. And they accuse them of like faking it for clout or something. Which, like, I feel as though the trans experience across genders tends to be, if you're AMAB, you're more likely to be a binary trans woman. And if you're AFAB, you're more likely to be non-binary. Just like gut check, no actual evidence supporting that. That is literally just vibes that I've gotten from just like numbers I've heard online. That's not to say trans men aren't valid, or that non-binary AMAB non-binary individuals are not valid, obviously, but just like I found this weird hostility towards AFAB NBs, and it's this idea of like they're not real trans people, and I'm like, what happened to wanting to live your life? And then they'll like say the same rhetoric of just like, oh no, I just want to live my life. Why does everyone come after me so hard? Why is everyone so mean to me when I just want to express myself and live how I truly am? And then my question is, why can't you do exactly what you're looking for? Huh? It's so silly. And again, obviously, plenty of communities, very sweet. Almost every in real life community, incredibly sweet. It's just these pockets of really annoying people that like ruin it. They go out of their way to be nasty. You were called an egg yesterday because you like femtanol, bruh. Yeah. The blah 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 of femininity is in general rough, especially for those with the preconceived notion that men are always down. Yeah. And like, don't even get me started. Although I am about to get started. Like the idea of femboys. Like if you're a man, if you're male identifying and you express yourself femininely, don't let anyone tell you that you have to be a trans woman, that you have to be a femboy. You have to do one thing or the other. You can just be a man that enjoys feminine things perfectly healthily. Masculinity and manhood is rooted in security, is what it is, right? It's this weird thing where to be a woman, really, you have to do X and also Y and also Z, and you can't do A or B or C, and there's a bunch of boxes you have to check. Whereas manhood is pretty ubiquitously do it with confidence. Like, you can see the most fabulous, like, bombastic man out there who like gets a full body wax and his hair is long and luscious and he wears a really deep V, and people will not question his masculinity so long as he affects masculinely and confidently. So if you are a man or male identifying and you prefer to express somewhat femininely, just do that. And the reason I bring that up is because a lot of people, again in these same circles generally, will say, oh, femboys are just trans women that haven't realized yet. And maybe if you're a femininely expressing man, you are going to realize you're trans at some point, but don't push that on them. Don't be a jerk. Don't be silly like that. And similarly, if you are a femininely expressing man, you will be pushed into this often by other men who are insecure in their sexuality and want to be considered straight while still be attracted to feminine men. So they'll push you into this box of, you're not a man, you're a femboy. Femboys aren't gay, so it's okay for me to feel attraction to you. And that's entirely them pushing their own insecurities on you. Like, rock it. Don't let them do that to you. Live your own life. Live confidently. Yeah, we support any and all homies here, unless the homies are being a jerk. And I have had homies who have been jerks. And that's why, when they're being a jerk, I say, hey, stop being a jerk. And then they stop being a jerk. And then I go back to supporting them because that's what homies are. For real, I'm a trans woman. And I think that femboys are awesome. Everyone should be comfortable being feminine. Exactly. Was this whole femboys aren't gay thing real? I always assumed it was a joke. I think it started as a joke, but there are genuinely people out there who are just like, oh yeah, I'm a straight guy, but if like a femboy was hitting on me, I'd hit. Because femboys aren't gay. Right? And the idea of like, oh, if you have socks touch, it's not gay. Like that's a joke. That's presumably a joke. But a lot of like straight men express an interest in feminine men. And they go through mental gymnastics in order to justify it as I'm not attracted to a man, I'm attracted to a femboy. Which is really weird. I don't really get it. Okay, it's not gay if you're at the top, which is why Julius Caesar was in fact gay. Not because he was exclusively attracted to men, but because it is known that at least one time he bottomed. Which, like, obviously in Rome, very different. Greece, very different. It was all about dominance, subservience. It was about who was in charge of the interaction was considered like the more admirable one. Basically tops and bottoms. But the not gay because with me is different is the bane of my existence. Yeah. I love being a man wearing programmer socks. Awesome. You're happy those people are mostly online because it means it's possible to block them. Yeah. And honestly, like in my experience, I think it's mostly those are self-contained spaces. And it just so happens that one of those spaces overlaps with Girlframe. I don't even think the majority of Girlframe players are like this. A lot of Girlframe players and people in like that community, they left comments that are like, thank you so much for being objective. Thank you so much for like leaving an honest actual review that I can like send to my friends to see if they're interested. Thank you for just like not treating this like a joke or anything. We really appreciate it. And that's the sort of thing, like, of course, like even if I'm not a part of your community, I want to respect your community. Even if I'm not into what you're into, I want to respect the fact that you are into that. And I want to respect the fact that different strokes for different folks. In this case, literally. But there are some people who were like part of that. And then they were really weird about it. And so I was like going out of my way to shut them down. New here, I came in expecting conversation about scary, cool mechs. Instead, I found valuable perspectives on gender. Yeah, so we've been going for 4 hours. We already gave conversation about scary, cool mechs. I'm so sorry. Right now, we're just kind of like yapping gender. I generally go 5-6 hours. What I might do is I have questions to go through. I started doing questions, then I talked code chaos. I'm going to go through the questions and the wrap up. So if you have a question for me, shoot it in the Q&A channel. And I can do leg. So, for those of you who don't know, every night for like 6 months now, when I take a shower, before I take my shower, I go up to like my shower. And this is way too far away. What the frick? Wall, little divider thing. I'm like here, right? It's like, I'll do like that with my leg. Proportions are really weirdly off. Don't worry about it. I'll lift up my leg. And what I've been doing is I've been trying to get my leg higher and higher just to see how high I can get it. So I do my right leg and I do my left leg. And I'm at the point where pretty confidently I can just walk up to a given wall and I can just do like a 90-degree angle with my legs. Which sounds really unimpressive until you try it for yourself and you realize that your knee is bent. Like I'm talking like locked knee, just like cushion it against the wall. And what I'm trying to do is I've been trying to get it higher and higher because I want to get to the point where I'm talking to someone and I'm probably slightly taller than them. And I just do this. And I just do that. I just think that'd be fun. I think it'd be cool to be able to like leg cabadon someone. Exactly. I'm doing leg cabadon practices. So I've been working toward the leg cabadon and I'm at the point where if you are a shoddy, I could probably leg cab it on you. If you're like 5 foot, I could probably leg cab it on you. Now, can I have any riz with it? I don't know. Can I riz someone up with a leg cab it on? Wanna know what's related to this? I recently made a tweet. Let me grab it real quick. Let me grab my Blue Sky post. I made a Blue Sky tweet, a blue schism. And I'm going to... So, the other night, I asked, does anyone know if there's parameters on what defines pole dancing? I was dancing around a pole the other night, and I think it'd be funny to say I've pole danced, but I'm not in the business of stolen valor. And after getting some comments, after getting some responses, I have confirmed that after checking with other folks, I feel confident that I did, in fact, pole dance at a club the other night. So the reason I thought of this is because, like thing, I want to brag, bro. I just tried it. I've thrown it at head level. Yes, but was your knee completely locked, or were you bending your knee? Why is it an info hazard for this community? What the frick? 11 Dragon Kid also gave a very good respectful and safe for work overview. Yeah. 11 Dragon Kid made another safe for work girl frame review 4 days after me. And it went through the grapevine. It got my attention. And then I left a comment on it. And then they pinned my comment. And I was like, yay. Like, because 11 Dragon Kid has left a comment on my videos before. Like, we're aware of one another. Ideally, I would love to do something with them at some point. I would love to like collab with them in some way at some point. Just be careful not to kick someone in the chin face. No. So that's why when you do that, if they're looking at you and they're like, "Kya?" You hit them with like the, you know? Right? The goal is that you leg capital. Oh my gosh, give me a moment. Oh no. I'm so sorry that I forgot to mute. I get really congested on stream for whatever reason. And so I need to like blow my nose. Ugh. I hope it wasn't too loud. I swear, I'm gonna like, go back in the VOD. I'm gonna mute that section if you heard it. Arrow Cabedon Dragon Kid. I don't know anything about Dragon Kid personally. However, I feel like I can't Cabedon a mech. It's weird how you're okay with doing things that most people view as inherently charged. You seem okay to view these as just actions. I mean, they are just actions. Like, for instance, with the pole dance comment, the reason I asked this is because I was at a club, and there was a pole. It was like a utility pole, right? This is like utility pole, and it had this brace up here that had like different connectors going to it. So what I did is I grabbed on to the brace and I spun around the pole, and then I caught myself on the other end and danced while holding on to the brace. And so I would dance on one side and then I would spin around, catch myself on the brace to spin around the pole. And so technically speaking, I did dance while around a pole, Well, the question I asked is because when I think pole dancing, I think of like someone who's like this, you know? Right? I think of like this. This was like a utility pole that I was dancing around. I get congested by existing. I get it. Oh my gosh. He's a cute maid. He's getting so flustered. Hi, hi, hi. It's honestly rather refreshing to have these things discussed merely as actions. Someone needs to make a drawing of Arrow leg cab doing something. Listen, if you don't know, every week I post a schedule. I put fan art on the schedule, and I try my very best to give new fan art a shout out when I can. I've repeated a couple pieces of fan art, mostly due to like, oh, I forgot to pin one. Like I forgot to pin my schedule for the week, so I uploaded the second one because it's a really good piece of art. And sometimes it's just accidental. I didn't realize I already did that. Like ideally, I get a new piece of fan art every week, and then I can put one up there. So if someone draws like a perspective, like a POV, and it's me cabadoning you, that would be really funny. Hello, Sterlinga. Hold on, would climbing a telephone pole with hooks and a belt count as pole dancing if you're being eccentric enough? If you're doing like, if you're climbing up a utility pole, it's got like the hooks, right? And you're like, you know, I feel like this counts. Do I have a model reference sheet? I mean, I have it on the Discord. It's in Original Works, I think. Let me check. Is it up to date? It should be up to date. Yes, I have my reference right here. This is my main 2 outfits. And the full image is on Discord. I don't have colors because I like the color doesn't really matter too much, but like, it's just, this is what I look like. In case you were wondering, I'm tiny now. See, this is the outfit I generally use. This is like my casual outfit, but like when it's cold, I'll usually put on the jacket and the arm warmers. I'm in a buck squeezing gas, but heck yeah, I have pole dance then technically. Awesome. I love that for you. Yeah. So, cause for me, it was, I was dancing around it. And what I did a couple times is that someone was dancing with me, like a stranger, because it's club. And so they would be like, I like teasing people. I like screwing with people. So as you might have guessed, they're dancing like here, right? And I'm dancing next to them. And I reach past them and I grab the brace. And they think I'm like cabadoning them. And I spin around this. And they're like, huh? And I come up behind them and I like lean over them and like tap them on the shoulder. And they're like, what? And so I would spin around to like surprise people. It was very fun. Found it. I promise nothing. But if I have time, then maybe I'll draw them. I expect no fan work. That's something I like to make very clear. I expect nothing. I appreciate everything. Here, creating techniques the industry doesn't want us to know. I mean, it was like a utility pole. It was big enough I could hide behind it and not Looney Tunes style, like actually physically hide behind it. You know what would be funny if Arrow and Project Melody or some other YouTuber somehow end up talking to each other about something like, is pole dancing inherently that? I mean, first off, like I would love to. Like I don't really watch Melody consistently, but like I've been aware of her since her conception. And I'm very proud of her for the growth that she's had. And from what I'm aware, she's very like surprisingly super sweet and cute and wholesome on like her safer work side. Like when VShojo and like Twitch and whatever. So she seems awesome. I would love to chat with her at some point. But yeah, like a lot of people assume that it is inherently like erotic. I feel like Blumenek would probably be the best person to talk about this. He's the guy on TikTok who is an archer and also a pole dancer. And so he often makes D&D content while pole dancing and sometimes does like trick shots off of a pole. I feel like he would be a much better person to talk to about that. Also much more in my niche. Yeah, we need to get Blumenek. Exactly. spinning is a good trick. I'd very easily argue it ain't that, but most things aren't, and people would claim it is. Well, so that's the thing. I was looking at the Wikipedia recently to like, because I wanted to say that I was pole dancing, but I didn't. Again, I don't believe in stolen valor. Pole dancing is a legitimate skill that is incredibly difficult to pull off, and I don't want to say like, I'm a pole dancer when I couldn't do it if I tried. I danced around a pole, which, based on what people said, I feel like I can't say I have pole danced, but I'm not a pole dancer. There's been a push since like the mid 2000s to encourage, like in a like classroom setting, like men, women, children, anyone that wants to. It has been pushed to be an Olympic sport. There's been a movement over the past like 20 years to shift it from something that is only done in erotic venues into something that is accepted in like whole society. And I think that's really cool. Because it's really like, it's just a super intense core and thigh workout, right? Like there's nothing inherently weirdo about it, aside from the fact that generally you want to minimize skin coverage so that you have skin touching it, because it's much easier to grip with skin. And because of that, a lot of women in certain industries were either pushed into it or picked it up as a means of getting more money. And then because of that, it kind of got lodged into there, even though there's nothing inherently weirdo about it. To Wikipedia! Pole dancing once does not make one a pole dancer. Exactly. I'm not going to claim to be something I'm not. That man is fascinating. I just find the technique impressive. Apparently he found a female like counterpart where she also is a pole dancer that does archery. And so someone was just like, we got female Blumenek before GTA 6. Which I will also say, it was very funny. Someone commented on the recent video, we got Arrow girl frame review before GTA 6. I thought that was very funny. There's a gender bent Blumenek Holmes. I'm unfamiliar with their handle, unfortunately. Blumenek does have a video on his YouTube, like a short. I've seen it advertised as a means of working out. I would love to like take a pole dancing class as a means of working out, because that's like, from what I'm aware, it's all core, it's all thigh. It will get you shredded, or not shredded, but like toned, right? Because you can't. Goodbye, mouse. You can't do this right without having insane core strength and really good like leg strength, like thighs. And that sounds like really like, useful. Did I write did I write GAI? Oh my gosh. There's a lot of poles in this existence. Wanting to learn how to use them isn't weird. Exactly. But yes, so I've been practicing for a leg kabaidan, and I'm at the point where I can pretty confidently leg kabaidan a short person. I would love to get to the point, and I don't plan on doing this like any time within the next like, year. I think this will continue to like take my time, and I'll continue to work at it, and I'm adding my flexibility, like to get to like an eye pose like that. I think that would be crazy. I think that'd be super, because I've never been like particularly flexible. I've always been fairly like nimble, and I would say acrobatic, but I've never been like a gymnastics person, right? I've never been in anything that required significant flexibility. So I haven't been like training myself since I was 3 years old to like do leg stretches. So this is like my first time like jumping into this. I'm gonna get ahead of myself at least 13 years of HRT before GTA 6. Like what the frick? The GAA is an Irish sports organization. But does it does need arms though? I saw people lift themselves. Well, so my assumption is that like it's like 70% core, 20% legs, 10% arms is my guess as someone that does not do this. Because if you pull yourself up with your arms, obviously you need your arms. If you're stabilizing with your arms, you need your arms. But I think a lot of it is mostly maintaining your body with your core, and your legs are going to be your primary point of contact. I believe keep up the work, Cabadon, the 6-foot cute folk out there. Listen, I think it would just be really impressive. And that's why actually something I didn't start doing, but I've started doing like within the past week, is I've also been doing something where like I'm trying to stretch out my like, does this make sense? So your like inner thigh, I've noticed that when I stretch my legs out, so so when you do like a split like this, right? Your inner thigh right there, I feel a tendon really, really taut, really, really tight. Whenever I like do anything, like whenever I do like this, for instance, right? It's really, really tight. So what I've been doing, I've been stretching out that way as well, because I'm thinking that might actually help with the Cabadon. I think that might actually help because if I just loosen and stretch and like get more flexibility in all of my leg, that will probably have like increasing returns. Because my assumption is that if I literally only do it like a hinge joint, like I only do it up and down, but I can't actually do side, then that might be problematic. Shorts? I wear shorts all the time. Yeah. Given the need for core strength, I have to wonder how you learn pole dancing while not having a six-pack, or at the very least some muscle tone. So, did you know a six-pack is genetic? Yeah. Like a six-pack, an eight-pack, a 10-pack, all that, that's all genetic. So you can be incredibly muscularly toned without having a six-pack. Because the way a six-pack works is that is the striation of your abdomen. I don't believe a six-pack or an eight-pack or 10-pack is actually better or worse than each other. It's literally just how they are divided, like how your abs are divided. And if you have good core, what abs you do have, whether it's a 4-pack or a 6-pack or an 8-pack, will be visible, regardless of what workout you do, right? And similarly, if you naturally have a 10-pack, but you have a beer belly, that's not going to be visible. And so all of these things that are going to give you a six-pack, so to speak, those are just targeting the core, and those are just intended to increase your core muscles. You can't burn fat in a specific area. You have to burn fat holistically. So if you have like a genetic six-pack, you might have to burn a bunch of fat across your entire body and also work out. Right? It's really weird. And like I'm in a weird spot where I need to put on fat because I am on the lower end of healthy. Right? I'm on the lower end of healthy, and I'm also an HRT. I take estrogen. I'm non-binary, but I do take estrogen. And like in order to get certain developments, I need fat intake. And so what I've been trying to do and what I've been neglecting and what I should probably do right after stream is done is make protein shakes. Where I take a milk-based protein shake, and I add ice cream to it, like just standard vanilla, and I add a little bit of like chocolate, and I added a banana before, but even adding half of a banana just made the entire thing taste like banana. I might go like a quarter of a banana, and that still might be too much. And then I'll freeze it, and over the next like 3 days, I'll have a third of it each day, because ice cream gives me fat. That's dairy, so it's more protein. Protein shake obviously gives me protein. It's milk based, so again, that's more dairy. Chocolate, mostly just for taste. A protein shake and an omelet a day keeps the gain loss weight. That is true. Like eggs do give you gains. I can sell you some of my fat. I've been too much. No, thank you. I want it to be healthy fat. Like it's something where the reason I'm on the lower end of healthy, and I've talked about this before. I don't go into detail with this. I'm not going to go into detail now. It's private information, but I do struggle with eating, and it's something where like, hey, if I have certain developments I want, I need to be better about my caloric intake, and so I have this really weird struggle where I'm very averse to like taking on too much, where at the same time my goals require me to take on more, and I effectively need to bulk, right? My Yoshi is literally me. Oh my gosh. Are you gonna put Games for Freaks 4 on Throne? No, because I'm just gonna wait. I would love to cover Games for Freaks Volume 4 right now. And like, even if Tom Bloom himself was like, hey Arrow, I love your stuff, here's Games for Freaks Volume 4, I wouldn't want to do a live reaction to it until it was off the paywall, right? Because I don't want to make Games for Freaks Volume 4 reaction and then you to watch it and then you to not pay Tom Bloom for his work. He deserves credit, he deserves work, he puts in a lot of effort, and he does amazing stuff. You're reading Games for Freaks Volume 4 right now? Awesome. After doing a literal search on the Japanese side of the internet, it seems a leg kabedon is called a matedon, where kabe is wall and mata is thigh crotch. Oh, nice. A lot of dudes in films with six packs get them, but yes. What's his face? Henry Cavill has talked about this. And also like a lot of the Avengers crew, like the MCU heroes have talked about this. Like you have to like lose all water weight. Water, if you don't know, water, like drinking water gives you water weight. If you don't drink water for an extended period of time, you will lose multiple pounds. And water weight is something that's like, I think it's pretty over all of your body, evenly distributed, I would imagine. And so like actors, most like superhero actors, Henry Cavill is one example, will not be able to drink water for like 20 hours. No water at all. And they're on set, reading their lines, acting with giant, like superheated lamps pointed at them to get proper lighting. And they're just not allowed to drink water because they have to stay in shape. They have to stay physically like cut. And it is something that like, I don't think I could do that. I legitimately don't think I could do that. And no one thinks about that. Everyone always asks the female actors, like Scarlett Johansson is always asked like, oh, what's your workout routine? And like the male actors are just assumed to have that. But no, they have to like go to the gym like every day a week with like one rest day, have a strictly regimented diet that is primarily protein packing, and then they can't drink any water on a day of a shoot or like the night before. May I ask, can estrogen and working out really change the body fat content placement on a person that much, like generally? I have gotten confirmation from a couple of my friends that my booty is much better now. Now I do squats. I do weighted squats every day, and I'm on E, so that's the thing. In terms of working out, the main thing with working out is that strengthens muscles and makes them more toned. However, if you have fat, your fat can cover tone. So you need to arrow confirm cutie with a booty. Well, I'm not a cutie, so I just got booty. And like my hips, I think, have also filled out a bit more. Like mostly it's gone. I'm a little bit bottom heavy, which like, as you can see from my model, true to life. Like, you know? So, what I will say is that if you are looking for fat redistribution, oddly enough, you want to increase fat intake while you're on E. And if you haven't taken E yet, you probably want to decrease fat intake, lose some fat, and then move on. Because fat, like weight loss is generally diet. It's like 80% diet, 20% exercise. Exercise is mostly about strength gain and muscle gain. That's why you'll have like a cut bulk cycle. But your what workouts you do can actually really change your frame. So for instance, the example, like I did this during Titanfall 2. At a very dramatic moment in Titanfall 2, I paused the stream for like half an hour to talk about workout routines. If you want to masculinize your body, work on your side abdomen. So, you know, like like crunches. I guess it would be like, instead of just going up, down, instead of doing that, go to the side and go to the side. Go to the right, go to the left, go to the right, go to the left, because that will fill out your side abdomen. And if you want to masculinize your body, that will make you look boxier, because your side and like your side abdomen, the right below your rib cage, that will fill out. And so it will take your, like, if you have like a hourglass figure like that, it will kind of like fill this out with muscle. And generally a boxier figure tends to be more masculine. And for instance, if you want to feminize your figure, avoid those muscles at all costs, because if you work out your upper body and your lower body, but you don't necessarily neglect your core, you work on your front core, your upper lower, as opposed to your side core, you will then build out your chest, you will build out your hips, you don't build out your waist, and you can exaggerate your hip waist ratio, your bust waist ratio, and like not quite fake an hourglass, but like literally fill yourself out. On the other side of the coin, Arrow, have you heard of Crelly's McDonald's order? I have not. Arrow, yawn, and then try to deny the QE allegations. Yes, the obliques. Thank you. If you want to masculinize, arms are important. However, your pecs, so like, let's draw your standard like muscle bound cretin, shall we? Right. So if this is your ideal body, and then naturally, like all men, you don't do leg day. Okay, so if this is your ideal body, now let's just do a little. Let's just do a little. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Okay, like that. So if you want to masculinize your body, you want to target the obliques. It's this area right here. You want to target your pecs. That's underneath your breast. So push-ups, a lot of push-ups. Rowing machine, also very good. Surprisingly, biceps and like triceps, good, useful. Everyone should do this. I am of the opinion everyone should do this. That is just arm strength. Lateral, your traps, because a feminine form, like again, stereotypically, this is all stereotyping. A feminine form, if we want to do like the classic feminine, this is like you're like gourd shaped, right? And then you're like you're still allowed to have muscle. It's just not allowed to be very distinct, right? It has to be like thin. Then you also have like an 8-pack, right? So like this is the ideal couple, right? However, women, you're not allowed to skip leg day. You have to have like thunder thighs. And then you have to have really dainty feet so that it goes on wiki feet. And everyone loves you, right? Also, you have to wear heels. You have to wear heels during workout sessions. So like these are your two ideal male body, like you're a male body and your female body. These are the ideals. So if you want to masculinize, that's generally going to be your obliques, side of the abdomen, your pecs underneath your breast, and your traps. Don't be scared if you're like, oh no, like I'm really like self-conscious about my chest. Like I want top surgery, but like I can't afford it. Like if you focus on your pecs, you will effectively, you'll like box out your chest, And it will still be noticeable. You'll still have to wear like a binder if that's your preference, but it will look more like you have defined pecs as opposed to you having breasts. If you're trying to feminize your appearance, it's going to be a lot of legs. You're going to have to love squats for the booty if you want the booty. Center core. Everyone should be doing center core, upper, lower, all that stuff. I personally, I still do my traps because I'm going for androgyny. I'm going for like, I want to be strong. I'm not really going for like, I want to be, I mean, like, I guess being hot would be nice, I guess, but like, that's not like my main goal. My main goal is to like be like able to take care of myself and be healthy. So I do like, biceps, triceps, traps. I need to get better about doing my core. But yeah, for feminizing your body, it is primarily squats, lunges, leg raises, sitting against a wall, you know, like, which is effectively an extended squat. But like, if you've never done it before, try doing it for 1 minute straight, 90-degree angle, like leaning against a wall. It ends up tiring you out really quickly. 2 ideal male bodies. Oh my gosh. Are the heels built into her bone structure? Yeah, they're those bone spurs that spill out. Or eat Crelly's McDonald's order. Oh, what is Crelly's McDonald's order? She's the mold cow, correct? She's the VTuber. Are you my gym teacher? They made them do all of them time. Well, I mean, they're effective. Gourd shaped got me. Every man is supposed to look like a fire hydrant. I look away for 1 second. Why is there a third leg right there? Oh my gosh, you can't say that because my buddy. Do I even say this? Okay, I can say this. My buddy is convinced that I just have like a massive, you know, because I don't talk about it. Like, I'm not shy about it, but like, I don't brag about it. And so he is convinced that based off the fact that I don't constantly like brag about my, that must mean that it is massive. And so over the years, he's gone from joking about me having a third leg to anytime I say anything stupid, he's just like, oh yeah, that's because all the blood is rushing somewhere else. What kind of logic is that? Peak friendship dynamic? See, you get it. It's peak friendship dynamic. Actually, is that a sensor? Yeah, this is a sensor. Clear. I'm not going to show that on stream. What do you want about? I don't know how many sittings it is, but it's just no. It's just too much. Yeah, so if you want to feminize your body, I would recommend working on your arms. The big thing is work out your glutes and your legs. I personally, I mean, cardio is like cardio core. Everyone. Cardio core. Doesn't matter if you're trying to be masculine, feminine, androgynous, if you don't care about how strong you are. Like, cardio core are the 2 things that are most important. I've been neglecting my core. I really need to work on that. I've been doing a little bit better recently. I've been doing some sit-ups recently. But cardio, respiratory system. Respiratory system. This will help you not get winded. This will help you, particularly with your cardiovascular system. I mean, cardio, like with like your heart will get stronger, your lungs will get stronger. You'll be able to do activities for longer, of any variety. Core is basically the rate limiter of the body. If you have super strong arms and you have super strong legs and your core is weak, you won't be able to like climb up a building. You won't be able to lift up a really heavy fridge. You won't be able to do all the things you want to do because the core is the funnel that everything else goes through. A really strong core is helpful by itself, but it's most helpful for if you have really strong arms. It allows you to use all of your arm strength. I've been working out hands most, but my legs seem bigger. Well, I mean arms. And don't forget your lats. Yes. cardio core seems a really bad music genre. Women don't need censored because of their biological security. Exactly. The bow like distracts you from it. That's the type of BS I joke with my buddies as well. But like, oh gosh. I mean, listen. I love this guy. I've known him for years. Like we tight like that. If your core is strong enough, you naturally grow gecko hands to climb up a building. No, that's only if you work out your arms. Wait, is that why my sides start hurting before my legs when running? Probably. Like if you are someone who, like when I was younger and I was briefly a part of like the field team for my middle school, I would get cramps in my sides, like in my obliques. And I think that's partially one, because dehydrated, because not enough water, but also because the core was not strong enough for what I was doing. I might have had the physical capability to do it, but like I needed to work out my core more. And that's why I think passively I've increased my core over time, purely by the fact that I go like on a walk every day, or I go out on a jog every day. I have to ask if he just doesn't know how HRT works. Well, I'm not going to get into that. But no, he does not know how HRT works. And it is not applicable. HRT does not influence into this conversation is all I will say. It's just... Oh my gosh. This better not become a running joke. I better not have started anything. Hey Arrow, I've been working on a custom setting for my Kane playthrough that's set in 1980s Berlin. My question is, what are your thoughts on using historical elements to inform writing TTRPGs? Sorry, what am I what? What am I what? What am I what? Do I involve in a game that involves the real world? Do I involve real life history in my Kane game? Do I follow real life events and include it in my Kane game and my Kane setting? Do I involve real life historical organizations and nations? In my Kane game? Nah. HRT is stored in the third leg. Are these vague illusions are absolutely gonna miss to make this a running joke? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna be living my life. I'm gonna be living my life. And I'm gonna be like on my Discord server. And someone's gonna ask like a TTRPG question. And then I'll be like, oh yeah, here's my thoughts on it. And then someone's gonna be like, wow, I'm surprised you could think that with all the blood rushing to your third leg. And I'm gonna be like, what is wrong with you? Wait, are you a fellow history nerd? Yeah. I wouldn't say I'm like a history buff to the same extent. Like Rory, one of my other friends, he is like an archaeologist. He loves history, but like I enjoy history. So like what I did. Also, everyone knows HRT just makes it go poof out of existence. HRT does not add an inch, does it? I thought it shrinks. I thought HRT shrinks. And that's why I was like, oh yeah, I haven't had to worry about that. What the frick? How does the impact of 9/11 impact the story of my Kane game? It doesn't affect the story of my Kane game, but 9/11, like straight up unironically, is one of many sites in my world where canonically, and my player learned about this in game. There are a number of sites across the world in my Kane game that have a hound that will constantly, like every couple years, come back. And so the one they heard about was that in Vietnam, Faith was being dispatched to deal with a hound. And they learned later that this is a recurring hound that has been appearing every couple years ever since the Vietnam War. Because wherever there was a massive atrocity that is still remembered and honored by people now, it maintains a scar in the psychic sea, and the veil retains a weakness. And the same hound, born from the same tragedy, with the same domains, same trauma questions, It looks exactly the same, acts exactly the same grudge targets, it just evolves over time, will appear once every couple years again and again and again, to the extent that the virtues literally have a leaderboard. And they like compete to see who can take out the most of these recurring sins. And I think it was, who did I say? I know justice was obviously up there. Justice and absolution are the two highest kill counts. I think I said that the charities are actually surprisingly up there. And so they go around and they like fight the same ones over and over and over. And so like we know, the one in New York, it's like a Cat 3 hound and it has like the gun one. So make sure you don't bring guns when you take on the hound born from the 9/11 tragedy. The one in Vietnam has catching the doe. So you're going to need to draw it out because it's hiding in the trees and in the tunnels. And so like they have like strategies and battle plans specific to each atrocity. And so I thought that was like a really cool setting detail that like, yeah, real life atrocities are like genuinely still thought about a lot of the time. Whether it is a massacre of people or systemic oppression or whatever it might be, hounds will form. And because they are still remembered and honored and mourned, hounds will continue to appear. Do I have any other recurrent sins of other types? I've considered it. I think I don't. I think the main one is hounds, because if someone's really sad about something, I don't think that people continue to mourn it for generations to come in the same way that they feel vengeance for it, right? You still feel sad for your ancestors who had a very difficult life, and you still have empathy and sadness and you mourn them, but not in the same way that like, if you're like an American that was alive during 2001, you probably have a very strong opinion on American interventionism and the Patriot Act and like the 2000s, and that doesn't mean it's good, that doesn't mean it's bad. All that means is you probably have a very strong opinion on that. Same thing with like in Vietnam, the Vietnam War indelibly scarred Vietnam, the Vietnamese population, and relationships between America, East Asia, is Vietnam Southeast Asia? Basically America, Vietnam, and communism as a whole. Like that has not gone away. That is not left, even though it's been years at this point. And there are certain other events where sins were involved. I'm not going to touch on that. I'm like, for instance, World War II, probably a couple sins going around. I'm not discussing that because I feel like that's incredibly insensitive. Including, I don't think it's very sensitive to say like, oh, like sins did 9/11, but the memory of it can cause a recurring hound. And I feel like taking real life tragedies and not making it so that they were caused by sins, but that their fallout involved sins, the people traumatized from it formed sins, I think that makes it more acceptable. Oh, hey, Justice. Hey, World War II, what up? So, same as always, in this court, sin is cringe, and then they fight. Exactly. Thank you, Southeast Asia. Atrocities isn't a sins thing. Thriving on the consequences is. Well, centipedes. Anyway, so Born of Sin. Despite its European origins, so this is a setting doc I have. This is not mechanics. This is not related to a specific like campaign I'm running. But this is like a setting doc I'm working on that on Friday, if you want to learn more Kane, I'm going to be writing this then. Does how recent the event occurred play into how powerful the sin is or how severe it is? Like some of the atrocities occurred in World War II would be weaker than modern incidents. So I'm operating off of how regarded is it. For instance, at this point, the Alamo has stopped manifesting a sin. It used to manifest sins. At this point, no one really cares about the Alamo. Like, yeah, a lot of Americans will say like, remember the Alamo, and have no idea what that means. The Alamo was something that maybe manifested a lord, right? I imagine that there are quite a few. I mean, I guess there probably would be a couple other sins that would manifest. Like, for instance, something that my player and I both thought of at the same time, or independently of each other, like a Southern Victory style, like Confederate lord in the U.S. South. I feel as though there's probably one of those that pops up every once in a while, maybe several. And it's the idea of this narrative of the glorious defeat of the South and how they were taken down by the War of the North, like War of Northern Aggression. And it's just this sentiment that brings about the same sin over and over and over. And it's just about virtues coming down and stomping it out, right? So I think that it's not a matter of time, it's a matter of memory. For instance, there is a certain thing that didn't happen in China in the 1980s where students definitely weren't protesting, and that does not have a hound attached, because everyone that would have had a hound like manifest off of that, nope, they don't talk about it, doesn't exist, not on history books, does not exist. And so, like, in that setting, in that sense, a real life tragedy that would have formed a perpetual hound was squashed because it was effectively severed from the public consciousness, right? What about other emotions like disappointment and such? Award events like Oscars or Olympics might breed strong emotions like heartbreak and such. So with Cain, there are 6 base sins. There are also other types of sins that Homebrew have come out with. So for instance, the Lord is fear. The Lord is, I want to go back in time. I want to rewind the clock. I lost someone I loved. I lost a innocence in the world. I lost this thing that I want to reclaim. The toad is indulgence. It is wealth. It is, I want material things that I cannot have, and so the toad will get me them. The centipede is hatred. The centipede is, I want to be saved from a world that I hate, so the centipede is going to destroy that world. The hound is vengeance. The hound wants to kill people. The hound wants to get revenge. The hound wants to kill people. The hound wants more revenge. The hound wants to kill people. And that's really the main thing of the hound, is killing people, which is why with wars, with massacres, with G words that I can't talk about on YouTube, like, hounds are going to come up a lot by the survivors. The survivors want revenge for what happened. Idols are desire. They want love. They want attention. They want fame. They want maybe fortune. The Knicks made a lord in. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. And so desire, like wanting stuff, being wanted, being famous. And then the ogre's depression, despair, is hiding from the world, being scared of the world, withdrawing from the world, wallowing in self-pity. The great American toad, yeah? So these are instances where, in my setting, recurring sins are rare and have to have a really big thing form them. So like, that was more what I was asking. If the events that spawned manifested them, not the other way around. Yeah. Does the boat lift have any sort of saint or mystical thing? I only ask because I love the story of the boat lift. Makes me tear up. I'm unfamiliar with what the boat lift is. Is there one born of the desire to control other people because you can't feel comfortable or safe without it? That is not raw. That is in the Harpocrates dossier. That is a homebrew that I covered on stream, and I've actually been, like, I've since befriended the dev. And the spider is one where, let me get to it. Sorry, let me scroll. The spider is a sin that is obsessed with controlling its circumstances because it felt controlled. The spider refuses to allow anyone to control it by the fact that it feels powerless, right? So yeah, there is that. I think Toad would be British, especially museum. Yeah. So for my setting guide, this is entirely like, this is a mixture of canon Cain lore and my own spin on it. Despite its European origins, Cain has expanded far beyond its operational constraints from its founding in 1684. It spent multiple decades attempting to construct a unified front across the then divided Europe, during which it fractured from a strictly Catholic organization into a non-denominational pan-Christian organization. During this time, Cain was viewed as a Christian organization operating on behalf of the church, if not underneath it. While obscure, it was still viewed as a formal institution kept as an open secret amongst clergy. After establishing monastic orders across Northern Africa, Asia Minor, and then the Near East, Cain began adopting the local customs for ease of operations before officially incorporating Judaism and then Islam into its dogma. During the same time, it retreated fully into the shadows of Eurasian governments, particularly the Holy Roman Empire of the German nation and the Ottoman Caliphate. Cain's funding, intelligence, and acquisition of exos coming from secular powers outpaced its support from Christian organizations by this time. After political upheavals in the latter half of the 18th century, Cain successfully established itself across the Atlantic. It enjoyed significant expansion throughout the New World in the early 19th century, moving westward and southward alongside American expansion. This was followed by trans-Pacific expansion into East Asia during the mid-19th century, i.e. the Opium Wars, despite resistance from local authorities. By the end of the 19th century, Cain was connected enough it could follow European powers into sub-Saharan Africa, i.e. the scramble for Africa, while simultaneously expanding into Oceania and the remainder of Asia. It has since stationed agents even in Antarctica, though no sites have been constructed there due to the lack of consistent population. Cain continued to recognize, incorporate, and operate within the tenets of a multitude of religions and cultures as it shifted into a secular organization. Different regions emphasized their local customs, where standardized terminology is often substituted for more appropriate language. Authority encourages such practices so long as clarity is ensured. Note: Cain recognizes that its history is one of relying on the evils of humanity for its own expansion. It is the responsibility of those born of sin to eradicate sin. So I like the idea that Cain, its name is Cain, you wear like habits and cassocks as standard exos. I like the idea that it started as a Eurocentric Catholic organization, and just due to logistical constraints and just ease of operations, went from Catholic to Christian, went from Christian to basically Abrahamic faiths, and from Abrahamic faiths to secular and adapting to whatever the local sphere is, right? Will the Titanic movie increase the appearances of a recurring Titanic sin? So the thing is that the Titanic movie in Wraith the Oblivion would increase the presence and power of the Titanic in the Shadowlands. The Shadowlands in Wraith the Oblivion, not Cain, different system, World of Darkness. Wraith the Oblivion is all about memory. It's all about things in the public consciousness. What do people remember? Cain is all about trauma. I don't think anyone is really traumatized by the Titanic right now. However, there are still people, like today, that are traumatized or have experienced the trauma, like secondhand, of the Vietnam War, of 9/11, of the various things going on in the world. A lot of American manifest destiny and expansionism has impacted indigenous populations to the fact that their modern day descendants today are still affected by and traumatized by what was done hundreds of years ago. So for instance, there's probably at least a couple sins based off of American manifest destiny, right? I can see the same happening on the Chernobyl disaster. You say that. Where is it? So, Code Pink. There is no orbital rail bombardment should a hunt fail. Again, this is my setting. This is not Cain canon. In Cain canon, if a hunt fails, they drop like rods from God, tungsten rods, like level an entire area. Not what I do. As it stands, dropping tungsten rods from low orbit are less effective than missile strikes, and rail cannons are infeasible for combat. Nuclear ordnance is too long-lasting in its cleanup to rely upon, but there are times when exos cannot be relied upon to complete a hunt. The uncomfortable truth is that, in such circumstances, Cain relies upon sins. Referred to as a code pink internally, the deployment of artificially manifested sins is information restricted to virtues, the crew of Seraph, and a special division within Temerity. Outside of the board and a few relevant overseers, even authority doesn't know institutionally. Such artificial sins are most commonly grown from grace sampled from the captive sin Ozymandias and wrangled by a rotating team of blackcoats. Such wranglers are chosen on per mission basis, but otherwise act as standard agents the majority of the time. Most binders that may get to Cat 4 find themselves in this roster, their heretical blasphemy a convenient explanation for execution in the case they attempt to reveal what a Code Pink truly is. use the stats of a mass-produced sin, with multiple groups, Execution Talisman 5, sent out to high-value areas. With their control units intact, they focus entirely on executing the target sin without regard for collateral damage. Each individual sin obediently follows the commands of its assigned Blackcoat Wrangler, even to its own harm or destruction. Use the stats of a Binder, upper rank, though they are a Kane-sanctioned XO who are, theoretically, loyal to the organization. After execution is confirmed, all deployed sins are rounded up and executed. Standard cleanup procedures follow, and the Wranglers are allotted full payment for the hunt. They then return back to their normal duties and are closely monitored to ensure they keep quiet. Assuming the code pink failed and the target sin was not executed, available virtues are deployed. Defrosting is unilaterally greenlit, even outside of scheduled cycles. At this point, the Board of Authority and nearby site directors are informed of the situation. Once a sin undergoes sin event, it progresses towards future ones at an exponential rate. Upon the retreat or death of on-site virtues, nuclear ordnance is launched. This has only ever occurred twice in 4/26/blank and 3/11/blank. In both cases, the sin survived the detonation, but demanifested soon after. Temerity researchers are unclear if this was a result of the resulting radiation or the lack of nearby grace from humans. The reason I thought about this is because one of these dates is the Chernobyl disaster. And the other one of these dates is what I saw, and people were arguing with me. People said that I was wrong for this. I looked it up on Wikipedia. I don't know if this is wrong. There are 2 nuclear meltdowns that are the highest rating on a nuclear basically, there are 2 recorded meltdowns in history that are the highest scale on the nuclear destruction scale or whatever. And one was Chernobyl and one was a Japanese nuclear plant in 2011. And so I like the idea that the Fukushima event. I like the idea that those aren't normal. Chernobyl was the result of a shocking amount of incompetence. If you know anything about Chernobyl, it is everything that could have gone wrong did, and people were not responsive. And people did not actually care about it. Oh, only Chernobyl actually exploded though? Then I might remove the Fukushima one. But I like the idea that that's the cover story Kane put forward, is that there was a horrendous disaster where everything went wrong. But in reality, virtues were deployed, it didn't work, and then they just had to nuke it. Really, it was a steam explosion. I didn't know that. If radiation does kill sins, could you get an X-ray machine on steroids to kill them? So Temerity doesn't know if the radiation killed them or if it was nearby lack of race. So I'm leaving that ambiguous. I like that as just a setting detail. But as a cover story, it's viable. I could tell you some things about Fukushima. Oh no. I remember people not even knowing how to handle Chernobyl. I mean, also this was the USSR at a time where there had never been a disaster on the same scale. I'm not gonna say that they should have known better, that they shouldn't have known better, but because they should have known better. But also the first time is always gonna be one of the worst. Chernobyl is basically anti-nuclear energy propaganda, but it actually happened because we live in the worst timeline. Yeah. Anyway, Moss, the reason I went through all this is to show you I love adding in real life history to a setting that actually has real life history. When I do World of Darkness, I generally don't do that. At least I haven't done that to the same extent. I like to seed it. I like to mix and match. I don't think that using historical elements to inform writing is a good or a bad thing. I think it can be really fun. I think you need to walk the line where, for instance, there was a World of Darkness setting. There's a World of Darkness supplement that mentioned that, I don't remember what it was. There's some Russian event that involved a bunch of LGBTQ people losing their lives. And I don't remember what the event was, but the book basically said this was Camarilla vampires trying to stoke nearby anarchs into attacking the Sabbat by making it look like the Sabbat killed them when actually it was the Camarilla killed them. And then people are hey, No. That was like an event that happened 10 years ago. That's incredibly disrespectful to say that it was a vampiric plot and not actual real life bigotry and discrimination that we are dealing with right now. And so that's the sort of thing where like, I want to avoid this. I want to avoid this if I can. And with something like Kane, I would really highly recommend avoiding it. I've had multiple people bring up, and I've also had this thought like, hey, if sins are real, based off of trauma, there was an event that happened throughout like the 1930s into the 40s in Europe, mostly Germany, but also all of the various territories that Germany conquered. That's like really bad and definitely would have formed a lot of sins. I'm not talking about that. I'm not bringing that up because I feel like that's incredibly disrespectful to all of the people who were affected by that to say, oh yeah, sin was involved. It wasn't human evil, right? And that's the kind of thing that like you have to be careful of. You always have to be careful of that. But I think that if you do it in ways that you use real life events that, as they actually happened to build off of, that can be really cool. And it takes effort. And I mostly did this because it's lore. I generally don't do this, like I said. I generally, like in my game, I don't really care about that too much. I'm more inclined to just make up my own stuff because I like making lore. But if I have a setting doc, I think it's fun to be like, hey, this is an organization that, where is it? This is an organization that's named Kane and has very Catholic inspirations, but they operate globally. Why is that? And so I decided they used to be Eurocentric. They used to be Catholic, and then they since brought in and globalized. That really is in poor taste to say that, and that's my thought process. Like, it's in poor taste is what it is. Good news is we can have a nuclear power immune to meltdown. Oh. Just don't take the glowy rock out of the boiling steam changer while it's on. I know it's not what happened. Seriously, why did they open up the radioactive steam room? Engineers blew the whistle in Chernobyl decades before it happened and nothing was fixed. Yeah. My nuclear engineering prof in college did a risk assessment of the Fukushima plant, and management resoundingly ignored his recommendations that would have prevented. Oh no. Your daily reminder that a dirty bomb and a fission event are two different things that can eradicate you from the result of an explosion. The Japanese were in charge of Fukushima were also absurdly bad at keeping to proper safety procedures. Yeah. Trying to attack a nuclear power plant is a political toaster bath. Yeah. Any reason you didn't use nuclear tests as cover, especially with China conducting one recently? So if you're referring to the Code Pink, a nuclear test would be one of the best ways of doing it. The issue with the nuclear test is that if I do a nuclear test out in the middle of the ocean, I would need to have a SIN be there to say, hey, we did a test in the middle of the ocean. We're not going to say, oh, we did a nuclear test on Chicago. We did a nuclear test on Springfield. We did a nuclear test on Sacramento. Like you can't really say that. That doesn't make any sense as a cover. But Sacramento, Chicago, Springfield, those are the spots where a sin is probably going to manifest. So that's why I was going more like the reactor meltdown angle. And also because I feel like virtues failing to execute a sin should be like, oh no, it's happened like twice. Like it's happened almost never is the goal. Yeah, nuclear tests are an excellent cover if it can be lured out into the open. And for very fantasy settings, how good is it to base things off historical events? And because it's more detached, can you get into more nitty gritty? I mean, like, look at Assassin's Creed, right? Assassin's Creed's whole thing for the longest time was, hey, go assassinate these political figures. Work with Da Vinci and like have fun. And like, you can do that. Absolutely. Just be aware is that the closer you get to something that someone might actually have exposure to, the more dangerous it's going to be, right? My fear with making writing about the Second World War is just conflict in general so widespread and universally awful. Yeah. When you first scrolled to that section, for a second, I thought I was going to say they're wrangling sins out of the Chernobyl. No! Are you getting canceled for making a TTRPG that trivializes the mana crisis? No! Not the Neolithic! Though, unlike Chernobyl, wasn't the Japanese one slammed? Yeah, it had a whole bunch of stuff going on. Mainly because nuclear events kind of spread across everywhere. Yeah, so basically don't be dumb if you're getting close. Yeah, if you're getting, like, when it comes to history, what I would also say, if you are doing history and you want to go crazy with it, please do not have your entire story or have your entire game in terms of like how crazy it gets and then time. Whatever you do, please don't do this. So many things do this. So many things are like, oh yeah, for like the first 2/3 of it, it's going to be totally normal. And then I'm going to blow your socks off because in the final third, I'm going to introduce magic. I'm going to introduce spaceships. Don't do that. Anytime anyone has ever done that, people complain. Because what happens is that if I want magic, if I want spaceships in my fantasy setting, I check out around here. And if I want historical realism, I check out right here. So you lose everyone. You lose everyone by that. What I would recommend instead is to go like here and then go down. And then like, whoa. And then like you go up here, right? Give like the initial conception of weirdness. You start off, oh, I see blinky glowy lights in the church. Clearly this is not normal. Oh, they said they heard voices from God, but only after they saw something flying through the heavens. Okay, this is very clearly like aliens. I'm bought in. I'm curious. And then you have your like bits of normal, and then you like see it. Oh, a little bit of alien here, a little bit of alien here. What is this thing? This is like a reanimated corpse. Is this like magic? I thought we were doing aliens. And then it goes back down as totally normal. And then, oh no, aliens, spaceship, blah, 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 blah. That's just uncool storytelling. We start with funny bugmen shooting slabs of metal goons immediately. Yeah. Alternatively, you can always do this. Right? Like you can always do that. Don't be afraid to go even crazier. The one thing that you should never do though is have like that or that. Don't do this. Please don't do this. The beginning of the story is where you set the audience suspension of disbelief. From that point on, you need to maintain consistency. Yes, and you can bend consistency, and you can even break consistency. You can get a lot of fun and a lot of mileage out of breaking consistency. The issue with it is that you have to like have some sort of setup. The ideal is that you have some sort of like, you start up here, you fluctuate, you go down a bit, and then you go back up. Or you start down here, maybe you have a peak and you go back down, and then you go back up, right? Should not come from nowhere. Why do we never see stories where an alien species comes to Earth as friends and humans and aliens fight against a bugger alien threat? Because humanity yeah. Shout out to the Gundam 00 for jumping the shark in the final 2 hours and a foreshadowing that jump shark for the first 2 hours. Kane Yuri be like, yeah. Have yet to actually play Kane with the Blasphemy Bind. Can I wear my Forbidden Spirit as a mech? Sure. For one action, but sure. Like, generally, I'm the sort of person, if I am running for someone and they say, hey, can I be a Kane binder? I have my own little Pokemon. I have my own little Sin. Can I have it? Then when I use my blasphemy powers, it like forms around me like Iron Man armor and I have like a suit of armor. I would say, sure. Because you told me about that when we started the game. If you say, hey, I want to be an Ardence user, but like instead of fire or cold, can I have like lightning powers? Can I like all of my powers are lightning? And I'm like, sure, you can have lightning powers. And I'm like, well, so I have like control over temperature. Instead of that, can I have like control over like machines? And then I was like, okay, I'm not going to give you control over machines, but if you want, instead of temperature regulation, you can regulate wattage flows and electrical flows, which means you can overpower or underpower stuff like batteries and circuits and wires. And like, yes, that's what I meant. That's what I wanted to do. And so now the Ardence user, despite being mechanically all about heat and cold, I gave them the power of electricity. And I did that because that's what they wanted, because that was fun for them, and they told me that when the game started. If after 6 sessions, the Ardence user is like, hey, can I use my Ardence powers to like control this machine? And I'm like, Anya, Lynn, why would you think that's something that would work? And they're like, no, like I want to be able to do this. And I'm like, yes, but you have fire powers, not lightning powers. And they're like, well, I want lightning powers. I'm like, then you should have chosen lightning powers. And then we get into an argument, right? Or my favorite show did, where they took all the cool magic we get to see advance, and then the final episode shows cool evil magic that gets banned and forever lost because, oh no. Teaming up with good aliens to fight bad aliens is the plot of the second Independence Day movie. Is it? Oh my gosh. Independence Day 2 is a bad movie because it isn't about 10-year guerrilla warfare between alien survivors and armies abandoned by the world making do in Central Africa. What? The frick? That sounds very specific. Arrow, I don't want to say it, but that's a thing you can do in Games for Freaks 4 with Bind. What the frick? Is that a quirk? Is it a quirk? Jeez. Do you want me to tell you about my nascent blasphemy powers? The other stream you recommended, Zizanja and Wuxia. Do I have any recommendations? I don't know anything about it. Apparently, Where Winds Meet is a free Wuxia game. I will say, most Chinese and Japanese historical fantasy is based off of Wuxia and or Xianxia. And so, or Xianxia. And I'm not knowledgeable enough to give any recommendations. Like the Voltron, like Voltron lions are colored in accordance with Wuxia, right? Voltron lions each have an element associated with them. You have Journey to the West, 5-man band, and has basis of the 5-element structure. Like, I am aware of Wuxia. I can't claim to be an expert or even very knowledgeable on it, so I don't have any good recommendations. I'm sorry. Whoa, peeps, slow down on the Games for Freaks 4 spoilers, please. I don't mind spoilers, but I do... Like I just plan on like mostly going in blind. Like I went into Games for Freaks 3 mostly blind, even though I knew about Perfect Sins and I knew about Tongue and Mother and Blasphemy and Track and Wire, not Blasphemy. Is Cain, is there an antagonist to sins that aren't XOs like angels or saints? Something that embodies higher traits that corrupt or purify? No. However, there is an organization of rogue binders that are evil called Under Heaven. And in my setting, I gave them unique powers that you can look at right now if you look on my itch page. Distortions doc, it has reverences, which are Cain-style blasphemies that have been corrupted and or changed to mimic sin domains because they're NPCs. And so these rival binders that you have will fight you using reverences as you use blasphemies. And I thought that was a nice little back and forth. Also, may I ask why you said my name a minute ago? So I choose random chatters as I see them, and if ever I'm referring to them, I will say, like, for instance, Butterscorch and Gamma are going off on an adventure, and they are going to go do the thing until I throw an ogre at them. And how do they fight it? And then I'll explain using Butterscorch and Gamma as example characters in my story that I'm talking about. So it's not specific to you. Like, don't worry about it. I'm not calling you to the front of the class. For mech design, melee weapons, energy or physical? Depends on setting. For instance, 40k chainswords, fantastic. AC6, pile bunker, physical, I love it. Energy sword, pretty pog. Crazy enough, I'm very on record. I prefer ballistics to lasers. The best example I can give is, I think aesthetically, I prefer War Machine to Iron Man, right? I think big gun that shoots really good, like a heavy bolter, is more interesting than a las cannon. That being said, melee weapons, like energy melee weapons, go kind of hard. And that's mostly because, like, how do you justify a mech swinging a sword? Unless it's some kind of, like, enhanced vibroblade, superheated electromagnetic pulse beam sword, right? Like, it's hard to justify if it's only kinetic, even though I have a preference for kinetic. Physical is so rough and ferocious. Energy is refined and delicate. Yes. You were married by an idol earlier? Exactly, yeah. You got the fear put into you? Yeah. If I say your name, it means that you're on the banned chopping block. Who would win, 20 gorillas or Krampus? Well, depends. Have the gorillas been naughty or nice? Like, that's the defining factor for me. That answers the question. If yes, they have been naughty, Krampus wins. If no, he has no power over them. 20 gorillas is going to mess him up. I'm always a fan of Gundam Beam Rifle. It feels so satisfying to watch it melt things. That's the thing. Like, if you have like like, that's not as cool to me as like, you feel? Like, come on. You gotta be with me on that one. Ballistics are also easier to sync funk music to. That is true, because like the do. There's always a show or something for free from the official channel. I'm gonna go get milk. Hey, I did not forget to explode. How dare you? I explode all the time. Yeah. It's really awkward when I feel my nose getting congested and I'm trying to talk and then I start struggling to breathe because I'm talking and I can't breathe through my mouth because I'm talking and exhaling like air. and my nose can't breathe because I'm congested. So then I just get progressively less and less coherent. And I hope it's not gross to listen to. I'm so sorry. If I can't fire my anti-ship grade mech gun, then I want a refund. Ballistics are awesome, but so often they feel like BBs rather than... Okay, yeah. I like AC 6 ballistics. They are like little babies. Give me... Doom, 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 doom. You know? Like, give me... And then it's like... And like at like just like times 20, and then it's like doom, doom, doom. Like this is cool. This is doom, 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 doom. It's so satisfying. Just breathe through your ears. I'm already breathing through the pores in my skin. Any tips or recommendation for mind mapping tools? I don't know what that means. I assume you mean theater of the mind and like mapping out that. Rain? Arrow bug confirmed. As a no, Gwen, come back. We love Scorch means in this house. I love Scorch. If you watched my Titanfall playthrough, you know I love Scorch. And then I picked up Ronin briefly because I thought it was fun. But come on. Legion. You're going to give me a minigun and not expect me to fall in love? My ideal mech would be Legion primary, Ronin melee, Scorch fire shield, right? As a Northstar main, Scorch is annoying to deal with, but it's so cool. As a Scorch main, I love Northstars. They're free kills for this real sniper. I think you're actually asking for a brain scanning device. Do not smack talk my Ronin. Okay, Ronin sucks. I direct you to my short that I made where I was going and I was just like making noises when I was playing Ronin to show you that I love the Ronin. It still sucks though. It's not a good mech. I am Heavy Weapons Gundam, and this is my gun. Did I check out Kane 1.4? It comes with a text file that lists all the changes, both in the main books and the previous GFFs. Oh, there's changes to previous GFFs. I have not checked that out, no. Unsubscribing, Google Docky, no. Yuri with the Kane. We did not have Kane Yuri yesterday. Do you have any TTRPGs to recommend to people new to the whole thing? If you want a game that is easy to learn and easy to convince people to try, Lasers and Feelings, Honey Heist, Everyone is John, Goblin with a fat ass. Like any of these are was it Kick-Ass and Bubblegum? Kick-Ass Bubblegum. Any of these are one-page TTRPGs. The whole thing about them is their entire rules are explained in one page. Sometimes 2 pages. And the whole point of them is they're meant that you can pick them up. You and between like 2 to 4 other friends can read them. You get like 15 minutes of prep to write up what the story is, and they get 15 minutes of prep to make their characters, and then you go. And most of the time you need like 1d6 or maybe 2d6. Maybe you need a d20. And they're very easy to get into. If you've never played a TTRPG before, they are super easy because all they are is, anytime I want to roll anything, I roll 1d6. If I have a Lasers and Feelings score of 5, If I roll a 5 or lower and I'm making a lasers roll, I do something related to lasers. It's very left brain. It's shooting someone. It is hacking a computer. It's making the trajectories for how our spaceship can drive. Or if I roll 5 or higher, I get a feelings roll, which is connecting to people, seducing someone, intuiting their intention, convincing someone of something. So then with lasers and feelings, everyone has like a little bit of equipment and a D6 that they roll, and it's always going to be like 2 or higher, 3 or higher, 4 or lower, 5 or higher, like whatever it ends up being. These are all super simple, right? Then, if you enjoy that, I would recommend trying out, and I know a bunch of people are going to crucify me for this, I would try out Powered by the Apocalypse. My recommendation is City of Mist. City of Mist. Powered by the Apocalypse, super simple. Most of the games are you roll 2d6 to make a play. The play determines what you can do. Generally, it's going to be 7 or lower, 8 to 10, and 11 plus. So if I get a 7 or lower, I fail. If I get an 8 to 10, I get a partial success. If I get an 11 or higher, I get a total success. And so generally, it'll be 2d6, and you might like add +1. You might roll 2d6, you might add +2. And then you'll have lists of like, okay, one of your plays is convince someone of something. One of your plays is attack someone. One of your plays is investigate an area. And one of your plays is get out of dodge. And those are like, everyone always rolls one of those 4 plays. And your character, you might get an ability where like, every time you get out of dodge, you're always fast enough, right? Or whenever you get out of dodge, you can always get +3 if you're leaving someone else behind. Like, that's the kind of stuff Powered by the Apocalypse does. City of Mist is a game where you are a real, like, actual person, but you are also the reincarnation of a myth. For instance, you are the reincarnation of Zeus. And Zeus, living through you, wants to tell the story of Zeus again. You are the story of Heracles, or Enkidu, or of Anasui, or Coyote, or Thanatos, or Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven, or Captain Ahab, or like Don Quixote. Any of these can all work. And the way it works is that you have 4 little cards. And they're of any combination of logos, which is related to your person, and mythos, which is related to the myth. Your logos describes who you are as a person. For instance, maybe you're a mother. Maybe you have children. So one of your logos might be mom. Maybe you have another logos where you are part of the PTA. Maybe you have a third logos where your personality is you're a why-not, right? And then your mythos is because you have the reincarnation of Zeus through you, you have incredible electrifying riz. You can riz up anyone, just like Zeus does. I'm not going to touch on that. And so, whenever you roll, being a mom has equal precedent mechanically as getting like immaculate mythological riz from Zeus. The example I give is that in City of Mist, being depressed as a personality trait gives you the same amount of mechanical bonuses as being able to call down lightning by being the reincarnation of Zeus. They give you mechanically equivalent options. And the whole goal of the game, the central tension, is that your mythos wants to tell itself again. You as a person want to live your normal life. And you'll gain more mythos and lose more logos, or you'll gain more logos and lose more mythos. And if you ever have only logos, you forget about your myth and you become a normal person. If you lose all of your logos, you become overtaken by your story and believe you are actually, literally, Zeus. And you have the power to back it up. And so City of Mist is a great investigative game where you're basically playing noir detective superheroes in an urban fantasy setting. Very fun system. And also very simple. And if you want more goth, if you want more gothic, I would recommend Vampire the Masquerade. A lot of people have said they have very poor experiences with this. I've had not but amazing experiences. I've also only played it like twice. I have run it dozens of sessions for multiple different groups. But many people I know have said that they have had poor experiences with Vampire the Masquerade. So I would recommend Vampire the Masquerade. It's in the World of Darkness. V5 came out like 10 years ago, so it's been streamlined to like modern sensibilities. I can't speak on Call of Cthulhu. I think Call of Cthulhu is a bit niche for like an introduction. I think that it's fun, and I think that it's interesting, but it's niche. And I think that to enjoy Call of Cthulhu, as someone that has not played it, you need to have a background of how TTRPGs work so that you don't get salty when your character goes insane and dies. So that you don't like get really pissy when things don't go your way, right? We all know Girlfriend is the absolute best starter TTRPG though. I mean, like, full stop. If you are in a group where that sort of content is already something all of you are comfy with each other with, for instance, you're in like a polycule or kink group or whatever, yeah, I would say Girlfriend is actually a very good starter TTRPG, so long as you are part of that niche, right? So long as you are part of the niche where everyone's an adult and everyone's comfortable with it and everyone wants to explore that stuff, mechanically, it is very easy to get into. Mechanically, Girlfriend is very straightforward, right? What is Girlfriend actually? I'm gonna watch the vid on it after stream, but yeah. The long and short is it's a game about trans lesbians stuck in mechs fighting aliens, and it's also 18 plus, where it involves a lot of not safe for work content. And the assumption is that your character will be engaging in a lot of not safe for work content, mostly with your other trans lesbians, but also like with the aliens potentially, with your handler who is like your boss, with random NPCs. They don't have to be trans. I mean, like, they don't have to be, but like the game's creator and the ethos behind it made it very clear that it's tied to the trans lesbian experience in particular. Actually, I would say starting at level 15 D&D Adventure with no modifications is also better. At that point, just whip out Pathfinder. Whoa, Pathfinder first edition upon ye. What if I want to be a trans lesbian? Then go for it. They don't have to be lesbians either, but it's catered to. I guess not. Like you're depersoned, you're dehumanized. Like you're called a girl, but you're it's. Like you can have like a group of all like male identifying pilots. Girlfriend seems like a really good for a group where the DM also wants to play. Yeah, and I've heard the same thing about a couple other systems. Like a couple other people are like, hey, if you liked that aspect of Girlfriend, you would love this other system. So I might check them out. Get in the mech Shinji, the game, but HRT didn't save him. How many TTRPGs do I have planned for the future? I don't know what specifically you mean by that. If you're talking about what I'm going to talk about on the channel, right now on the list is Perfect Draw. I would love to make a dedicated Kane video and a dedicated Lancer video. I'm going to make a Biophage video at some point because I'm in talks with the dev about that. I mean, I could make like a City of Mist video and like a Vampire the Masquerade video and like a Werewolf the Apocalypse video. Like I could just keep going and going and going. I don't know what I'm gonna do. And when I say this, I'm saying like full review, like long form. But in terms of like short form, I just wrapped up Hunter's Archive. And that means I have a slot open in my weeks. And what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to pivot to Lancer videos weekly. Right? I'm now going to do weekly Lancer videos instead of bi-weekly. Because I have like 16 Lancer frames left. I kind of want to get those done. I don't want this to take another half a year. I want to kind of get them done ASAP. Yeah, Rip Hunter's Archive. The Under Heaven cell, they got found out. I find the complete dehumanization and illegal pronouns of Girlfriend more interesting than the 18 plus stuff. It hits the experience just right. Oh yeah, with all the new people, it's a Neolithic. The Arrow playtest roll took some fibbing? I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. Get myself into a mech to get some free HRT. No. Also, from your wording from your vid, the naughty time mechanic could 100% be you beating the nonsense out of each other to mold them in your hand like putty. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Listen. One of the permissions is privacy. And my first thought, if someone wants to like have private time with me and like get me in an area where there's no cameras and no interruptions, like I'm concerned for my physical safety. I'm worried they're gonna like jump me, and like everyone has a knife. All of the pilots have knives. Like I'm worried I get stabbed more than anything. That's my concern. And if I was gonna take that, I would take it to stab someone else. Yeah, girlfriend system as the DM being a player is also very interesting. Girlfriend, but everyone plays a manosphere influencer, and all of them are going on about the misogyny about being called girls. Just like the motorcycle outside is going on about the misogyny about me yelling at a motorcycle. From what I heard from chat, Xeneolithic also sounds fun. It's the 5000 BC Mana Crash one? Yes. And I made that one. I designed, I wrote, I put together Xeneolithic. I had to release it in 2 separate volumes because, like, the Google Doc was not Google Docking. So you can find it for free right now. On the Discord, there are playtest roles for it. There are people that are... Is it the same motorcycle every time? I think it's a couple different ones. I think there's a couple different motorcycles. Because, like, one motorcyclist lives on the same street as me. I know that. I've seen them, like, park their motorcycle. So, I think maybe another one might. But for whatever reason, people are just, like, zooming down where I live. What is Angel's Got a Shotgun a reference to from the short about 40K? So, it's a reference to a song called from the Cab called Angel with a Shotgun. And the specific image I used was a notorious image that gather round children. I'm going to tell you about Nightcore. Back in the day, like late 2000s, early 2010s. And like this continued through the mid 2010s, but it's really early 2010s was the peak. There's a genre called Nightcore. And I'm sure it's still around today. But what it was is you would take a song, you would speed it up, generally like times 2, sometimes times 1.75, sometimes 2.25, whatever ends up being, you speed it up. And then on the thumbnail, and also as like the background image of whatever you're playing it over, you take a random image of an anime girl. And then that's the entire thing. So generally, Nightcore was like pop, rock, more upbeat songs that then you speed up even further. And you might even pitch them. I can't remember if the pitching was a result of the speed increase or you would also pitch it. Because I think it was times 2 speed, 1 octave, anime girl. Yeah, so that's the thing, B. It's called Nightcore, and it has an anime girl in the background. So this is Nightcore. Daycore is also a thing. Fills me with joy every time Arrow references early aughts, late 90s. Well, this is not early aughts, late 90s. This is early 10s, late aughts. Early aughts, late 90s. I've referenced that a couple times. Like, I've definitely referenced that because I love that era. And honestly, like, it's nostalgia. Of course it's nostalgia, right? That was 25 years ago. Of course I'm going to feel nostalgic for that. Gosh. Arrow not showing the Angel with the Shotgun image is diabolical. Okay, fine. I'll show the Angel with the Shotgun image. So this is like the internet checkpoint. If you recognize this and your first thought is Angel with a Shotgun, you were presumably online back in like 2010 to 2014. This one picture, this specific picture, initially, when I made that reference, I was going to use the official art, and then I'm like, I gotta use the Nightcore version. And do you wanna know what? Do you wanna know what's the kicker? Do you want to know what the kicker is? I hate Nightcore. I don't even like Nightcore. At the time, I had a buddy back in high school who he would listen to Nightcore music on ×2 speed. He would listen to Nightcore music on ×2 speed next to me. Kicker is a Magic the Gathering mechanic that allows you to pay an extra cost or kicker cost in addition to its normal summoning casting cost. If you do, an additional effect will proc in addition to its normal effect. Rage. That picture's still mad tough. Bro, it's not fast enough. I don't know. Incredible. Get him some ADC mechs. Listen, I will say, I do love how my nostalgia for like early aughts has led to, I think, me giving off more hag than I am. I think at this point people assume I'm like a 30-something millennial. But like my sense of humor and I think my energy, I have also gotten like, I'm like a really young Zoomer. I've gone the two extreme. Like I've had people guess that I was 40 before. I doubt one can understand ×2 Nightcore. 271 million views. Oh my gosh. Congratulations, you meet an aspiring noise marine. He must eat like 50 melatonin gummies every time he needs to sleep. Okay, I have been eating melatonin gummies. I've been trying melatonin gummies for the past couple of weeks now. They are not working for me. Like, maybe I'll get a little tired after like half an hour, but what I was told is that like within 30 minutes, I will pass out. What has happened is that I will take them, I will get into my bed, and after about half an hour, I get kind of tired. And I don't know if that's because I took melatonin or if that's because I'm in my bed with my eyes closed, lying down in the darkness, right? I'd have guessed you'd be in your mid-20s, maybe a bit older than at most. Zoomer, millennial, what about 22 years old? Listen, I've had people guess, literally like, this is like a year ago at this point, I had someone guess that I was like 20, and I had someone guess that I was 40. So like, I'm in that range. I'm somewhere in the 20 to 40 range. You thought I'd be like 25-ish maybe? Interesting. I'm curious if minors, okay, are allowed here because I figured I should check if I should actually be watching your content. So I'm going to delete that message. And what I'm going to say is, this is a PG-13 community. If you're a minor, you're chill to be here. Like, obviously, Girlframe is an 18 plus content. And I reviewed it in a safe for work manner. I reviewed it in a way that was not 18 plus. And that's why I didn't post a link for it. Because I want to protect minors. If you are under the age of 21 in this community, I treat you as a minor. And that means I will delete your message if you say anything about your age or your location. I will like have stricter rules about you and people interacting with you, because the reason I do this, 21, it's harder to fake being 21 than it is 18 if you're like 16, 17, right? I'm sorry if you're 18, 19, 20. You are a legal adult. I respect your autonomy. I am protecting all of the people that are 3 years younger than you, but can convincingly act your age, right? And that's why, is that... Yeah, I haven't watched the Girlfriend video because of that. Also fair about the message stuff. Yeah, so like, if you're a minor on the internet, never say that to anyone. Because if you say you're a minor, even if the person you're talking to, you think they're a minor, they might not be. Similarly, don't ever use your real name. Keep yourself safe. Don't be dumb. And outside of that, like, this community should be safe for you. I've done a lot of effort to make it so that there's no chance that like I'm going to be a weirdo, or that the community is going to be a weirdo, or that like there's going to be any sort of systemic issue going on. There might be problematic actors. At one point on our Discord, like we had someone on our Discord be like, I don't even know what this was. They were like, hey, I'm opening applications for affirmations. Fill out your information and then I'll DM you. And then like we can start talking in DMs and like I'll be like affirming you. Or it's like they're trying to do something like that. And I was just like, first off, no, we're not doing that here. Second of all, you specified that like you were okay with minors. Which like, even if you're totally wholesome, no. And third off, no. And so like, I was just like, hey, I'm going to ban you. Like I deleted the message like, hey, if you keep this up, I'm going to ban you. And then they left. So like, I don't know. Basically what they were trying to do from a purely like optimistic perspective, they were trying to spread positivity. But the way to do that is not to make an application where you encourage people to apply. And like, I don't remember what the thing of like, they didn't mention anything about like, if you're a minor, don't apply, because I mean, like that would have made it weirder, but like, I don't know. If you're like, even if you're like 22, if you're like 22 and like a 16-year-old hits up your DMs and you're like telling them like, oh, you're amazing, sweetie, whatever. Like that's, I'm sorry, my face was in my hands because it's just like, no. And that's why I was like, hey, I'm going to ban you. Like, just do affirmation chat. Like, I mean, I personally, I'm not big on affirmations, as you might have guessed by the fact I clown on my community all the time. If you are a regular in the community, you've probably been insulted by me more times than probably most of your friends. Just talk to people. It's a job. It isn't a job application. I mean, like, I think of like a 20 something. I think of it as like a 20-year-old as a child, because when I was 20, I had no idea what I was doing with life. I felt like I was still a kid when I was 19, when I was 20. And so I look at 20-year-olds who don't know what they're doing in life, and I'm like, you're a child. You're a baby. I haven't been insulted enough. I still have an ego. Just say my name. That's all I need to hear. Yeah, that does sound creepy AF, which is why I shut it down. And like, for instance, I have a policy where many people, very sweet, very wholesome, very kind, they reach out to me, they send me a DM and they're like, hi, like, I love your stuff. Like, I hope, like, how has your day been? And I ignore the DM because I have a policy, and I've had this policy since day one, and I will continue to have this policy until like the channel is done. I don't DM with fans. I don't private message community members. The only exception is that if it's like a moderation issue, you're good to DM me. And if it's like you're a content creator and like you're trying to set up a collab or something, like I'll hear you out. Like I'll talk with you like behind the scenes that way. But like I've had many people say many wonderful things to me that I've had to just ignore their message because I'm not in the business of being a weirdo. Even if I'm totally normal, even if I'm totally legit about it, feeling like, hey, I had a great day. Thank you so much for asking. Glad you enjoy the content. Have a lovely day. Even if I like play ball that way, that's still the risk of them getting parasocially attached and thinking there's more going on. And then that can be dangerous for them. That can be dangerous for me. That can be dangerous for someone else who hears about that. And maybe if I'm talking to someone, we're both well adjusted, a third person hears and they're not well adjusted and they get involved, like that just leads to too many dangerous circumstances. I just avoid it, right? And that's also why, even though like I love the community, I think it'd be very fun, I avoid VC. I avoid the community VC because I don't want people to get to the point where they are assuming they're closer to me than I am. I keep up a very clear barrier between audience member and content creator. I still appreciate you. I'm still very thankful for your attention. I want to give you the best I can, but I want to keep everyone safe, right? And that's the best way I can think of it, because I don't know if you've been on the internet a long enough time. I have seen maybe a triple digit number of times a pretty well put together channel and community completely collapse because like the content creator was like being a weirdo. Even if they didn't intend to be. Even if they weren't like doing anything untoward, they were still being a weirdo. I normally ask people in servers before DMing. Yeah, that's generally good policy. Yeah, when you tried streaming, it's the worst. Yeah. Arrow's going to scramble you. You know it. Yeah, most creators should do that. I agree. I think most creators should do that. Although I also think that it depends on, like... I mean, a little bit of it is personality. I am the sort of person where I think I'm a little bit too polite. And that's crazy. It's a crazy thing for me to say. I know. Crazy. If someone is doing something that makes me uncomfy, I give them way more tolerance and leeway than I should. And you might even notice this when I'm moderating. I don't like the abuse of authority, so I'm very reticent to actually like just ban someone without any recourse. So I like let people go on too long, I've noticed, and I need to be better about that. But that's something where if someone's being kind of weirdo, I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm not gonna like shut them down because I want to be rude, and then they're gonna get like signals that like, oh, this is okay, I'm gonna do this more, and then like I know how I am, and I'm worried that would happen. It would be weird to be parasocial with a cartoon character. Exactly. Something Minecraft YouTubers. I am. I might be a weirdo. I'm not that brand of weirdo. What's my policy for people trying to collab with me? My general policy is just like, well, I'm busy. In most instances, I need, if someone's going to collab with me, a couple of things. One, I need like a proof that they're an actual content creator. I've had a couple people reach out to me and they had like 50 subscribers and they made like one video months ago and they're like, hey, I'd love to collab with you. And as much as I want to support smaller content creators, 50 subscribers with one YouTube video where like it's very clearly involves AI in it, I don't consider that being a content creator. I consider that someone who has made content. Now, if you're someone that has like 100 subscribers versus 1,000 subscribers versus 10,000 subscribers, that's where it starts getting like, oh, well, where's the bar? That's really like up to vibes. I need proof of you being a content creator. And then also we need to have some degree of overlap. For instance, you might be a VTuber that wants to have me on your podcast or whatever about VTubing. That is overlap. You might be a TTRPG content creator who wants to talk about the Neolithic. So I could tell you as the creator of that. Like that's all stuff that like that has overlap. That's a reason to reach out to me. And I'm much more inclined to run with that. But a lot of people, when they want to collab, they're a much smaller channel. They appreciate my content. And then they reach out to me and they say like, hey, do you want to collab sometime? And if I don't have anything to go off of, and there's also no overlap, and also I don't know who you are, I'm probably going to like either ignore you or say no. And that's not because I hate you. That's not because I dislike you, but that's because that's not really like actionable, right? I prefer to collab with people that I have some degree of familiarity with. And for instance, Svelte, creator of Harp Docs, that's someone who I reviewed their homebrew. And then they reached out to me via Discord because we were talking about Magna Gas Mathegothica. And so we started talking about that. And then we started chatting. And then I got to know them a bit better. And then I got them in on the most recent Hunter's Archive. Right? So that's a situation where like that wasn't like out of nowhere. That like had build up to it. Can I be parasocial in appreciating how diligent you are about stopping parasocial relationships? I mean, sure. I'm of the opinion anytime you have a content creator audience relationship, it is always going to be parasocial. And parasocial is not bad. Because parasocial is just one way. You view me different than how people in my day-to-day life view me. It's different than how other content creators I interact with behind the scenes view me. You have a different preconception of me because you are only seeing what I'm putting forward. And sometimes what I put forward accidentally because I'm not muted. But at the same time, I have a parasocial relationship with you. both as a community, as a chat, as the Arrow Kissers, as well as you individual. N or Dire Queen or Anya or B or some dude. I have a parasocial relationship with each of you because I only know what you've put in chat. Right? And so a parasocial relationship is not good, is not bad. A parasocial relationship can become toxic when one or more parties believes it should be a social relationship, right? Well, hark, my parasocial relationship to you, you're a stranger. Boom. So era John Cena collab win. If John Cena reached out to collab with me, I would absolutely collab with him. I don't know what we would do. I'd do it. Would I rather skydive or dive safely 100 meters in the ocean? Skydive. Easy. I'm scared of the ocean. Scary. And I go like, this is my view of the ocean. Skydiving sounds fun. I would love to skydive. I have no fear of skydiving. Because if you don't know, when you go skydiving, you don't just like jump out of a plane with a parachute and you just go for it. Generally, unless you are like, I believe multi-year certified, anytime you go skydiving, you will have like a fully grown like adult handler like on your back who has a parachute, and they have been doing this like all of their life, and basically they're communicating to you with hand gestures to tell you what to do, and then if there's any issue they can just save you, right? That sounds totally fine, right? Arrow's more bird coded than fish coded, confirmed. So like if this is a situation where like it's a matter of fear, I'm much more scared of the ocean. And my roommate, one of my roommates is talking about getting a diving cert, and I've expressed interest because I'm like, that sounds like kind of fun. And they're like, you of all people? And I'm like, yeah, just because I'm scared doesn't mean it doesn't sound fun. Like, I am horrified of the ocean. The ocean is like one of my biggest fears. Sounds fun. Aero Subnautica stream one. That is one of the goals from last year that people kept asking for, and I kept dodging it because I don't own Subnautica. I know the plot of Subnautica, and now what would be reasonable is to play Subnautica 2. I could just play Subnautica 2. What's Girlframer's favorite word? Fear? Arrow. They're called Arrow instructor. They're called instructors, Arrow. You're cooked, Arrow. Kane is cooked your... Did I say handler? Oh, I said handler. So, like they're handling you. They're handling your skydive. Scuba diving is tons of fun. Ocean cave diving is the most dangerous activity you can do. Listen, I will be like a 43-year-old like man, and I'll have a loving wife, and I'll have 2 kids with a third on the way, and I just got promoted at my job at the business factory where we make business for all of those poor, underdeveloped, like Fortune 500 companies to increase their stock prices. And I'll see like this hole deep underwater that's called like the Devil's Stoma. And I'll just like dive right in and like end my life in a moment. This is what cave diving is. This is what cave diving is. Cave diving has a higher casualty rate than Russian roulette. I would not be surprised. It's more dangerous than being an astronaut. Okay, so the thing with being an astronaut is that generally, if you're an astronaut, as long as the ship doesn't blow up on takeoff or crash on re-entry due to like external circumstances, you're gonna be fine. You are conditioned physically and mentally to be able to handle like 6 months at a time in space. You have dehydrated rations. You have all of the various functionality to like physically survive up there. You have other people. If it's like the ISS, you have, is it a crew of like 5 or like 10? Isn't the ISS like a single digit number of people? As long as the spaceship, the actual 50,000 ton bomb doesn't blow up your... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Is that as an astronaut, actually going into space is not the hard part. Taking off of like the ground and leaving orbit is the hard part. Is it 6? Yeah, so like you have people to talk to. You're not gonna like go stir crazy. Yeah, you might get cabin fever after a while. Continuous crew 7. I absolutely hate the sensation of falling. Take me to Cthulhu. That's the thing. When you're in the ocean, you're always falling. You're falling everywhere. There is no not falling. When you're in the sky, you're gonna hit the ground eventually. When you're in the water, I don't know what you're gonna hit. Are you gonna hit Cthulhu, the city of Relay, dead but still dreaming? Or are you going to hit into a whale, a kraken? Is a giant megalodon shark gonna come out of nowhere? Arr! I don't like being exposed by all angles. And that's part of why I don't like the ocean. But I don't like pools. Like pools are too much for me. Like I absolutely have the thing where it's just like, if I'm in a pool, what if there's a shark in there? You know? I don't care if it's irrational. I don't care if it doesn't make any sense. What I care is that I'm exposed from all angles. And that makes me incredibly uncomfy. Now, skydiving, in free fall, obviously I'm still exposed, but I'm going down. I am going in a direction. I know where the land is. ISS gets Soyuz flights, which seat 3, and Dragon 2 flights, which seat 4. You're more likely to get eaten by a swarm of vampire squid. Yes, it suspends you, so it's less falling. It's less falling. You don't have direction. You are aimless. You are floating through the void of space. I would take the void of space over the void of the deep sea. Aerosphere is completely strategic and tactical fear of being exposed to the attack of an enemy stand. You understand me! This is why you're irregular! Or will existence just swallow you whole in the depths of the world where no one will notice you fold outside the sheet that makes up reality? We're on the same wavelength here, Anya. Oh, like that my brother and me about the glass shark? I'm unaware. Oh, what's y'all's favorite control scheme for a mech? Joysticks and switches like a fighter pilot, some neural jack, Pacific Rim style body movements. Okay. What is coolest? Pacific Rim style full body movement. Right. Full body. I lift up my right arm. The mech lifts up its right arm. I curl my fingers into a fist. My mech curls its fingers into a fist. I punch forward. It punches forward. That is awesome. That is wicked cool. But like, come on. Click. Like, what about? Come on, you can't take away my click clack. You can't take away my keyboards and my buttons and initiating third driver, initiating reactor unshielding matrix, flip a switch, turn a knob, turning on ancillary floodlights, flip a switch, click the big red button to turn on the turbo booster, charging chest cannon, dials up a dial on my terminal up to 60%, and then my co-pilot reaches over and knocks it all the way up to 100 because like, we only got one shot, we can't half-ass this, and then boom, and then we chest cannon them, and then turns out that shook us out of our seats, and we had to grab back onto the seats, and then we had to grab the joystick, and I move forward tentatively, and then my co-pilot is activating all of the tertiary flares and the rotary cannon on the auxiliary arm, and they're lining up the shot, and I say, wait, hold, fire, and then they pull the trigger, and then they fire into the alien. Like, come on, you can't take this away from me. Arrow cusses? I mean, like, I said half-ass. Is that the chunk as you move forward with the lever? Yes! Someone get Arrow's dog. They're having mech war flashbacks again. The mech is AI powered. You as a pilot slam 2 joysticks forward to make the mech kill the bad guy. Okay. Controversial take. Controversial take. Controversial take. To pilot a mech. Thoughts? Genuinely. I'm not memeing here. Like we get like a Street Fighter 6 Pro. We put him in a mech. Everyone thinks it's all about the FPS players. I think it's the fighting game the fighting game players. I think no, not more buttons. Classic 6-button fighting game control stick. That would go hard for autistic people. That's what I'm saying. You get it like a Street Fighter 6 player. You get like an anime fighting game fighter. You get someone that plays like Smash Bros on one of these. Are y'all programming combos in your mech? That's like forward, right, down, square, triangle, and like they hit this like roundhouse maneuver. Like that would go so hard. That would go so wicked. What happens when you hit the secret combo? Your mech explodes. I think the box TM is better. Rhythm gamers. Oh my gosh. Okay, who would win? A mech suit that is like designed that it can do fighting game combos and a fighting game player is playing it, or a rhythm game player where it's like Project Sekai with the you know, like the back and forth, the left and right, where they have a pre-programmed like move set that auto adapts to their opponent, like AI style, and it's powered by them keeping up a perfect combo. Messing up the combo and firing 8 missiles into the allied transport. Well, because my thought process is, I think the answer to that question is it fighting game person in the mech fighting rhythm game person in the mech, or are these buildings and the mechs are down here and they're like remote controlling them? Because I feel like if the rhythm game player's inside of their own mech, they're screwed. Anytime I've ever seen like a Toho player, a Project Sekai player, a Guitar Hero player, any rhythm game, they need like 100% focus. Shut up, I'm playing a rhythm game. And then they do that, and then they win, right? Like that's my understanding of a rhythm game player. Pilot the mech with night core transmitters. Oh my gosh. Assuming qualitative skill, I think the pad is more stamina. No, so it's not a pad. I'm thinking Project Sekai UI. Like this. Like one of these sort of games. You know? So it's like Guitar Hero. Like the notes come down like this, and when they hit here, you have to click the proper note as this lines up with it, right? I love the keyboard clacking. Nice. I think it depends on the BPM of the music and if the rhythm game player has a manifold cockpit. No, so I'm saying, do we think? I'm of the opinion. You tell me. I think if the rhythm game player is inside of their mech and it's not a manifold cockpit and they're like knocked around or whatever, they're screwed. Fighting game players, you could like punch them and they would not give up their combo. Like you could actually like knee one in the throat and I think they would still finish their combo before falling out of their chair. Rhythm game players, they need the focus, right? Get the guy who does alien language beatboxing to control a mech with beatboxing. Pacific Ren does point out the flaws in having the full mech. Yeah, I mean, yeah. And I do like the idea of when you have full mech control, when it's full body control. I like how heavy Pacific Rim is. I like how like it physically takes effort. Like, you have to lift up your arm, and it takes a while to lift up your arm before you swing it forward, because you're lifting up a giant robot arm. And also, if your arm comes off, you feel like your arm got torn off. And then we put the MOBA players in mission control. I feel like the MOBA players would start calling their pilots slurs. And depending on the audience, maybe this is a TTRPG in the making. Maybe this is like how this might actually shake out. My hot take, the rhythm player would win so long as they don't take a single hit. Yeah. I agree. The issue is, is the fighting game player a zoner? Are they a grappler? Like, what are they? What strategies does the fighting game player have? This is true. I finished combos while being pushed off my chair. MOBA player handler for girl frame. Preferred and favorite Lancer frame. So my favorite frame is the Barbarossa. I also really like the Pegasus. I like artillery. Which is funny, because all of the homebrew frames I've made have been like frontline or like second rank like melee mechs, which has been very funny. I love the Barbarossa. I think the Pegasus is really fun. People have pointed out I have a bit of a size thing when it comes to mechs, because like in girl frame, I also really like the Wyvern V.4. The Barbarossa is size 3. The Wyvern is so big it can carry other mechs. I really like the ATT from Star Wars. I really like the Venator class Star Destroyer. I like big mechs. The fighting player's gay. The total player's gay, and they're making out. Oh my gosh. Do not put a MOBA player in charge of anyone. Just get a mech piloted by hugging a blochai. Make me the pilot. I'm the best. You like big mechs, and I cannot lie. I like big mechs. I think a grappler to rattle the rhythm player inside the cockpit. See, I was thinking like a zoner. I'm thinking someone that has disjointed hitboxes and they use projectiles, because then they can very easily get a ping off to interrupt a combo. Okay, the Wyvern is just cool. Thank you. Size queen, but it's for massive robots. Yeah. I'm still working it out, but I made a size 3 IPSN mech called the Gibraltar with a retrofitted cargo loader to melee brawler. Yeah, in any of my homebrew, I made the Behemoth, and I'm actually going to drop it on Patreon next week, because I'm uploading the final girl frame, the second half of my girl frame review on Friday. Then next week, I'm going to drop the Behemoth for paid members. I'm going to make it free the week after. I'm also going to upload it with core bonuses, because I have a unique manufacturer called the Armiger Consortium. And if I have 2 frames for it, I figured I should probably make some core bonuses. So I made some core bonuses. Zoners are fodder for rhythm gamers? What is a projectile if not just another note to hit? You're so right. Wait, second half? Yeah. So with girl frame, I recorded my first half of the reaction, and then I had to stop recording because like it had been like 3 hours at that point. And so I picked up the second half of the book and I read through that. The first half is basically all of the mechanics. The second half has me going over like the lore and giving my final thoughts, right? So like the main, personally, I find the first half more interesting. Where can I find this homebrew? So if you if you are looking for my Kraken frame, which is a homebrew grappler I made that deals energy damage, I just posted the Patreon link in chat. This is free to everyone. It's freely accessible. I'm going to post the Behemoth next week, which is going to be paid only. And then the following week, I'm going to make it free, alongside the core bonuses. As well as next week, I'm going to release an NPC based off of the Behemoth for free. So basically what I do, Behemoth paid, core bonuses paid, the NPC free, And then a week later, core bonuses Behemoth are going to be free, right? So now we all know what's cracking. It's called the Kraken because it's cracking your spine, brother. I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime. Yeah. Non-humanoid or humanoid divergent mechs like the Swallowtail, Duskwing, Lancaster, and Manticore, those are my jam. Well, lucky for you, everything Armiger Consortium is retrofitted from being a... Well, I can actually just... I can just show you. Well, not art of it, but like, I can just show you some of the lore I have for it. My idea is that none of them are humanoid. And all of them are retrofitted off of existing vehicles meant for non-combat applications. Oh, and this is where the John Cena collab comes in. Got it. Listen, if a professional wrestler hit me up and was just like, hey, I would love to collab with you where we set up a wrestling match, I would be so down. My issue is I'm not strong enough to convincingly sell taking down a professional wrestler. So what I would have to do is I would have to get like a champion to fight on my behalf. So Armiger Consortium, greater than the sum of its parts. The Armiger Consortium is a collection of manufacturers, corporate states, and military contractors banded together under a single committee of executives. While varying in members and direction over the years, the consortium as an entity was officially formed following interstellar supply disruptions following the First Interest War. It acted as a cartel to allow organizations under it to have a unified front of defense, with policies put forward to maximize internal revenue structures, profitability for its members above all else. As the consortium expanded past its homeworld and into neighboring planets, it brushed against the periphery of Union through general massive systems. While ethically questionable, its practices were aligned with the utopian pillars, and its base of operations was so firmly lodged in the diaspora, the Department of Justice sought no need for immediate action. Once the consortium absorbed the system economically and placed embargoes against GMS parts, this changed. After a years-long battle in DOJ courts, the consortium was found guilty of hostile business practices that negatively impacted the quality of life for its inhabitants. However, consortium representatives successfully argued that the unregulated nature of their system necessitated collective organization. This not only prevented the consortium's dissolution, but also granted it the right to produce mechs, with the understanding they must be GMS compatible. The consortium shifted from profitability to efficiency. Policies oriented around maximizing revenue streams were pivoted to instead streamline cross-manufacturer logistics. Businesses and connected entities were assigned a rating on the efficiency index, an executive-assigned metric acting both as a social credit score as well as a legitimate measure of success in their ventures. Soon enough, many states began corporatizing to compete, or were bought outright by existing institutions that could leverage their higher-than-average index rating. Consortium mechs all began as repurposed vehicles from its myriad absorbed organizations, with their systems cannibalized and retrofitted to enjoy enhanced combat applications. Each consortium mech is made up of a part from hundreds of manufacturers across a dozen worlds, requiring an average rating on the efficiency index of 0.6 or higher across all components to be released. This has led to consortium mechs having a reputation for unorthodox engagement patterns due to their rough edges and comparatively underwhelming firepower to mainline manufacturers. But as they enter the circulation of Union Lancers, consortium frames demonstrate they are, if nothing else, efficient at executing their intended function. So they're not intended to be the biggest, highest firepower. They're not intended to be the biggest, baddest mech. They're not intended to be the fastest or the most evasive or the best at hacking. They're intended to have a really weird combat niche that they do really, really well. Yeah, I made this. I wrote this. So, like all of them, they have like a little tagline, and theirs is greater than the sum of its parts, because the Armiger Consortium is all about basically collective power, with the added understanding that there's like an efficiency index and you're corporatized and everyone is about like, they shifted from profitability into efficiency. Can I steal your brain, please? No, thank you. Oh, this sounds quite cool. That sounds awesome. Thank you. They need to set up a wrestling match with Dr. Acula. Okay, but consider Arrow. John Cena offers to wrestle wearing an Arrow bobblehead helmet while you do a voiceover. Oh my gosh. I want this braining. Do you want me to show off the core bonuses? I can show off the core bonuses if you want. Like, my intention was to release them paid, but I'm totally fine to release them free because they're going to be free eventually. I don't like paywalls. The only reason the girl frame video is still behind a paywall is because it talks about 18 plus content, and I don't want my audience, which has a lot of 13 plus members, to have access to that. But like basically everything I do on Patreon eventually becomes free. Please preview. You know what's made of multiple parts and doesn't have a mech that specifically synergizes with it? Nexus artillery focus frame. Ooh, yeah. I can make a Nexus one. Bonesaw is ready. I want a Lancer frame that eats other frames like in Girl Frame. I mean, like the Kraken kind of does that. It's all about grappling. It doesn't really eat anyone. Manticore would be the closest guess. So Armiger Consortium core bonuses. Consortium bonuses increase your mech saves, effects applied to enemies, and energy damage. You must have at least 3 license levels in the Consortium to take a bonus, and another 3 for each additional bonus. For example, with 6 ranks in the Consortium licenses, you can have up to 2 bonuses. So, the under-over policy. The prominence of electrical weaponry in Consortium frames necessitated a reasonable bar to balance efficiency to use with combat application. While it varies from system to system, every Consortium part involving electrical discharges has an electrical value it may not go under and one may not go over, maximizing damage per charge while ensuring sustainability. So when you deal energy damage, one of the 4 damage types, it can never be reduced below 1 by armor or resistance. Energy weapons you have installed gain reliable 1 if they don't already have reliable. So, I have a gun. It deals 1d6 energy damage. I shoot you and I miss. Reliable 1 means that even if I miss, I always deal 1 damage. And because I have 1 damage that is not reduced by resistance or armor, I can always deal that 1 damage to you, assuming you don't have anything that reduces energy damage specifically. So what this means is if I shoot you, and I miss, and you're a grunt. Grunts have 1 HP. I'm really good at killing grunts now with energy weapons. 0.8 certified. The majority of components in Consortium frames are of a serviceable quality, with index ratings across all of them only needing to average to 0.6. High-value projects are authorized to have stricter requirements, with a 0.8 certification requiring an average of 0.8 efficiency index across all manufacturers involved. And this is just +2 health, evasion, and E-defense by 1. This is a little bit of health, harder to hit you, harder to hack you, right? However, it's by 1. Most core bonuses that increase it by like 2. Increasing by 1 is not that great, but it is still good. Inferior operator policy. Operator systems are archaic interfaces intended to assist in short-range targeting, decision-making, and tactical support. Considered inferior to CompCon units and NHPs, they nevertheless find success using subsystem logic to subtly enhance efficiency and are pushed by executives for being Consortium made. When you force a character within range 3 to make a save, they make it with +1 difficulty. When a character within range 3 forces you to make a save, you make it with +1 accuracy. So, when someone is close to you, you're better affecting them, they have a harder time affecting you. Balance policy. Consortium executives recognize that circumstances change with time, meaning the efficiency index requires external checks and balances. Such policies ensure that low-rated organizations are afforded opportunities to work on projects with high volumes of contributors, granting them the opportunity to increase their index rating while forcing innovation. When you would make a structure damage check as a result of taking energy damage, your first die rolled is always a 6. So, if I take damage in Lancer, I have 10 health, I have 4 structure. I go all the way down to 0 health. I jump back up to max health, and I take 1 structure damage. Because I took 1 structure damage, I roll 1d6, and if I get a 6, a bad thing happens. If I roll a 4 or a 5, a worse thing happens. If I roll a 2 or a 3, an even worse thing happens. If I roll a 1, a really bad thing happens. And then I keep going. And then I take 10 more damage, I go back up to 10, and I take a second structure damage. And now, because I've been missing 2 structure damage, I roll 2 dice and take the lower. So now what happens is that the more I roll, it's more and more damaging. So what this does is that if you take energy damage, that would reduce you to 0. you always make the structure damage check with a 6 on the very first roll. So if I have 3 structure damage missing on the roll, I roll 6 automatically, and I roll 2d6 instead of 3d6. I basically maximize my chances of getting a good roll. Reliable one's pretty awesome, but ain't base rolls make the first part of the bonus redundant, i.e. damage can't hit 0. Yeah. Armor and resistance, I was going to say it can't ever be reduced below 1. However, I felt like that would be a little bit too powerful. My goal with homebrew is always make it a little underpowered but cool, and then up-tune it, as opposed to make it too powerful and then nerf it. Because if I make it too powerful and then nerf it, a bunch of people are going to be interested in playing it because it's powerful, not because it's cool, right? And then you get a circumstance where everyone drops it once it's no longer broken. So I prefer to make it a little bit too weak and make anyone who is interested be like, oh yeah, that sounds kind of cool. Try it out and be like, like plus 2 HP, evasion and E defense, those just are not good. Like, it's just not worth it. I'm like, okay, how can I fine tune this? And I can change it. And then executive touch. Luxury isn't factored into the efficiency index, meaning many consortium executives exclusively engage with the highest end experiences. Such proclivities have influenced their frame preferences, with entire lines of frames incorporating enhanced flexibility in non-destructive capabilities. Once per round, when you take a full action, you may take 1 heat to take any quick action as a free action that turn. If you make an attack during this free action, it gains +3 difficulty. Basically, once per round, you get a 1 heat overcharge. However, if you attack with it, it's super hard to hit. Balance policy is very useful to a Manticore. I mean, yeah. But also, a Manticore is probably not going to stay above 2 structure ever. So at a certain point, it's just, you go from rolling 3d6 to rolling 2d6, right? Instead of rolling 4d6, you roll 3d6. Like, yeah, it's useful for a Manticore, but it's not, like, broken, I feel. And then the final one, exclusivity policy. The consortium is particular about being able to handle everything internally, though in recent years, it has worked with external organizations for specialized assistance. Considered contract work, externally produced code can be uploaded to frames whose pilots exceed 0.93 on the efficiency index. Acquire the Lesson of the Open Door core bonus from Horus, even if you do not have enough Horus license levels. You cannot acquire this core bonus if you already have it, and you cannot acquire that one if you already have this one. Lesson of the Open Door. Save target increases by 2. Additionally, once per round, when a character fails to save against you, they take 2 heat. Why did I do this? 1, it made sense with the lore. The consortium has ties to Horus. Minor ties, but ties nonetheless. 2, this is already exactly what I wanted to make. No, just stealing a core bonus from... No, they're not stealing it. They're leasing it. They bought the rights to redistribute it. I was just going to do this anyway. Increase your save target. And I didn't want... Oh, well, if I want to like play a goblin, then I always want to take Lesson of the Open Door. And also, I will take 3 levels of Armiger Consortium, so that I can get the other consortium bonus and I get like a +5 to my save target. That seems too strong. That seems busted. So I figured instead of like making it stack, why not just give the ability to get this other one? That could be really good on Sisyphus energy. Ooh. As someone who plays Raleigh, there are so many things you can do that don't require attack or saves, and even more than that, specifically don't require an attack. Yeah, and that's why it's like, the intention is that when you take a full action, you can then do something else. The open source dev team that posted for free on the Omninet, no, they're scalping. Yeah, they are kind of scalping. Let's be real. Out of curiosity, did I purchase 1000x resist? I did not. I'm sorry. I know you keep asking. And I mean, I am interested. I've just been focusing on other stuff and I don't want to spend money right now. I'm sorry. Arrow fighting game win. I suck at fighting games, so I think it'd be really funny if there was like a VTuber fighting game that I got added to, because like a fan of the channel was like part of the dev team or something. I think that'd be really funny. And then my kit, I would probably be like a gadget character where I have a gun and I send out my arrow kissers to fight for me. I send you to fight for me, and I just like hang out in the back. Arrow rating Lancer or Homebrew when they don't even plan to play when they don't even play the game is akin to legendary asexual writers on AO3 making the craziest smut. Okay. I have run Lancer, and I want to run it more, I also have never played it. I want to play it. I have run it. I have not played it. Also, like, aces go crazy. Aces do go crazy. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to close the poll. I'm going to close the Q&A. Going to bed. Good night. I'm swearing you'll have to nerf the quick action one eventually, but it is very cool. I mean, what would you recommend? Right? Like, that's my question. It's like, what would you recommend outside of, like, 3 difficulty and attack? Is it once per scene? Once per scene sounds way too underpowered, right? Willing to run, but parasocial barrier and all that. I am about to test the limits here. Yeah. I've had people very sweetly, but very misguidedly say in the comments of the girlfriend video, oh, well, if you're looking for a player, just let me know. Or like, hey, I'll be happy to hop in that game with you. Like, not what I was intending. Thank you. Very sweet, very kind. I'm glad that you're a fan of the channel, that you'd be interested. No. Arrow throwing out viewers and fans like a Pokemon trade. Basically, yeah. Ooh, I'm scared. Hypothetically speaking, where could I send a Steam game key for a certain game? My email. Someone sent me an email. They bought me Perfect Draw. Someone bought me Perfect Draw via Itch, and they sent me an email. They're like, hey, I just want to let you know I bought you Perfect Draw on Itch. And I'm like, thank you so much. Like, I appreciate it. It's a rainy day. Let's fight for counter the silent wind while you still call it. If 1 in every 4 are looking for game posters GM to game, instead there would be no GM shortage. That's what I'm saying. And like, I have said on the channel multiple times, there is no such thing as forever GMs. There's just miscommunication. I also think that if you're a player who's like, kicks a rock, man, I wish someone would run this game. Just run the game yourself. Like, what do you have to lose? I started running because I wanted to play D&D and none of my friends knew how to play. I think there's an issue. It's like a free boost once per round. I actually did consider, instead of full action, when you take a barrage specifically, and I don't know if that like notably changes it. Like once per round when you take a barrage, you may take 1 heat to take any quick action. If you make an attack during that free action, it gains plus 3 difficulty. You get too much social anxiety to run TTRPGs. Aww. You know, it is no rush to play, but it is a story I recommend everyone to check, and the more people get to see it, the better. It's maybe my favorite game. Aw, awesome. But I want to play. Bro, you are at the table. You are the player. Also, you want to play has posting 4 times, looking for game, looking for GM. Has that gotten you a chance to play, or have you not played already? Like, if you run for people, and then you get to become their friend, and then you run a game that's like 8 to 12 sessions, and then afterward, you're like, hey, I ran for all of you, who wants to run next? You can get a group going. Hello, Zinnia. Now, it doesn't really change it. I guess the thing right now is that it basically gives you base level overcharge once per round. Like, my first thought is to change this to like once per scene, but then I feel like that's so boring for a core bonus. Like, once per teen, full action, take any quick action. Or do I just limit it? Do I just limit it to like a specific quick action? Right? That's what I'm doing. I'm running Lost Mines since there's no one else who wanted to do it. That's one way to lessen social anxiety. It's socialize. It sucks, but it works. Yeah, and I have had multiple things where I've been anxious about it. I've been uncomfortable with it. I have not been certain about it. And whether it's my gender expression, whether it's socializing in person, whether it is going to the club, whether it is making content online, whether it is flirting platonically, anything, like a lot of things that I was uncomfortable with once upon a time, or still am uncomfortable with, I can combat that discomfort by just doing it. And I understand not everyone is built for that. I understand not everyone wants to do that, and that's okay. You shouldn't force yourself to do that. But I will say, if you want to play a game and you feel anxious and no one is like taking like no one's biting to be a GM for you, try GMing. And genuinely GM a 2-shot. Say, hey, I want to set up a session 0 and I want to set up 2 sessions for this game. And then if you crash and burn and everyone walks away hating you and you suck and it was a terrible game, do you want to know what happened? You tried, you failed, you'll grow stronger. Right? You will grow stronger, and as a result, it's just kind of like these people you'll never interact with again don't like you. Big whoop. So if you can only do this under half heat, it means overcharge is still useful and forces you to cool down regularly. Heat scale or give it a condition. What if instead hold on, brain blast. I don't know if once per round matters. You tell me if this matters. Once per round, when you overcharge, you can reduce the amount of heat you would gain from it by 1 by taking 2 energy damage. How does that feel? So I don't know if once per round is necessary, but like whenever you overcharge, you can reduce the heat by 1 by taking 2 energy damage. And so you still go from like, you take 1 heat, and then you take 1d3 heat, and then you take 1d6 heat, then you take 1d6 plus 3 heat or whatever. You flirt platonically by flirting normally, but not wanting to actually screw your friends. How do you even flirt platonically? I actually didn't know for the longest time. I never got it for the longest time. And it was only after one of my friends started flirting with me platonically, like constantly, that I kind of like built up a tolerance to it and I started responding. And now one of my other friends has said like, I'm gonna get myself in trouble because apparently I'm a bit of a flirt now. Because I just spitball. I just go back and forth. Flirting platonically, just being silly to rizz up your friends and see how smooth you can be. It's more competitive than anything. Man, people do that. Whenever I think somebody's flirting with me, I crash it on the inside, think they want to be with me. I hate relationships. I feel like I'm being chained. So I always assume anytime anyone flirts with me, the few times people flirt with me, anytime anyone is giving me positive attention, I assume it's platonic, right? The few times I don't assume that is when they tell me to my face explicitly, I'm flirting with you, or they mention flirting, which happened to me a couple weeks ago. Someone mentioned like, I said something and they're like, oh yeah, well, I wouldn't be flirting with you if blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, this is flirting. Okay. So I am someone who I just assume it's always platonic, right? Just walk into a writer's room for Lancer. So this is just homebrew that I have. We're talking about flirting right now. Instead of broken CR tables, we have double player count in the structure per fight and times 1.5 player count in activations. I'm way too socially awkward to flirt with strangers. I gotta flirt with friends. So I don't flirt with strangers really. Like it's mostly just with my friends. Like my friends will like say sussy comments and I'll respond. And basically what I do is I just like, I play chicken with them. I just play chicken with my friends, where if they say something suspect or sussy or flirty or whatever, I just kind of match their energy and we both walk away finding it funny. And I don't do this with all of my friends. I do this with actually very few of my friends, but the few friends that I do this with are either I've known them so long that it's not an issue, or I've had an explicit conversation with them that's just like, hey, just to check, you're not interested, right? And they're like, no, I'm not interested. And I'm like, cool, because I'm not interested either. This is just for fun. And they're like, yeah, of course. And then like, boom. It's fun to just have that kind of conversation. I never thought I would enjoy that. Full stop. I never thought I would enjoy like playfully flirting with a friend or being hit on by a stranger or whatever. But it's fun. It's nice. It's positive interaction. You're way too stupid to flirt. I am too. You only need once per round so they can't say, like, take 4 damage to cut heat. Oh, yeah, thank you. How do I feel about this? So if I do this. So, like, once per round when you overcharge, you can reduce the amount of heat you would gain by taking 2 energy if you'd make an attack during this free action against +3 difficulty. Sus gender is gender non-specific gay chicken. I mean, like, there are a couple people in my life, like one of my buddies. Love him. I apparently, I've absolutely, like, been more flirty with him recently because, like, we tight like that. There's no weird vibes or anything, but I cannot play gay chicken with him because he would, like, absolutely, like, marry me to win. He's that kind of guy, and I'm not looking to marry this man. I would run as far as I could. I'm too stupid to even realize if someone's interested in flirting because I don't believe it. I don't either. That's why I assume everyone's platonic. And that's why it's really nice when someone's talking to me and then they mention something about how, like, blah, 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 I wouldn't be flirting with you if blah, 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 blah. And then I'm like, oh, so you're flirting with me. Got it. You can probably cut the difficulty note. Okay. So I'll probably change the executive touch. Like, so let's do it right now. Luxury isn't factored into the efficiency index, meaning many consortium executives exclusively engage with the highest end experiences. Such proclivities often necessitate continuous action with an off button being seen as a relic of an inefficient and being seen as a relic of an inefficient and restrained past. Yeah, you're basically microbending, right? Like you're taking energy damage with an off button. Well, because again, this also deals with a lot of energy damage, right? So dealing energy damage to yourself is not always a bad thing in this. Overly cautious is seen as, with an off button, seen as overly cautious in the face of forward advancement. I'm married? I didn't say that. No, I'm saying that my buddy would marry me. My buddy would marry me if we were playing gay chicken, because it would be like, hey, bro, bet you won't sit on my lap. Too bad, bro. Hey, bro, bet you won't kiss me. Don't you worry, bro. Hey, bro, bet you won't give me the best night of my life. Say less, bro. And then boom. And then it's like, hey, bro, bet you won't spend the rest of your life with me. Say less, bro. And then, like, we get married. Like, that's the sort of thing. That's the sort of thing that my buddy would do. Oh, I dipped out for a bit. I was doing stuff for my husband. I don't know if you saw my question about using history. Yes. So I said that earlier. I, in response to that, pointed out that in my own homebrew, I literally added my own, like, information on Cain, where it goes through, like, the history of its European origins, going from a Catholic organization to non-denominational pan-Christian, adopting the practices of Judaism and Islam as it expanded into the Holy Roman Empire of the German nation and the Ottoman Caliphate. It went across the seas after the American Revolution and expanded into East Asia during the Opium Wars, and then in the scramble for Africa, finally went into Africa. And so, like, I was just demonstrating that, yes, I think it's absolutely very fun to implement historical events. And the big thing that I said was, generally be really careful of when bringing up, like, tragedies and whatever. And we talked about a couple events in, like, real life that, yeah, it would make sense for a sin to be involved, but that's not really respectful to the people who actually were victims of these atrocities or massacres or whatever. And so you probably shouldn't do that. However, maybe since then, sins have formed from it, right? And this sort of deal where don't replace real life human evil with, oh, a sin did it. because that kind of trivializes it and may make certain people with connections to that uncomfortable. And then I pointed to Assassin's Creed, where they, for the longest time, have had a schema of involving historical figures. Like Da Vinci is your mentor and like is your guy in the chair. You have the Knights Templar, which is a real organization that you're like killing people of. You're killing historical figures, like all that stuff. You're a proud prude, and I will stay like that. Honestly, like, people have said this to me, and I wasn't sure if I believed it, and it's kind of true. Like, I'm kind of on my corruption arc. I've kind of come to the conclusion, like, 2026 is a little bit my corruption arc. As mentioned earlier in stream, I pole danced. I've pole danced now. I'm not a pole dancer, but I have technically pole danced. I treat it the same way I treat World of Darkness lore in events. The supernatural didn't cause it, but can definitely profit. Exactly. I think that's a great way to interpret it, because human evil is human, unfortunately. But evil creature's gonna evil creature. Splat's gonna splat. Okay, I need to go. I should have gone like half an hour ago. We're done with the questions. Thank you so much for swinging by. There's a ton of people here, ton of new faces. If you enjoy this, next stream is going to be noon PST Friday. We're going to be working on my Kane supplement, Kane Homebrew. This is my setting of Kane. So it talks about, for instance, like, how do you become a virtue? What are untouchables treated like in my setting? Like, how can you manifest different blasphemy powers? Saturday on Twitch, 11 a.m. PST, we're going to be playing Lone Star. I played it last week in Japanese as a part of a gimmick stream, and I actually enjoyed it. So I'm probably going to do that. Do I have a WTF is Kane primer video somewhere? I don't. I would kick you over to the Zactac video. Because people keep asking me for it. Like for like a year now, people have asked me like, hey, do you have a Kane primer? Do you have a Kane primer? Do you have an introduction to Kane? Like, do you have anything on Kane other than your shorts? I might end up making a Kane primer video. Like, that might be my next long form, because I've been running Kane for a while. All right, so be on the lookout for a voiceover tomorrow and a stream on Friday. So thank you all so much. Have a lovely day, night, afternoon, evening, morning, whenever. And take care of yourselves. Bye-bye. And have fun.